So, gang, have you ever heard of a yap sesh before? Um, because that's exactly what you're about to get. Um, which I'm sure you know by seeing the video in the first place. I just fancied. See, like, I wanted to make a Doctor Who tier list, but then I was like, why would I do that when I could do exactly that, but explain why to nobody? But it helps me get it out of my head, because I've got the two options. I either sit with it in my head and it's just disjointed nonsense and it's everywhere, it's just like stuff and it makes no sense, so I then have to put it somewhere, but I'm shit at writing and it's too slow. But I could speak it, make it a thing, and then it all makes sense and it's put in a tangible form and it's just done. It's just a thing. But yeah, so I was just gonna do all the Doctor Who episodes from Rose onwards, and I'll explain why I put them in each tier. So yeah, I mean, starting with Rose, obviously, Series 1, Episode 1. And honestly, I really like the episode. It's like, it's a bit like, I don't know, it's not perfect, but how could it be, you know? It's the first one. It's never going to be like fucking heaven sent, is it? Because it has no build up, but for its function, what it exists to do is introduce someone who's never seen it before to Doctor Who, explain what it is, and it nails all of that to a T. It explains exactly who the Doctor is, it shows you the TARDIS, shows you the kind of format for the show going forwards, because they completely shook it up with the new series. It's like these episodic 45-minute installments, obviously. And yeah, and it also helps like start up Nine's arc, you know? Like, I mean, they don't go into a lot of detail, but they'll say things like, oh, you know, I fought in the war, and obviously the Nestines had, like, I think, did they flee the war, or were they, like, their home planet was destroyed by the war or something? But it's like, it helps set up the Series 1 arc. So, like, I won't put it in God tier, obviously, but I feel like I'll put it in amazing, because it is... do I want to put it in amazing? Because it has aged a bit badly. I'm thinking of just like in some parts it's so bad that it's good, like Mickey is an Auton, you know, the wheelie bin burp in it. It's very 2005, but I think for what it does a very good job. So I don't know. Fuck it. I'm keeping it in amazing, but I might change my mind. Anyway, now the end of the world is See, I really like the end of the world. Can you even see it? I'm just gonna scroll down so you can see. You should be able to see that. The end of the world. I don't think it's better than Rose. I think every episode in Series 1, except maybe the long game, I would say are pretty solid, like good episodes. It is a bit cringe, but sort of funny more than anything, where they've got, like, you know, Britney Spears playing and all that, and obviously Lady Cassandra and shit. It is funny. So it is a bit mid, but I feel like it's got enough to it. Like, obviously you have the whole Last of the Time Lords kind of thing going through the episode, and that scene right at the end, and obviously you have it goes deeper into Rose and the Doctor's relationship, with her lashing out at him, being like, her bringing up issues, saying, oh, well, your TARDIS just got into my mind and you didn't even ask. It's like it creates a bit of tension, but also, like, you know, it builds up what kind of relationship they have going forwards, and I feel like because of that, okay, actually, yeah, no, never mind. I'm going to bunk Rose down to great, And then I'm also going to put the end of the world in great. I feel like amazing and god tier could be reserved for things that are a bit better, you know. Um, oh yeah. Also, the way I'm going to do this is any 2-part stories I'll put together. I feel like they work as one. Well, they obviously are one story, but treating the episodes separately would just be a bit unfair, I think. And also, I'll probably just have the same opinion for both parts anyway. Now, the Unquiet Dead is. See, I said that about the long game, but honestly, the Unquiet Dead's not that great either. You know, I do like the whole story with Charles. He's obviously a bit of a prick, and like they, I don't really know. He's a bit of a wanker, and then he kind of changes his mind, so he's a bit, you know, Christmas carol-y, and by the end he's all happy Christmas. I feel like the Gelth, they're an interesting concept, and I do like the whole, you know, that they were fleeing the war. So it helps with the overall series arc in that regard, but I don't know. And it is the first historical too, so I'll put it in good, because I feel like putting it in okay would be a bit unfair, because it does, like, it does just in general just help build up the character of Rose and the Doctor. So I mean, yeah, good works for me. And Aliens of London and World War Three. See, everyone always says that this story's shit, but it's not. I like it, and you know, I can very much see why the Slitheen got relegated to Sarah Jane, because they are very like Sarah Jane villains. But also, you have to bear in mind, Doctor Who is for kids. Like, and I find them funny. I find the fart jokes funny. But it is a bit shit. I say that about every single story. To be fair, every single story is a bit shit. But I like them anyway. I do like the whole. It obviously, with the Rose being like 12 months missing, it characterises Jackie a lot. I like that. And also, you have the whole like Rose was willing to just let the Doctor sacrifice her no matter what, and I feel like that helps characterise her a lot throughout the series. That pretty much sets it up. Also, Mickey as well, not just Jackie, Mickey too, builds up his character too. And also, I find Mickey and Jackie are actually quite a good duo, which you see a bit in this story. But where would I put it? I'm gonna put it in good. It's better than The Unquiet Dead, but I don't think it's as good as these Rose in the End of the World. Dalek doesn't even need to be a debate. It's obviously god tier. There's not even a debate, and I'll explain why it's in god tier. This is the best Ninth Doctor story. Who's it written by? Was it Robert Shearman, or am I getting that wrong? Because it adapts the Big Finish audio. I think is it Jubilee, or am I getting that wrong? I've listened to it before, but it was a few years ago, so I've forgotten. But the way it recontextualizes that audio into it's just so good. The way that the Doctor comes across this Dalek, and I mean, obviously in the classic series, you see, obviously the Doctor doesn't like the Daleks, we know that much, but he never, like, this Doctor tortures it. He wants it dead, like, no matter what. And when you think back to Genesis of the Daleks, the Doctor's, like, the fourth Doctor, he's saying, do I have the right to wipe out all the Daleks? But he's completely different now. Whatever happened in that Time War completely changed him, and he is willing to just torture him. And he's at the end. Also, something I need to bring up is Rose fucks up in this story. She touches the Dalek, which is something that she was told not to do, and it fucking wakes it up, doesn't it? And that's just something that's missing in newer series, is the companions never fuck up. I remember all the theories back in season 1 that people thought Ruby was the perfect companion that had been made intentionally. But she's not. She's just that badly written. How has this turned into RTD2 hate? But yeah, so I really like that, and I think the whole ending with the Dalek actually killing itself because it's got nothing to do. I think that is a good ending. And also just the way that you see Eccleston's Doctor, like, this is him at his best. His performance-wise, not the character at his best. Obviously, it's probably him at his worst. But the way he absolutely crashes out and just kill yourself is absolutely crazy that they say shit like that in a kids show. It is a perfect story, really good. Yeah. Anyway, the long game is a bit bad. It sets up Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways, obviously, with the game station, but really, the Jagrafess is a bit like dull. There's nothing. Simon Pegg, I think, was like he's good in it, but that's about it. Like he could have been an interesting villain elsewhere, but in this he's just a bit boring, I want to say. But he's not boring, but like the story itself is a bit shit, and Adam's not really that engaging. I don't really understand why he was taken in the first place. I mean, I do from a story perspective, but why, from a behind-the-scenes perspective, why even write Adam in? I don't really understand why. Because he's there for Dalek and the long game, and then he's gone, and that's it. Never see him again. It's sort of a bit odd to me. But is there anything really that redeemable about it? I really don't think there is, to be honest. But yeah, I'll put it in. Oh, I've accidentally grabbed the Idiot's Lantern. I'm gonna put it in okay, because if I watch it, I'll go, yeah, that's okay. It's not bad. I like 9 is good wherever he is. I enjoy it. I never skip it. I always watch it. But yeah, it's pretty just meh. And I mean, if you were to skip it, I really don't think it would make that much of a difference. Obviously, Bad Wolf and Parting of the Ways is a bit reliant on it, but I just mean from like a... What even do I mean? I mean, you shouldn't skip it. Don't skip it, but it feels like it should be skippable. There we go. That sort of makes some sense. And Father's Day, I think should also be in God tier, just like Dalek. It's a really good story. Just like how I said Dalek was the best for 9, I feel like this is the best story for Rose, in that basically, I don't know his name, but the guy who played Rose's dad is really good in this. It's just a fucking amazing story with an amazing concept. I like the Reapers. Everyone always says the Reapers are shit, and everyone always they go, oh, why aren't the Reapers in this episode? And it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Reapers, the reason they work in this story is because that they encapsulate what the universe is like without the Time Lords. Because 9 says himself, he goes, oh, if my people were here, the Reapers wouldn't be a problem, but they're gone. And they show what can happen without the Time Lords there. So it's like every story, most stories in Series 1, like Father's Day, are somehow connected to the Time War. Just like Father's Day. And there's also that scene in the church with that couple. And it's the scene where he's like, where they talk about how they met, and he says something along the lines of like, oh, I've done all sorts of fucking shebang shit, you know, but those two regular people have done the one thing he can never do, and it characterizes him so much, because it's like, it's just so good. It's just good. Eccleston is one of the best actors to ever touch the show. People always say, "Oh, I wish he did another series," and I do too. But I feel like him only doing series one made it. That series one to me is an almost perfect season. Like, I'd never say it was perfect because nothing's perfect. There's always room for improvement, like the long game, and it is long. But it's just a perfect one season run. Shows you everything you need to know about the show. If you introduce someone to Doctor Who, make them watch series one, then that's all they need to know about the Doctor, about the character, everything, just about the whole thing. It's the perfect entry point. That whole series is just beautiful. And also, what do we have now? The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances. Woo! I'd also put this in God tier. Series 1's great, but this is like the first. This is the first, like, because Doctor Who's got that reputation for scaring kids, you know. This is the first story in the new era that, like, it's fucking scary, you know. Those gas mask kids are fucking creepy as. And I just, like, the whole story is just really, like, it's dark, it's ominous, you're, like, always on edge, and then there's so much tension too. It's the first Moffat story as well, I should mention. That guy is probably the best writer, one of the best writers to write for Doctor Who. I won't say the best because we all know who the best is, Paul Cornell. But it's really good, and the whole ending where he's literally ecstatic, going, "Just this once, everybody lives." It's a really good ending, and it's just really good. Like, when people talk about the scariest episodes of Doctor Who, this one's always near the top of the list. Honestly, do I think it's the scariest episode? I don't know. It might be. Well, I mean, story is obviously 2 episodes. My headset turned off. It does that. It's because I'm not doing stuff with my computer, so it just thinks that I'm not there. Oh, how did I forget? It introduces Jack Harkness, and I know John Barrowman's got a lot of controversy, but that's irrelevant. Irrelevant to the character. I mean, Jack Harkness is a great character, and he's just really good. He was so good, they had to keep him on for his own spin-off, so what does that tell you? Where are we now? Boomtown. Obviously amazing. No. I like Boomtown. Pretty much the same as Aliens of London, where people shit on it, but I think it's actually quite good. So where would I put it? Because it is a filler episode. If anything, what I said about the long game, this is the episode you can skip, but don't. Because this is the story between Jack's introduction and obviously Jack's departure, so this is the one with the best vibes, you know. It's just them having a good time, the Doctor, Rose, Jack, Mickey, and they're all just chilling, you know. It also does quite, like, actually, it does do a lot to show Rose and Mickey's relationship. Now that I think about it, it's not all just a joke, you know. And they also have those scenes in the diner with Rose, the Doctor, and Margaret. And she's like, "Oh, only a killer could know that," and he's just like, "Oh, it's so good." Anything else? No, not really. I mean, I kind of like how it connects to Aliens of London, but that's sort of not that big a deal. Where would I place it? So I think, actually, I'm going to jig this about a bit. Okay, so I'm going to move the Unquiet Dead down into okay with the long game, and then I think that I will keep Boomtown up here because I think Boomtown is better than those two. It's I mean, it's fitting this with Aliens of London considering it's like a sort of a sequel. Works for me. Then where are we at? Oh, Bad Wolf Parting of the Ways. Woo! Oh, this is arguably. Let me think. Okay, right. I was gonna say it's the best finale of the show. I do think that Doctor Falls is better, and I'm not going to turn this into a critique of the Doctor Falls, but I think the Doctor Falls has a bad. No, it's not bad. Its plot fails in certain aspects, which I'll get into later. The Parting of the Ways doesn't, but at the same time, I just think 12's whole arc and character writing in that story was so strong that I find it hard to put The Parting of the Ways above it. Not that The Parting of the Ways is bad in any means. It's just I feel like Capaldi's arc it had more time to develop than Nine's, and so with the Doctor Falls, I think that story comes out just a smidge higher. But this is a really good finale, and I like the way it links back into the long game too. Even though the long game was bad, but I'm glad that they link it in. The whole regeneration at the end is just it's really good, and just the whole, like, obviously you've got the Daleks returning. It perfectly wraps up Nine's arc from the start of the series, where he's, hardened from his PTSD, fighting in the war, what he did to his planet, and he's slowly, letting people in, like Rose. Like, he's becoming more, I don't want to say more human, but he's engaging with that side of himself again. And then Parting the Ways, he's offered that option. What are you, coward or killer? And he's coward any day, and he doesn't kill them, which just shows he's changed since the time, or where once he would have, and he did. It's a complete parallel to that of him changing his mind. He can't do it a second time, and I really think it's just so strong. And also, yeah, Jack's departure. I do think it was a bit rushed. I know they explain later in Utopia that the Doctor was scared, so he left, but in this story it doesn't really explain it very well. So I feel like that's a bit poor. Not even that it's poor. I suppose that more falls on the Christmas invasion, because that was the story following. But yeah, God tier, easy. How long have I been doing this for? How many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 13 in the season. Now, how long have I been recording? 22 minutes. Fuck. I'm going to be here till next Christmas. How many do we have? We have 200, so what? Let's say, how long even is that? 6 hours? Surely I might be here for 6 hours. I'll definitely speed up. Fucking hell. The Christmas invasion is... I really like the Sycorax. I wish they'd have come back. They're one of those creatures that are... Because most of the time, midnight, you don't want a one-off creature to come back. The Sycorax are one of those things that, yeah, you can bring it back. They did have a cameo in Revolution of the Daleks, but that's not really what I mean. I mean, a full return in an episode. But I don't really like the whole... the Doctor gets his hand chopped off and grows it back. It's kind of a bit dumb. But it really does have that tension, of all those people standing on the rooftops, and the Doctor's nowhere to be seen. And they're all shit. They're they've got nothing. When the Doctor's not there, they're fucked. And and also, Harriet Jones is really good in this too, with when she blasts the Sycorax out the sky, and her point being, you're not here all the time. We need to defend ourselves, which is a great point, and it characterizes her throughout her entire, I mean, I say entire thing. She wasn't in it much, was she? She's in Journey's End, or the Stolen Earth rather. Was she? I think it was just the Stolen. Yeah, Stolen Earth. But yeah, I mean it is a good point. I mean, I suppose you sort of see it with Unit now and Torchwood too. They have to take things into their own hands because he's not there. And never was that at its worst until Children of Earth, I think. The Doctor was just nowhere. They had to do it all on their own. But yeah, I mean, the episode has good parts of it, and it does. I mean, it's an introduction to David Tennant, and obviously he's a fan favourite, you know. So it's got to get points for that. But to me, let me think. I would probably put it level with. I put it good, and see, I'm seeing this big gap in amazing here. I feel like I should be bumping these up. I might put Rose up there, just Rose. I won't put the end of the world. I feel this seems fair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine. I was a bit hesitant whether to put it in great, but I just feel like the end of the world comes up on top. You know, New Earth is not good. I like the face of Bose in it, so that's something, but not much. The episode itself, though, is a bit bad. I mean, the Lady Cassandra's back, and I like it ties into the end of the world, but it's really not that great. Because this was obviously you have the Christmas Invasion, but this was Ten's first proper story. He only really came in at the end of the Christmas Invasion. This was his first, and it's really weak for that. When you think back to Nine's first story and Ten's first story, they're night and day. It's really not that good. I would put it in with The Long Game and The Unquiet Dead, because like while I don't think it's bad, it's really not a good opener. And I think Series 2 really stepped back in a lot of ways from Series 1. I like Series 2, but I really think they missed the mark in some places, and this is one of them. But Tooth and Claw, again, is a bit of a poor one. I sort of like the concept of having a werewolf, but I think it doesn't really work well in execution. I feel like it is better on paper than it is actually in the episode. And obviously, it's important overall. It sets up Torchwood, then obviously Army of Ghosts, and going on to have their own spin-off and everything. So it is important overall, but yeah, I still don't think it's that good. In fact, I think it's probably the worst here. I would probably put it in bad. And actually, I'm going to bump The Long Game down to bad too. Yeah, I would say they are bad. I feel like bad is a bit... It's a bit harsh, but it's only one step below okay. That's how I'm viewing it here. It's not... I wouldn't actually say, oh, that's a bad episode, but I feel like it's in the category bad on this list. I bet these sections are going to be full later on, because I'm really not a fan of the later seasons. Okay. School Reunion, I really like. I really like Anthony Head's performance as the leader of the Crittertains. I find the Crittertains to be really, really interesting, and I wish they'd come back. The way that they conquer like civilizations and take parts of that into their own evolution is a really interesting concept. And also Sarah Jane, obviously, with K9 returning, I really like the whole... Actually, I really like it, except for one thing, is they kind of imply that Thor and Sarah had a bit of like a... like, I don't want to say a romance, but they kind of go along that line, and it irks me, because when I watched that era, that is not the case whatsoever. So where would I put it? I'd put it in... I don't know what to do. Is it great? Not really, but is it not good? Okay, I feel like just for the fact it's got Sarah Jane's return and not a lot else. I really like the idea of the Skates paradigm, and also, like I said, Anthony Head's performance. He sells the episode to me, not Sarah Jane's return. Anthony Head, he is the best part of the episode. I will put it in great, just because I really enjoy it. That whole scene with the Doctor confronting him, I think it's in the swimming pool area, is really good. This is Ten's first truly, like, good story. I mean, obviously, that one's in good, but you know what I mean. Oh, let me have a drink. Ah, the girl in the fireplace. Yeah, Stephen Moffat back at it again. Banger. See, like, I don't think it's perfect. Everyone always says like, "Oh, this episode's really fucking perfect." It kind of is really good though. I would put it in amazing. I do think it's better than Rose, but I don't think it's good enough to go in God tier, so I'm putting it there. Um, I really like the whole concept of it, the whole, like, him. The whole being on the ship and going through the time windows to different parts of one woman's life is really interesting concept. Um, so I like that. I think the acting's really good and the ending is really, really good. Um, so sad. Um, it's just a really good episode overall. Um, yeah, I honestly don't think I have a problem with it, to be honest. Like, I'm trying to think of anything holding it back. I don't want to put it in God tier, but I can't think of a reason why not. I just know in my guts, I just don't really think it belongs there. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I just don't. I just don't want it there. But it is good. Should I put it in there? I just don't. I guess I just don't really like series 2, to be honest. I think that's probably what's holding it back. If this episode was in series 1, it would be in God tier. I'm telling you that. But I just don't really like series 2 Rose. I don't really like her relationship with the Doctor, and I guess a part of it that is good. It sort of shows Rose's jealousy, and I mean, obviously, this is Mickey's first adventure in the TARDIS. She gets an opportunity to, because I mean, with 12, sorry, I was about to say with 9. I meant 12, series 9. You had obviously that whole arc of Clara becoming like the Doctor and that whole thing, which I like. Some people don't. Dumb people. I'm joking, or am I? But people don't like it. But I feel like obviously we had a little version of that with Rose. It's like I think it's Army of Ghosts. Jackie says that. She goes, "Oh, when I'm dead, and you've gone off, you're gonna be like someone completely different." And she even says, she goes, "Oh, you look just like him." So she is sort of turning into the Doctor in a sense, and having Mickey there is like her own little her mini Rose. So the Doctor's got Rose, Rose has got Mickey. I feel like that's just a yeah, it's really good. What was I saying? um, yeah, Rose is a bit shit. What am I saying? I don't know. Am I still talking about the girl in the fireplace? Fuck me. How long is this going to take? But yeah, really good. Don't really like Rose, but it does do good for her arc overall in the series. Case closed. And where are we at now? Rise of the Cyberman, the Age of Steel. They're in the wrong order. I think I put them in the wrong order by mistake. This is the first Cybermen story. Pete's World, I find to be quite an interesting. I keep saying everything's an interesting concept, but it is an interesting concept. Yeah, I quite like Pete in this, to be honest. I like it how at the end he, like, Rose is having her emotional moment of him being her dad, and he's like, "Sorry, no, I just can't do this," and he leaves. And I find that, I mean, it's not a good scene or anything. I just find that to be real. When the writing is real, when the characters act real, that's valuable to me, and I feel like that's exactly what that was. I find that to be, because if it was Disney or Chibnall or RTD2, they'd be like, "Oh my god, my daughter, come here," and they'd give him a big hug and they'd all cry out. But Pete is fallible. He has flaws. And so yeah, I just find that really good. I like the whole Mickey and Ricky kind of thing. And most wanted for parking tickets, I find to be quite funny, even if it is a bit cheap, because they are supposed to be like these sort of like freedom fighters. Why is he the most wanted for parking tickets for any reason other than a cheap gag? But it's funny. And I also like Mickey's departure at the end, where he chooses to stay behind. And I, I know it's how she's written, but I just find Rose so insufferable. In this kind of bit of season 2 where she essentially cheated on Mickey with the Doctor. She fucking fancied the Doctor. She even stalked him at the end of season 1, and then she's getting all emotional when he wants to leave, being like, "Oh, what if I need you, mate? You don't need him. You're more than happy. It's just selfish." But yeah, obviously, she's right. She's rightfully upset that Mickey's leaving. But I mean, like I said with Pete, she's got flaws. Makes her more interesting. I'm just saying. It annoys me. And then yeah, I mean, obviously he comes back later on, but I feel like it's quite it's a good departure for what it could have been. Any of the ways he could have left, I feel like this is probably one of the best ways he could have done it. I wish they had set up earlier though that his nan was dead and that she meant a lot to him, because it was sort of only explained, as far as I know, in this episode. They say his nan was close with him, she died, and that's why he stays. I feel like if they'd have set that up earlier, a few episodes prior, they could have explained about how he was close with his nan and she died or whatever. Or we even see, I was about to call him Ricky. If we saw Mickey grieving over that, if it had happened recently, would have been something we could have done in season 1 or 2. But that's just nitpicking, really. Where would I put it? I would put it in good, I think. I completely didn't even mention the Cybermen. I think the Cybermen they're underutilized in this. They could have been better, but I think the rest of it's quite alright, so I'll let it slide. I feel like that's true of the Cybermen in every story, for the most part. Most stories, not all of them. I genuinely think the only modern story to actually nail the Cybermen was The Doctor Falls and World Enough Time. But yeah, so they kind of underutilized the Cybermen. They could have been better. But hey ho, we up. Where we at? The Idiot's Lantern. Ooh. The Idiot's Lantern is poor. My headset turned off again. Isn't that nice? Where are we at? 37 minutes. And what? We've done 20 episodes! I'm going at the same rate I was going before. It's taking me just under 2 minutes to do every story. I might have to split this fucking video up, because this is going to take ages. But the Idiot's Lantern, hopefully by the time I get to... Stop getting distracted! But I was going to say, hopefully by the time I get to Ship of the Era, it should be quicker, because I have less to say about them, because everyone knows their shit, and I don't need to explain why they're shit, for the most part. But I'll probably do it anyway. The Idiot's Lantern, bad episode. Actually, I'd put it in terrible. By this point, Rose and the Doctor are just like... They're so annoying. They're so annoying together. Just stop it. Because now there's no Mickey. They're just so fucking up each other the whole time. It's just like, fuck off. It's so irritating. It's actually not even that bad. I don't know why I'm getting pressed about it. The Wire was a really shit villain, to be honest. Anything else? I guess what's his name? Mr. Copper. Mr. Copper and his family, I guess, were sort of interesting. I like the relationship his son has. The ending where it's like, oh, he's your dad, go after him, is a bit weird. Like, he is abusive, and you're just telling him to go chase after his dad. Like, I don't know. I've just got a message from my sister saying, what does RTD2 mean? You can probably hear them coming through. Let me reply. She read it as, oh, it's because I messaged her about RTD2. No, bro. What did I even say? Oh, I sent her about the leaks. Russell T Davies' second era is called RTD2. go. Just explaining. I sent her one of the leaks, and it mentioned the word RTD2, so she sees. Impossible Planet and Satan Pit. Oh, I love it. Straight into it, amazing. They're not great. Like I said, Ten and Rose are so insufferable by this point. Jesus, she's still messaging me. Can't you see I'm trying to record here, woman? How many people think it's... Oh, that's what she messaged me. I don't know. There we go. Stop messaging me. Ah! I'm not even... That sounds like I'm sending a voice message or something. I'm not. I'm just screaming. But yes, the Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit are really, really good. I like the concept of the Beast because he's good. No, but I do actually really like... I feel like the Ood were a bit underused. They're sort of just there. Obviously, they do end up chasing them around, but that's sort of all they're there for. It's just something to chase. I like the fact that the Beast is split into the body and the mind. I think that's quite an interesting concept. Again, interesting concept. Everything's a fucking interesting concept. But yeah, I find the Beast to be really, really good. I remember when 15 got announced, and he did a video and saying he'd really like to battle against the Beast, which is quite an interesting one. And honestly, the way that this era is going, it's more than likely because it's probably one of the fucking Pantheon, because everyone and their mother's in the fucking Pantheon. Anyway. Oh yeah, could I just say, the Pantheon of Discord and the Pantheon of Gods are not the same thing. They're just not. They've retconned it, so they are. But they're not. Okay, where was I? The Satan Pit. Really good. Every single character in there, for the most part, except the ones I can't remember their names, they're really well written. Every single side character is... Because even, like, obviously it's a two-parter, so what, you've got 90 minutes to play with. They're characterised... 90 minutes is a long time. That's like a movie. Why am I giving them praise for having well-written side characters? But either way, they're still well-written, and that's something that's good. And, yeah, it's just... it's another one that's quite scary as well, and it's quite brutal as well. Like, they're looking up at the black hole, and then the woman's just like above, just floating in the space towards it. It's like quite like graphic, to be honest. I also do love the idea that they're just sitting in an impossible place, swirling around this black hole, and they're not even swirling around, they're just sitting under it. And the fact that they just went there just because, I just like that. The Doctor words it quite well. I can't remember how, but it's quite engaging. It's just, yeah, I think it's a pretty good story. And maybe the reason it's so good is because Ten and Rose aren't in it as much together. They're split up, and when they're split up, they're better. Although I do like that scene of them both sitting down when they've lost the TARDIS, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to get a house with doors and windows." I don't even really like that scene, but it's fine. It's fine. It's good story. Love and Monsters. Right, I've been waiting for this one. Love and Monsters is a good story, and I'm tired of this woke left nonsense trying to tell me that it's not. It's a good story, and people will say it's a bad story purely because of the Absorbaloff, and you're fine. That's fine. You're entitled to think that it is a bad villain, but the Absorbaloff is like in the final 10 minutes or so. The rest of the episode is actually really good. It's not really good, but it's enjoyable, and it's showing, like, it shows the world from another perspective outside of the Doctor and just what it's like for a normal guy, and it shows him building up his relationships with all these people and the whole Linda group, and it's just a good time. And honestly, I think Elton is a good character. Then yeah, the final 10 minutes are a bit weird. You got the whole paving slab thing. which was odd. That's Russell. I also think Jackie's quite well characterised in this. Her and Elton are a good. They're a good duo, and then she's finds out that he's after Rose and the Doctor, and she's not happy about it, and she has a good moment, and it's actually really good. So honestly, I'd put it in good. I'm not buying into this woke nonsense. Yeah, no, I would put it in good. I just had to double check that and look at the ones that are beneath it. And yeah, it's good. You lot need to just pack it in, right? Fear Her, on the other hand, is fucking awful. Everything I criticised the Idiot's Lantern for, Fear Her does, but worse. Because I said The Wire was a shit villain, but what the fuck, the weird thing that's in Chloe Webber, that's what she calls, I am Chloe Webber. But yeah, it's just really bad. In fact, I'd probably put it in unwatchable. I'm trying not to have bias here, because I feel like naturally I am biased towards RTD1, biased against the Whittaker era, and I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to be as impartial as I can. Obviously, it's still my opinion, but I'm just trying to remove my own biases. But I do think it is a really poor episode. And like I said, yeah, Ten and Rose, really insufferable. They need to stop. Nine and Rose, I found to be really enjoyable to watch. Their relationship was good. Ten and Rose isn't. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And I hate it. Army of Ghosts Doomsday. Now, I would have once said this was a really great story and put it in God tier, but it's not really. I do think the whole Dalek reveal is good, and I like the idea that... see, I said idea instead of concept there, so it's okay. I like the idea of the Cybermen, the Daleks, scrapping. It's good. The whole, what's it? The prison ship thing that has all the Daleks in is really... I like the idea, but it's really bad in that it gets opened by Mickey slipping and touching it. It's kind of bad writing, to be honest. But the whole ending is really good. Ten and Jackie have a good time. Why is every praise I have for these stories just how much Jackie they have in them? Then you got Mickey's return, that's good. Oh, and the whole Torchwood thing. Yeah, because obviously it's built up throughout the whole series. You keep seeing mentions of Torchwood. Which is really not... let's... People give RTD so much praise for his story arcs in early Doctor Who. The only time he did that well was 9 with the Time War. That was a story arc. Mentioning a couple words over and over again is bad. It's not good. It's not good. It's like, people will sit there and criticise Mrs. Flood appearing in every episode of Season 2. But then they'll go back and they'll watch Series 2 of the 2005 series. 2005 Doctor Who Series 2 is what I mean. And then they'll praise it for the Torchwood build-up. And they do the same with Mr. Saxon. Bad Wolf, I kind of give a pass, because at least they notice it halfway through. Like, he gets to Boomtown, he's like, oh, Bad Wolf. What does that mean? The words must be following us. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit shit. But Doomsday at the end, Army of Ghosts themselves, I'd say it's pretty great. Overall, yeah, it's good. It's not that good, but it's pretty good. I like it. It's mainly carried by the ending, to be honest. Yeah. Runaway Bride. And I might get shot for this, but I really don't find Donna to be that engaging. Actually, let me take that back. Engaging's the wrong word. I do like Donna's character. I just feel like what I just don't really like it, to be honest. I can't articulate why, because she's not written poorly by any means. It's just not for me. So where's the Runaway Bride gonna go? I would probably put it level with About the Christmas Invasion. I feel like the Rachnos is an interesting. Stop saying interesting concept. I like the Rachnos. They're good. They're from the dark times. That's something they don't really explore much in the new series, or even really the old series. But it's quite good. And the whole formation of the Earth scene with Donna is like pretty good. I do find Donna funny at times, but she can be a bit jarring. Honestly, I do wonder if she had just been a one-off in this Christmas special, we might have been better off for it, because I really don't like her that much in Series 4, which is a stance. She used to be my favourite. She's not my favourite anymore. Really slid down. Honestly, I'd say she's worse than Rose, Martha, Amy, Clara. I think that's it. End of list. Yeah, I mainly just because I feel like I've appreciated the other eras more, that they've moved up as opposed to her coming down. Anyway, yeah, Smith and Jones. See, Smith and Jones is what New Earth should have been. It is a really good introduction. Like, you could start Doctor Who with Smith and Jones. I wouldn't recommend it because a lot of Series 3 is dependent on watching Series 2 and his whole relationship with Rose. And then, obviously, Series 2 is dependent on Series 1, so really, you should start from Series 1. But, if you hadn't watched that and were to start with Smith and Jones, which I wouldn't recommend, but if you did do it, it wouldn't be that problematic, because it's like a fresh start. To be fair, you kind of have that with most companions, it's just sort of a fresh start, but the way it's written, I like it. It introduces the whole world to Martha. They get sucked up to the moon. I like the Judoon. They're quite cool. And the way that the Judoon aren't evil, they're not good, they're not bad, they're just doing their job. I like that. Is there anything else I like about it? Not really. I mean, I like Martha. I think Martha's characterised quite well. Yeah, actually, at the start, like initially, you see Martha is her on the phone with her I think it's her brother, her sister, her mum, and her dad, and she's like balancing it all. And then you get her in the hospital, and it's showing how she is as a character from very early on. They don't do that anymore. They don't show you characters. They don't show you their families or anything. No, we were lucky. Didn't know how good we had it. I was one, so I definitely didn't know how good I had it. But yeah, I do think it's a really strong opener. Not as good as Rose, but probably great. I'd say it's pretty great. The Shakespeare Code kind of has a bit of tooth and claw syndrome, where the episode 2 is just a bit of shit. Although I stop saying it's an interesting concept. Fuck! It is an interesting concept, though. The whole Carrionites and the words, like, having the power is kind of... It's a good idea. Stop it. It's, yeah, because obviously Shakespeare's a playwright, so having it be the power of words kind of makes sense. It's, like, it's just good, isn't it? They could have just banged in a Dalek with Shakespeare, and it would have been dumb. Like, at least they tried to suit it to the time period. Martha's first historical. It's not... And I mean, you've got Elizabeth I at the end, where that sort of sets up the Day of the Doctor, doesn't it? In that she really doesn't like him, tries to kill him. But yeah, I mean, I'd probably put it in okay. I'd put it in with like New Earth and that. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of just fine, isn't it? Gridlock is... I feel like people shit on Gridlock a bit. I think it's good. I really like the face of Bo. Sets up the whole Series 3, like, thing, doesn't it? The whole finale with, like, the You Are Not Alone is a really good setup. Anything else? Yeah, they brought back the Macra, which was an interesting idea. I mean, I'm glad that they did. I like the, but I don't like the Macra. But it's just like, if they were going to bring her back, then fair enough. Where are we at? Yeah, Gridlock. Yeah, they brought back the Macroterra. They brought back the Macra, which is great. Not really, but it's just, it's just good world building, isn't it? Just why not? Anything else? Novice Haim, like yeah, it's sort of a loose sequel to New Earth, so I kind of like that they've done that and it's more world building. Um, I don't know what else to say other than it's an interesting concept because it is. Riding on the motorway for like ever is a good idea. Um, yeah, I like Gridlock. Where would I put it? Fate of Both Death's pretty good. Um, I would put it in good. I think it's good. A lot of things are good. I think we're getting to that kind of stage. Um, Speaking of getting to things, how many episodes have I done? 31. We've done 31 episodes so far, I think. 13, 26, 28, 31. Yeah. And how long has this been going on? 56 minutes. Why am I going at the same pace? Ah! Sitting at just under 2 minutes for each one. This is a long day. I'm gonna have to feed my dogs. I'm gonna have to take a break. Yeah, Daleks in Manhattan, Evolution of the Daleks is... Or you know what, maybe I'll just do the whole RTD era, then I'll do the whole Moffat era, then the Chibnall era, and then the RTD2 era. That's such a good idea, and then I could split them up into 4 different ones. I mean, the Moffat era would take me yonks, but to be fair, I was going to do this whole thing anyway, so it's really not that bad. Daleks and Manhattans... I honestly think this story would work better without the Daleks in it. Obviously, that's the point of it. But I like the idea of having, like, them building the Empire State Building and there being something weird going on. And it's got the whole, like, poor and deprived living in Central Park. Like, it's a good concept in it. Stop it. Why do I say... Why is everything a good concept? Yeah, but I feel like the Daleks are kind of the weakest part of this, to be honest. And the human Dalek thing is a bit weird. I'm not really a fan of that, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it was just a bit weird. Overall, I don't really know where I put it. Because it doesn't even do much for the Doctor's relationship with the Daleks, as far as I know. It's just kind of like, oh no, the Daleks are back. I don't like them very much. Where would I put it? I think I'll put it in okay. Oh, I just right-clicked. Where did I put that? Yeah, I'll put it in okay. I was debating whether to put it in bad, but I really don't think it's bad. Like it does have redeeming factors. The Lazarus Experiment. Yeah, I think this one's pretty bad. Mainly, I just don't find it very interesting. I don't think Lazarus is a particularly good villain, and also the horrific CGI monster. Like, poor CGI never really gets me, but it's so bad in the Lazarus Experiment, and it's just like, why would you do that if you can't do it well? Like, just don't do it. Yeah, him turning into a weird monster really kind of sucks me out of it, because I feel like you've got a good idea going there with the Doctor, like, when he has his confrontation with him and he says about how living longer doesn't always, it's not always a better life, just having a longer one, and he's like obviously talking from experience, and that's good. I like that. Yeah, the Doctor speaking with Lazarus is really good. I think it does well to characterise Martha's family. I think this is the first proper introduction we get to them. aside from a few like mentions here and there and small cameos, but this is at least the first time the Doctor's meeting them, so that's good. Anything else? No, I would put it down in bad. Yeah, it's not that good. 42, I actually watched 42 a few days ago. I don't know why. I just fancied it. So literally, I don't know why. I just put on 42. Yeah, and it's bad, actually. I don't even know why. Where would I put it? I don't want to put it in okay, but I also don't want to put it in bad. I need like a middle section. Actually, no, fuck it. I will put it in bad. I don't need a middle section. It's worse than the long game, so it could sit in there. Why is it worse than the long game? I don't know. The whole burn with me is just fucking cringe, to be honest. They could have done more with the sun. I don't even know what I'm saying here. Like, it's such a weird concept, but you know, it's not offensive to me. I'll watch it, but I'll watch all of these. It's very much Chibnall, without being disrespectful, which I am. No, Human Nature and Family Blood is my favourite story of all of Doctor Who, so I don't think I need to explain why I'm putting that in God tier, considering I just told you it's my favourite, but I will. This is Paul Cornell, I believe, the same guy who wrote Father's Day. This is it's like how I said Dalek from Series 1 was based off of Big Finish Audio. This was based off a Virgin New Adventures book. And I think it's really good, to be honest. I I lose my train of thought sometimes, but it's really good. I like the whole, like, this is the Doctor at his darkest, in my opinion, because while he does bad things sometimes, it's never him thinking it's the right thing to do. He always knows he's in the wrong. When he told that Dalek to kill itself, he knew it was wrong. But here, he's so alien that he doesn't even understand what's wrong with what he did. He goes, like, at the end of The Family of Blood, son of mine, he says, what does he say? He says something along the lines of, he didn't understand why he'd run away. It was because he was being kind. Implying the Doctor didn't need to do that. He essentially killed John Smith, who was the human he turned himself into. He killed John Smith in order to just experience what it would be like to be human. And then at the end, he tries to get Joan to come with him in the TARDIS. It's just disgusting. And it's so good. So well written. And also, I just love the whole. There's one scene, and it's just a tiny scene. It's the one where all the boys in the school, the Scarecrows are invading the school, and they're gunning them down. And it's just such a good scene. And it's such a minor thing, but it's just like the way that these boys are going to have to fight in World War One next year. It's set in 1913. You know they're going off to fight. And this is like them realising it's not what they thought it was going to be. And the dread knowing that they're going to have to do that and probably die is just it's absolutely horrific. But it's very good. And also that scene with Joan in the barn and the Doctor has the watch and like they see what they could have had but they can't because obviously the Doctor needs to come back to stop the family, and it's just perfect story. Like when I watched Doctor Who with my mum, she didn't understand why I liked it so much. When I watched it with my sister, she didn't understand why I liked it so much. And do you know why? It's because they're imbeciles. They're absolute buffoons. How can you watch this story and not think it's the fucking peak of fucking it's fucking amazing. Yeah, imbeciles. Granted, it's probably not most people's favourite stories, but it's mine, and anyone who doesn't think it's at least a great story should be killed on the spot. Blink. Now, this one's going to be controversial. I like Blink. I think it's really good. I like the Weeping Angels, specifically in Blink. I don't think they're ever good again after this story, but I really like the Weeping Angels. But if I'm honest with you, it's not a 10 out of 10 like everyone says it is. People say, oh, it's like the best story of all time. It's not. I put it in amazing because I really like it, but I don't really like it. It's not that good. It's just good. Like it's really good, but it's not fucking amazing. Well, it is amazing. I put it in there, but it's not god tier. I do like the concept of the Weeping Angels. I think they're very smart, and I like what is it with Moffat and all of his plots just revolving around like weird time shit. I like the whole like what's his name? The police officer. I can't remember his name, but he gets zapped back, and then he comes to the present day as an old man and has to tell Sally about the DVDs and all of that. And it's a really clever story, and I really like it. But personally, for me, I just don't think it's really up there as one of the best. But it's good. I like it. Utopia. I really like Utopia. I think it's quite like the themes of the story are very good in that no matter how like they're at the end of the line, like there is nothing else they can do, but even at that point they fall back on their faith that there's got to be something out there, so they're looking for Utopia and setting off on their rocket because they just, they've just got faith in there being something for them there. I really like that. Jack obviously comes back, and the Masters reveal is fucking spectacular. Where would I put it? I want to put it in great. I think I will. I'll put it in great, just because the whole Master reveal and that scene with Jack and the Doctor in when Jack's in the radiation like room thing. I don't know. That conversation they have about asking Jack if he wants to die it's a really well acted scene. And yeah, the Masters reveal, fucking amazing. I liked Derek Jacobi's performance, the way he just switched up like that is really good. Then we got the Sound of the Drums and the Last of the Time Lords. That one is now that's tricky because everyone really hates it, and I kind of hate it too. But how much do I hate it is the question. I'm gonna put it in okay. I can even see the little like CG Doctor there. It's so bad, but it does have some redeeming factors. The whole Doctor and Master like relationship going on is really good. The Master's death, the death scene is quite good. But I kind of I like the way Martha is written in this story. I feel like that's quite good. It gave her her opportunity to, be good. And I don't know. I was gonna say, because obviously it's quite apparent that the Master was abusive to Lucy, and I was going to say that I wish they delved more into that, but honestly, I don't know. I don't think they should have. But I just don't know. Would it have been better if they did? Or is it something that should have been left up to, like, just... they don't need to explain it, they just imply it. Would that be better? I don't know. I think the ending's a bit bad with the whole, like, time being reversed and everyone just chanting the Doctor's name and he turns into Superman. But, like, can you imagine the state of the Doctor Who universe if they hadn't reversed time? Like, they just had to deal with it, and then in the next series is dealing with the ramifications of it. That would be so much more interesting and engaging, instead of just reversing time. It has absolutely no stakes. And if you were going to reverse time, then don't make it so, like, detrimental to the story. You, like, because they did, like, wipe out whole countries and shit, didn't they? Just don't do that. And the whole, like, wipe out 10% of the population. That has interesting ramifications for the rest of the series, but, you know, they fucked it up. But overall, it's fine. It's probably the weakest finale up until Series 10, in my opinion. Is that true? Yeah, I think that's true. People always shit on Hellbent. Hellbent's not that bad. We'll get to that. Voyage of the Damned. I've suddenly just been hit with a wave of what's it? Can't be arsedness. Like, I just sat there and I just looked at Voyage of the Damned, and I just got hit with just nothing. I have no excitement. I have no will to do this anymore. So I think I'm done now. I don't, like, it just came out of nowhere, but I don't even think I'm gonna. I don't even know if I'm gonna carry this on. I'm just done. Maybe I'll just do Voyage of the Damned, cap off season 3, because it is part of series 3, not series 4. I mean, Kylie's in it. Everyone sort of fucking dies. It's good. I would put it level with Gridlock and all of these. I think it's good. I think that's it though. I've been doing this for a while. Like, come on, man. I've got to go feed my dogs. Granted, I don't have to feed them yet, but I will have to feed my dogs. So, yeah, I've been doing this for an hour and 12. Cut me some slack. And I've done this for an hour and 12 minutes and covered 3 seasons of a 15-season show. That's like gonna be 6 hours. I need a break, so I'm done now. Bye, guys. Okay, so guys, we're back. I took like 45 minutes off. I went, had some food, fed my dogs, and now I realised that it wasn't the Doctor Who that was making me unmotivated, it was just hunger. So here I am, raring to go. I'll probably just keep this as part of the same video and just have like a cut. Probably. Where were we? Partners in Crime. Let me think here. I did already explain my thoughts on Donna. No, I'm not really a big fan. I do quite enjoy this episode. In the whole, like, them near missing each other, and then when they finally see each other, it's like, oh my god, no way, yay. The adipose are really weird. I'm not really big on the adipose, but, you know, they don't offend me either, so where would I put this? I'll probably put it in good. Yeah, it's just good. Just good. Fires of Pompeii. See, I really like the ending of the Fires of Pompeii. You know, where the Doctor and Donna, they both have to erupt the volcano in order to stop the. Is it the Pyrovales or the Pyrovales or something? They need to kill all the people in Pompeii in order to stop the Pyroviles. Oh, from Pyrovilia. Yeah, and then so it's a good parallel to the Doctor's own. You know, when he had to kill all the Time Lords to stop the Time War. It's not much different in that he had to destroy Pompeii, kill all those innocents in order to save the world. You know. And also, I like how Donna's there helping him do it. I think it really characterizes her as someone who's willing to, like, help the Doctor go through his struggles. She doesn't just sit and let him crack on with it. So I will put it in great. I'll put it in great. That seems reasonable because it's better than these. It's like it's got some good parts of it. Pyrovals aren't really for me, but they're not. They serve as a vessel to serve the story. It doesn't really matter how interesting they are. Where are you? Planet of the Ood. See, I used to really not like Planet of the Ood, but now I've sort of changed my stance on it. I think the messages it conveys about slavery, while they're not super deep, I definitely appreciate it more than I used to. I mean, I used to just dismiss it completely. I didn't even think of it. But I think just because of that, yeah, I like the whole the Ood in the cage, and that scene where they sing the Song of Freedom is really sad. Where I mean the villain, I don't even know the name of. He's not really that like good, to be honest. But I think it's good to show that some villains in the show are just humans and they are just assholes. But where would I put this? I'd probably put this in great as well. It's also Donna's first off-world adventure, and even she says like, "Oh, I only waited for you because I thought it was going to be like wonderful." And then she sees all that, and she's like, "Well, it's not." And then where are we? The Sontaran stratagem and the poisoned sky. See, I quite like this story. I mean, it's got the return of Martha, obviously. How good is it? I mean, oh yeah, obviously it's the return of the Sontarans. When was their last appearance? Was it the Invasion of Time? I'm trying to think. My dog's harassing me. Can I help you? Arr. Oi! Stop scratching me. She's like standing on her back legs, like standing against me. Where was I? Yeah, it's the Return of the Sontarans. I really like the design. I think that's true for a lot of the RTD1 designs, is that they were a lot more practical effects and makeup, and it actually looks better than the stuff they do in the modern series. Like, the Sontarans look good. I do quite like this story. Is this? I think this is also like the first big return of Unit, right? I think they had been mentioned in the scene briefly, but I think this is the first like big Unit adventure. So I feel like this is probably going to go in great as well. We're getting a lot of greats out of Series 4. I do find the second half of Series 4 a lot better than the first half, so I imagine we'll have some goats and amazings. The Doctor's Daughter, again, is just another one in Series 4. Like, people will say Series 4 is the best series, but like I've just been going through it now, they're good for the most part, but like, they're just sort of, they're just good. They're nothing more than that. The Doctor's Daughter, I like the twist that, they've only been fighting for 7 days, I think that was quite cool. But honestly, like, it's not that, like, it's fine. I like it, but it's not a lot more than that. Also, I think the ending of Jenny waking up and then flying off was a terrible decision. If you want the sacrifice to mean anything, she should have stayed dead. And then they brought her back just to not bring her back anyway. Brought her back to life, I mean. Why? Then they should have just let her die and had the sacrifice actually be impactful, because it is an impactful sacrifice, but as soon as you see her wake up, she's completely fine. It's lost all its meaning. And what makes it worse, the Doctor doesn't even know she's alive anyway. So the same objective is achieved, it's just worse. So I'd probably put it in good with the rest of these. We finally dropped down onto our next row now. The Unicorn and the Wasp is another one that I'm really not keen on. I think it's written by Gareth Roberts, and I know he's a bit controversial these days. It's just a bit of fun. Like it's a filler. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a fan of Agatha Christie or any of like Poirot and all that shit, so I don't think it's really for me. So I'd probably put it. So I'd put it in okay. I think it's probably the weakest of Series 4, to be honest. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, and the villain was a bit shit as well, I can't lie. It's the giant bee, and it was like the priest, and he just sits there going zzz. It's like, come on. Forest of the Dead. I think this is a really good two-parter. It's River's introduction. I put it in amazing, because I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's really good. I think the Vashta Nerada are perfect villains. Moffat, he nails it every single time. At least he used to. But I think it's a really good two-parter. I think River's whole arc, starting with Forest of the Dead, is just really, like, it's just really clever. Having her die in her very first story, and then everything later on is just building on that, trying to, build out her story, figure out who she really is to the Doctor. I think it's really good. I like the Vashta Nerada. They're quite cool. Anything else? Probably not. I mean, it does have some good scenes, like the scene where the Doctor saves River and all of that is it's obviously very good. But beyond that, I really don't think there's a lot. I think some members of the sidecast were a bit forgettable. Not all of them, but some of them were. Like, I don't know their names. Which, yeah, is definitely a drawback. Especially when you can do stories with memorable sidecasts, just like Satan Pit. Which is where is it? Oh, it's here. They could do it. Why couldn't Forest of the Dead? But anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Midnight. Solid 1 out of 10. No, I'm joking. It is god tier. It is one of the best episodes of all time. The sequel to Midnight, The Well, I saw it get so much praise, and actually I have a lot to unpack about The Well, which I don't know whether to do it now or do it later, but if I don't do it now, I think I might forget. So, people were saying all sorts of things. One of the things I want to address is, there were people saying, if you just compare it to Midnight, of course it's going to be a bad episode. But what else am I going to compare it to? It's a sequel to Midnight. Of course I'm going to compare it to Midnight. If you don't want me to compare it to Midnight, don't make a sequel to Midnight. It's going to get compared. And also, I'm pretty sure The Well was not intended to be a Midnight sequel. It's worse because of it. It ruins Midnight because people go, it doesn't tell you too much, but it does. Midnight was a one-off. It was interesting because we didn't know what it was. That was it. We know too much now. Like, you don't need to elaborate. And obviously I know we don't know everything about it, but we didn't need to know anything more. All we needed to know is it was something the Doctor didn't understand whatsoever, and that was it, and then it's gone. But focusing on Midnight itself, every single member of the sidecast is amazing. The way it shows that the Doctor without his companion, he's just a guy. There's nothing he can do. And when he's confrontational with them, physically, there's nothing he can do about it. They will like throw him around and drag him out. They try to kill him, and he just can't do anything about it. I find the Midnight Entity very engaging. It's very creepy, and you're just kind of locked in the whole time, trying to figure out what's going to happen. The way it imitates as well, and then it moves forward, and then goes to the next stage. It's really good. I also think it helps that, we usually have like Doctor Light stories. Companion Light stories don't really happen all that often, and I think it's Midnight definitely succeeds in being a good companion Light story. And can I just say, the reason Midnight was so good is because of the side cast. Like, it was the human interactions that made the episode good. It wasn't the creature itself. The well doesn't understand that. The reason Midnight is so good is because of how the people reacted to the situation, not because of the situation itself, if that makes sense. Whereas with the well, it's not focused on the people, it's focused on the creature, which is why it just fundamentally misunderstands what made Midnight good in the first place. I don't like the well. It's easier in my brain if I just don't class it as a sequel to Midnight, because it's worse, so much worse. Where are we at now? Turn Left. See, Turn Left's a really good one. I put it in God tier. It's a really good episode. This is Donna's, like, we've gone from a companion light to a Doctor Light. This is Donna's episode. It's fucking, Catherine Tate is amazing in this. Rose comes back in it too. I like that. And also you see Rose taking on a more of a like doctory role, obviously, in the time that's passed since she was last seen. She's obviously been doing stuff, you know. She's like the Doctor to this Donna. I really like it's like Love and Monsters if it wasn't bad, where it shows you all the stuff from someone else's perspective, but this time it's when it all goes wrong, and I love that. I love that the Doctor is gone and everything's just fucked, and there's nothing they can do about it. And also the scene that really gets me is Wilf when what's his name, Mr. something, I don't know, I can't remember, but when they're being taken away in the back of the truck with the soldiers, and they're being taken to the labour camps, and Wilf just stands there and he says, "Oh, labour camps, that's what they called them last time," and he just breaks out crying. It's fucking emotional. I love Wilf in that episode. I also find it really odd that in the Doctor Who Adventures magazine they had a little mini game in the book, and they said Mr. whatever his name is, I can't remember, has escaped the labour camp. Find him in this issue. It is fucking bewildering that they even made that. Who thought that was a good idea? But yeah, Turn Left's very good. And also its ending directly sets up Stolen Earth and Journey's End. I wouldn't class them as the same story though. Stolen Earth and Journey's End, it's really hype, and it's got a lot of good moments, but I feel like from a story perspective, it's kind of a bit bad in some elements. I feel like not everyone really. I feel like the biggest thing is the reality bomb and Davros. Why is he destroying reality? That's never what he's wanted. It just doesn't make sense, because wouldn't they kill themselves too? Like, I just don't understand. If there's nothing to rule over, then what would be the point? I just find that that's a bit cartoony and silly. Granted, I do like Davros's reveal. I think that's very good. And I also do like that at the start of the story, the Doctor's not there and they're just fucked. I like Sarah Jane's reaction to seeing the Daleks arrive. She literally thinks she's going to die, and she hugs her son. She's like, "Oh my god, you were so young." It's like, Jesus, she just thinks she's dead. But I think because of that, people criticise the ending of it. I've seen people criticise the ending, and I just don't understand, because it's a really good ending. And I think the Doctor wiping Donna's memory is absolutely tragic until they undid it in the 60th. But if we just ignore that and take it for what it is, it's a really good story. So I'll put it in amazing. It's not perfect. I would have once said it was my favourite. It's not anymore. But I still think it's really good. It's really solid. It ties everything together in a neat bow. This is the true conclusion to RTD1. It's really good. What, we're on to the specials now, right? Actually, let me think. I've just done 13 episodes in how long? Oh, 17 minutes. 13 episodes in 17 minutes. We're up from last time. That's good. That's good. We're moving at a brisker pace. The next Doctor. I don't think it's really for me. Honestly, I think the Cyber King's a bit silly, and I feel like the Cybermen as a whole are completely unutilized. Excuse me. They're not unutilized. They're underutilized, is what I meant to say. They never are. They're never used. Cybermen are body horror. That's what they should be, but they're just giant metal men. There's nothing about it, really. I like the whole Jackson Lake being, the answers in the fob watch. I like that. The fact that Jackson Lake is the Doctor, or, you know what I mean. And I like that. The emotional scene where he's like, oh, they killed my wife. I think that's good. So I'd probably put it in good. But not much above that, I don't think. Then Planet of the Dead, and it's always quite funny to me, Planet of the Dead, because it's a poor episode in my eyes. I'd say it's poor, but it works as a perfect mirror to Midnight, because when you think of Midnight, it's a bunch of strangers on a bus with the Doctor, and they all turn against him, and they're all under a lot of pressure. But Planet of the Dead is the opposite. It's a bunch of strangers on a bus, but they all are mates with the Doctor instead. And I find that quite funny that one of the shittest episodes is a parallel to one of the best. It's not that bad though. I feel like I'd probably put it in okay, because I do like it. I like the whole unit. I don't even really like them. They're not that good in it. I just like Malcolm, to be honest. I find him funny. But I put it in okay. I think that's reasonable. Pooh! We're onto the Waters of Mars, boys. The Waters of Mars is fucking goated. God tier. Put that straight in there. Excuse me, my headset cut off again. But the Waters of Mars is fucking beautiful. It's an amazing story. Whoever plays Adelaide Brooke, I don't know her name, is fucking amazing, and the side cast, they're all so good. And obviously the fucking water zombies are they're creepy as. And the ending, I can't believe they got away with that shit on a Doctor Who, the kids program. I can't believe they got away with that. It's she literally kills herself on the show that kids watch. I do wonder how many complaints they must have got. I bet they got a lot. But it is dark, and I find it so good with the Doctor, and he's the whole the laws of time are mine and they will obey me. I find that so good. The way he's this whole time he's been trying to honour the Time Lords, but now he's just there going, well, if I'm the last Time Lord, then who cares? The laws of time are mine. I'll do what I like. And I find that amazing. Fucking good plot. And it's just some of the moments, they take a pause. I'm just thinking about that scene where Adelaide, traps the Doctor. I think he's, between doors. She traps him in his suit. And it's just, it's just quiet, slow music, and they just have a dialogue, speaking to each other. And she's asking him what happens, and he explains it to her, and it's such a good tone, and just the way it's written. Doctor Who doesn't do that anymore. If you watch modern Doctor Who, it jumps. Just focus on the camera cuts. This is really weird, but they jump fucking camera cuts every half a second. It's deranged. It's just hard to watch. It's because Russell said it himself. He does this shit because he thinks the people that are watching have TikTok brains. They don't. I'm sure some of them do, but those ones aren't the ones you're meant to be appealing to. You don't need everything to be crazily fast-paced, jumping from A to B to C. The Waters of Mars didn't do that, and it was fucking amazing. Written by the same guy. It worked the first time. Just do it again. Oh, it's so good. The End of Time is... Whoo! So I'm going to put it in great, which might be controversial. It might not be. I'm not really sure. But it's not actually that good. I really like Wilfred. I find him quite entertaining. The Master's a bit... You know, I don't really care. I think it's quite common that people say part one's a lot worse than part two. That's definitely true, but I feel like even part two's not all that good until the end. I really like the ending, but the whole like everyone's becoming part of the master race is like just stupid. I just don't like it. Donna didn't really need to come back. I mean, it's fine that she did, but she didn't really. She wasn't really involved. Like, you could have done Wilfred without Donna, you know. But I mean, she was obviously there. I mean, I'm glad that they did. It doesn't take away from the episode in any regard. But the ending of The End of Time Part 2 is just, it's just beautiful. The way he goes back and visits every single one of his old companions is just so good. What is it? He goes to see Jack. He sees Rose. He sees Martha and Mickey, and lastly, not last, but, you know, he then goes to see Donna. And the way she's getting married, he gives her the lottery ticket. It's an amazing scene. And when Wilfred sees him leave, and he knows it's the last time, the way he salutes and he just like cries, it's so sad. And then obviously the regeneration. I honestly don't like. I find it sad, but I don't think it's that good of a regeneration compared to the others. I think 9, 11, 12 all had better regenerations. It's sad, and he's like, I don't want to go. Actually, that is something I critique this episode for heavily. I don't like that they treat regeneration as a death. I think it really harmed the 11th Doctor's era, because people started viewing it as, this is the guy that killed David Tennant, basically. But the way they portray it as a death, it's not a death. It's just change. And it was never like that before. They never portrayed it as death before. The Doctor's still the same guy, but you know. And anyway, he just comes back as 14 anyway. Just to hang around, so it's really lost its emotional weight since that happened. But you know, here we are. But you know, it's still good. It's still an emotional scene that I don't want to go, and then you know, Matt Smith pops out and goes, "Oh, legs! I've still got legs." Yeah, it's pretty solid. But you know, it's not one of my favourites. The 11th Hour. Woo! I'm putting that up in amazing, actually. Honestly, I think out of the two of them, the 11th Hour and Rose, I think the 11th Hour might be a better opener, to be honest. Which is a wild statement, and I might be completely wrong. But I just think the 11th Hour is just such a... It perfectly encapsulates who Eleven is as a character. It sets up the series arc, and the arc of 11 as a whole, with the silence and all of that, you know. And it builds up our cast too. Rory and Amy, it characterises them quite well. Yeah, I'd say the 11th Hour is pretty solid for an opener. Probably the best in Series 5, to be honest. In fact, it might even be my favourite 11th Doctor story, full stop. Which is worrying, considering I've not put it in God tier, so there might not be any God tiers for 11. I guess we'll find out. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I really don't think there will be. Except maybe Day of the Doctor. I like that. But yeah, it's a really good opener. Although, that scene where the Atraxi, they're with him on the roof, and he's like... Cause the day's won, but just to hit the final nail in the coffin, he calls them back. And just, it characterises him so much, because he calls them back, and then he hits them with some aura, and goes, hello, I'm the Doctor. Basically, run. I think it's really good. There we are. The Beast Below. See, I used to really not like The Beast Below. On like a rewatch, because I watched them more recently. The Beast Below, I think, is. I think it's good. I think the monsters, like those weird fucking booth things, are really odd, and I don't really know why they exist. Like, I honestly don't know. I think the whole Star Whale plot is a really good idea, and I also like the whole because it sets it up at the start of the episode that the Doctor doesn't stand by when children cry, and then Amy notices that and applies it to the Star Whale. I find that it really characterises her. I think it's a really good part of the story, and it also brings them closer. You know, the Doctor and Amy. It establishes her as his real companion. Yeah, no, it's good, but that's about it. Yeah, I'd say it's good because it does slack a little bit, but not all that bad. Like, just look at the other ones in good. It's not that bad. It's doing all right. Victory of the Daleks is really bad. I would put it in bad because it's just not good. And also the fact that Eleven's just mates with Churchill, it's not a criticism of the episode itself. I just find it really odd that they did that. But the story of the episode is just bad. I don't really have a lot beyond that, to be honest. It's just a bit shit. What was his name? The Doctor man. Not well, obviously there's the Doctor, but the other one, is he even a doctor? I think he's just a scientist. Edwin Bracewell. There we go. That's his name. I don't really like the way that they handled that, because him being, you know, a construct, him finding out he's not real, should have mattered more, but it kind of didn't, beyond, oh, he must have Dalek information in him, and that's about it. I suppose there is one scene where the Doctor crashes out against the Daleks. He's like, "You are my enemy, and I am yours." And it's like, okay, cool. Alright, this Doctor definitely hates the Daleks then. I feel like it was very quick to bring the Daleks in. I feel like, because it's 11, it was their new era, they thought it might be a failure after David Tennant. They needed to rush the Daleks out the door as quick as they could, and I think it suffers for it, because it's just a bit bad. Flesh and Stone, Time of Angels of Flesh and Stone. I really like this two-parter. This is River's first appearance since Silence in the Library, and I think it does really well with her. Because this is the first time we've actually seen... the Doctor knows who she is by now. River knows who he is. It's the first time we actually see them together where they actually know each other. Because obviously they had adventures off-screen that we didn't see. So they know each other better. And that cliffhanger at the Time of Angels, when the Aplans, they didn't really build it up much. I think they referenced it one time, like 2 minutes prior, but the whole, oh, all the statues are angels is like, oh shit. I really like that. So yeah, I'd probably put it in great. I think it's great. And I also like the whole when 11 has that speech to Amy when she can't see. I like that it's actually him from the Big Bang coming back through the time cracks. I really like that, because you actually see, if you watch the scene, you can see he's wearing his jacket, which is really odd, because look, if you see in the picture, he's taken it off, but if you look, you can see his arm has his sleeve in that scene, and you go, oh shit, it's because, you know, it's him from the future where he's wearing his jacket, which I think is quite cool. Anyway, Vampires of Venice. is this is Rory's first proper adventure after the 11th hour. It's really weird. Did you say something about mummy? I don't even know where I'd put this. I think I'll probably put it in okay. I like it. It's fine, but it is a bit bad. And I do like Rory, like just in general, so that's a plus. But really, this story's not very strong. Yeah, and I also find it really weird that I saw a video breaking down the Matt Smith era, and they went into depth on this story in particular. So the villain is some like fish from another planet. It just accept it. And they're nearing extinction, and so they're going to drown the world and rebuild their planet here, which is like I don't understand, because they ask the Doctor for help. Why doesn't he offer to help and take them away? Because like, are you telling me there's no planet they could have been taken to where they could have, been there peacefully? They wouldn't have had to drown Venice for it. I just find it really odd that the Doctor doesn't do that, but instead just decides to kill them all. Yeah, it's a bit odd. Amy's Choice. I think this is a really good episode. I really like, what's his name? The guy who plays the Dream Lord. I don't know his name, but I think he's really good. He's a really good villain. And the fact that it's the Doctor the whole time, I think, by today's standards, it's a bit of a shit reveal because everyone just sort of knows it's him. But watching that the first time, you're like, oh shit, it was the Doctor the whole time. And when he's like, oh, no one hates me more in the universe than you do, it's like, oh, damn, he just hates himself that much. Crazy. And also, when you watch it back and realise everything the Dream Lord's saying to Amy is stuff that's part of the Doctor's subconscious, like, which one would you really choose when he's talking about the Doctor and Rory and all of that, and just like, it's just really good. And also, it kind of parallels a bit with the Valiard from Trial of a Time Lord. The Doctor's got that darker side to him, and it being personified. And I like how at the end, when the Doctor looks in a reflection, he can see the Dream Lord staring back at him, so he's never really gone. But yeah, I think it's a really good story. Also, I feel like it shows you've got the Doctor's world, and you've got Rory's world. This is the one Rory likes, this is the one the Doctor likes, and it is Amy's choice. It's which man does she want? Which world does she want? The worlds are, because that is the point. It's the Doctor's subconscious asking her, what does she really want here? Does she want to be with the Doctor, or does she want to be a Rory? That's why the two worlds are framed the way they are. Yeah, I mean, I think the ending of them both being fake, I get why they did it. There wasn't really much other option, but yeah, I guess it kind of shows that she'd pick both. I don't really get the ending, to be honest. They didn't really need to do it, though. They could have just had it be the Doctor's. That the one with the cold star could have just been real. Because they're on the TARDIS and that. They could have just. Well, I do think it does well for Amy and Rory's relationship, where he dies. Is it the first time he dies? But he dies. And she says, she's like, oh, I didn't realise, but right now I know that I don't want to live here if Rory's not here. It really characterises her and builds their relationship. I like that. So where would I put it? I'd put it in great. That seems reasonable, right? Because, like, the concept... I keep going on about concepts, but the concept is really good. But I feel like each of the actual dangers themselves are a bit boring. But no, great is still a good category to be in, don't get me wrong. Like, we're in there at the end of time and all school reunion and all that. You're doing well. Doomsday's in here. What are you complaining for? Now, The Hungry Earth and Cold Blood is... I do like this story, and I think it's got a good message behind it. It highlights, prejudice on both sides about the other. That's a good theme in the story. It's also got Rory's death in it too. His next one, the one where he gets erased from time. That's quite important to the series overall. I don't really know, to be honest. I think I'll put it in okay, because it's still not that good, but it's fine. Is that reasonable? I feel like that's reasonable. It's also set in 2020, which I find quite funny. The 1 year you had to pick one to be set in, you had to pick the one where everyone's in fucking lockdown. Although maybe it's in like February 2020. Maybe everything's alright. I just got a message. Oh, it's my dad telling me to put the washing in the tumble dryer. Little does he know, I've already done it. Already. Actually, no, I'll just say, yep. And a thumbs up. If I say, yeah, I've already done it, that'll just be like me being a bit cringe, going, oh, look at me, I've already done it. But if I just say, yeah, then it's fine. Vincent and the Doctor is a really good story. I said I wouldn't put any in God tier above the 11th hour, but honestly, Vincent and the Doctor, because it's the reason I didn't think of that is because it works well as part of Doctor Who, but it works well just as on its own as well. Vincent's the star of this episode, not the Doctor. That's why it didn't really cross my mind. But it's a really amazing episode from start to finish. Just the whole. I mean, even the fact that the creature is obviously a metaphor, being something he can only see and fight and no one else can, is like, it's a bit on the nose, but I like that. My headset shut off again. But it's a really good story, and I think the ending is just fucking like that. Is such an amazing ending. The way he sees it, all that his work get praised, and he's just there in absolute bits, and it's amazing. I'm trying to think, does it really do a lot for Amy and the Doctor? I really don't think it does. It's the first journey without Rory, but beyond that, it's not really, a lot to do with them. I don't think they really get a lot out of it. But, it's still a very good story. But yeah, I like it. The Lodger, right, the Lodger is divisive. Everyone hates it. I don't. I think this is a common theme here. It's just like Love and Monsters all over again. I like The Lodger. I find it fun to watch. Do I think it's good? No. Do I think it's well written? No. But I do find it funny. I hate James Corden. I like Craig. Just like Jack Harkness. I hate John Barrowman. I like Jack Harkness. Where would I put it though? I feel it feels unkind to put it here, so I'm going to put it here. I'll put it in okay. While I might enjoy to watch it more than some of these, deep down I know it's not as good as them, so I'll put it here. And then we've got the Pandorica Opens the Big Bang. It's a pretty decent finale, I can't lie. I think my sister said it's her favourite story, which was a bit weird for me to hear. I don't think that would be a favourite, but to each their own. I think it's a good finale-ish. I think the whole Pandorica just being opened by one press of the sonic screwdriver was a bit dumb. um, but I think it does well for Rory. You know, him waiting 2,000 years really like characterizes him, and I love the word characterize, but it does. Shows the kind of lengths he's willing to go to, and of course, you know, Amy remembers who he is, and the fact that it was all a trap for the Doctor. I feel like there's an idea for a really good plot in there, but it didn't really come out fully. I still think it was really good, and I think it perfectly wraps up Series 5 with them. It starts with her running away from her wedding, and then it ends with her getting married with Rory, which is obviously like a bit, you know, what else are they going to do? But I like that it doesn't come full circle, but it's just like, we got our start, we got our end. Series 5 is just, it's like Series 1 where I said it's just its own little self-contained thing. I feel like Series 5 is quite like that. You could just watch Series 5 and that be it. It's very standalone, I think. But where would I place it? I would put it in great. I'll put it in great. That seems fair. It's in there with the End of Time, Sontaran, and Planet Ood. I feel like they're pretty level. In fact, I could probably do more categories, to be honest. I need to split these up into further sections. I won't, but I should. Because now I feel a bit dirty having Doomsday and Big Bang in there together, but I also wouldn't put Doomsday up here, so it needs its own little category. And then I'll do A Christmas Carol. Now, I really like A Christmas Carol, and I think most people do. It's my favourite Christmas special. I think the whole twist of the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come was a really clever way of doing it, showing his younger self, his present, and that's just like really smart. Moffat. He usually gets really convoluted and complicated, but this is one of the occasions where he actually did it right. It was very clever. Where would I put it? Probably here. Yeah, that seems fair. Right. On to Series 6. How long have I been recording? 45 minutes. Yeah, nah. I'm done. My throat feels dry. I want to die. But that's 5 seasons we've done out of 15. But they get lower. So how many do we have left? There's 14 along here. 8 times 14 is 112, I think. That's 121 left out of 100. Oh man, I've got so much left. How much even is that? That's like loads. But okay, yeah, but I'll get to it, and don't worry for you, it'll just be a simple cut. Look, I just snapped my fingers there, but watch, I'll snap my fingers again, and it'll cut, and suddenly it'll be a new clip, and it might even be a new day, but you won't know. I will. Look, watch. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I'm back. It's been a day for me. Obviously, it just happened like that. For you, obviously. And yeah, where are we at? Series 6. Yeah, Impossible Astronaut, Day of the Moon. I actually quite like this story. I'm at a bit of a loss for words. It's been a while, I just need to think. I did actually watch this episode not that long ago, and I think the whole Series 6 arc with the Doctor's death, I think it does work quite well. I find it quite entertaining. I mean, obviously you know he's not going to die, and that something's going to happen, but I don't think that takes away from it. It's more figuring out how and why. And River can get a bit complicated and overly convoluted, but I think I quite like the whole River and Doctor relationship throughout most of Series 6, to be honest. Um, but yeah, I also think the Silence, I think they're quite an interesting villain as well, with the whole, like, you look away, you completely forget they were there. It's definitely an interesting idea. So, where would I put it? Um, I'd probably put it in good, because I don't really think it's like, I don't think it's the perfect two-part story, and it's definitely a step down from Series 5, but I still enjoy it. I still think it's a good story, but yeah, I don't think it's that good. So yeah, I feel like that's a fair place to put it. Um, a lot of Series 6 is going to be quite poor, I think. It's not really for me, which I just noticed because I'm just reading it now and I'm seeing all of these, and I'm not really a big fan of most of them. The Curse of the Black Spot, I think most people would probably agree that it's not really that good. Um, uh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the Curse of the Black Spot. Am I even? I am recording myself. Good. I just had a bit of paranoia. Um, I see. I've heard it ties into the Smugglers from Hartnell's era, but I don't really know how. I've briefly watched The Smugglers a few times, but because it's one of the missing episodes, I find it really hard to concentrate with those. Because obviously there's no visual. Well, there is visual, but not a lot, so you have to kind of listen out. Which is what I like the animations, because at least with those I can lock in and watch it properly. But the missing episodes can tend to be lost on me a bit in some areas. Not that the animated ones aren't missing episodes, but you know what I mean. But yeah, so I suppose that's good that they tie into it. I think that it's just a bit of a meh kind of episode. Like, it's we're right at the start of the series and they're shoving filler in already. Like, it is a filler episode. If you skip Curse of the Black Spot, which I think is true for a lot of Series 6, is you won't miss anything. I quite like Captain Avery. I think he's quite an interesting character. Um, the crew were a bit uninteresting. They're not, like, I don't know any of their names. They're just kind of there. I find the idea of the actual creature itself, the siren, being like hopping out of reflective surfaces. I think that's quite a good um, quite a good idea and twist, because at first they thought it was just the water, and then they're like, oh shit, no, it's reflection, and so that I like that. Rory dies again. I think he does die, because they unplug him from the life support and he dies, and then he gets CPR. So yeah, he did die. But where would I put it? Honestly, I'd probably put it in bad. Um, I have a hard time. Like, I think the long game is better than the Curse of the Black Spot. So yeah, I don't think it's terrible either. So I'll just put it there. It's very meh. The Doctor's Wife it's actually I think it's a pretty decent episode, to be honest. It's written by Neil Gaiman. I know he's a bit controversial now, um, but forget that. The episode itself is yeah, I think it's really good. It's a really I always say, oh, it's a really interesting concept, a really interesting idea. Having the TARDIS become a person and speak with the Doctor is like one of the most interesting ideas they could have done in the show, and I think because the TARDIS is always there from the start of the show to now. It's a constant. It's a constant in the show. While everything's changing, if anything, that's the one thing that stays the same. And I think the kind of conversations they have are really unique, because like, what other show could do that? The TARDIS has been with him the whole time. It's the only person, I say person loosely, it's the only person that can actually relate to the Doctor and knows what everything he's been through. You know, it's the only person who's really his equal. Um, you know, for the most part. I mean, I just find it to be quite a cool idea. Um, I also like the whole stuff with the whole bubble universe and Amy and Rory in the TARDIS. I like all of that too. I think that's really cool. Anything else? Oh yeah, I mean, it's got a problem that a lot of Series 6 does, is that this is still a filler. Like, not that filler's bad, but it's just like it. There's no if this episode didn't exist, it wouldn't make a difference. Which I think it doesn't harm it because it's still good, but I feel like when you have too many episodes that don't matter, it makes the series as a whole kind of like I don't really know. You probably know what I'm trying to say. But anyway, the episode itself I quite like. I'd probably put it in. Do I want to put it in good or do I want to put it in great? I'll put it. I'll put it in. Oh man, I'll put it in great. I think great's pretty fair. Oh, right. This is going to be divisive. The Rebel Flesh and the Almost People, the two-part with the gangers, and I used to really think this episode was poor. Actually, just a side note, why is it that every single episode in the first half of Series 6 is really dark? Not dark thematically, I just mean literally dark. Like, I mean, I suppose at the start of The Impossible Astronaut, you have them in the desert, don't you? Okay, so I got interrupted, but I'm back now. What I was saying, we're on the Rebel Flesh, weren't we? And the Almost People. Yeah, why is it that every episode in the first half of Series 6 is just really dark? And like I said, I don't mean thematically, I mean literally. Like, the visuals, and not to say it looks bad, like, it obviously doesn't. I just find it a bit odd that, except for the start of The Impossible Astronaut, they're all very dark episodes, like, because like The Impossible Astronaut and Dare the Moon, once they've left 2011, it's a pretty dark visually episode. Curse of the Black Spot is set at night on that ship. The Doctor's Wife, obviously. So, is it? Would I say on house? But you know, there it's quite dark too. And then the Almost People, the Rebel Flesh, also a dark two-parter. Because it's mainly set in like a church or a castle or something, isn't it? And then A Good Man Goes to War is also very dark. It's just really weird to me that they chose to do that, but fair enough. Like I said, I don't think it's bad. I just find it odd that every single episode is like that. Anyway, yeah. Speaking about the actual story itself, I actually really like this story. I never used to, and I know a lot of people don't. But I think at its core, I really like some of the things they try to do with the Ganger Doctor, and like it doesn't make a lot of sense at the end where it goes, oh, the Doctor and the Ganger switched, and he says himself, he goes, it was me the whole time. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Where's my... It's my dog. Yeah, get out. She was climbing under my bed. I don't like it when she goes under my bed. Come on. Maneuver yourself. Actually, come here. Lay down. Lay down. Good girl. Stay there. Where was I? Yeah, with the Doctor being the Ganger, I like it, and I think it's really... I think it works really well with all the scenes with Amy, and she's just got this prejudice against the Ganger Doctor, and then him saying, "Oh, it was actually me the whole time." I think that's a really good idea, and I like that. I also just like the episode in general with the whole. I think the themes of the episode with I think mainly the biggest one is prejudice against people that are not like themselves. I think it's got I think it's got really good messaging behind the episode, if that makes sense. I mean, I haven't really thought it through that much, but that's just the impression I got when I watched it recently. So I don't really know where I'd put it. I think I'd probably put it in good. I think a lot of these are going to go in good. Yeah, like I said, I like it, but I, I don't like it that much. It's not really up here. It's sort of like, because it is a bit meh for a lot of it. As much as I like it, and I like the characters, and I think it's a really interesting idea, it's just not really that, like, exciting, or, you know. And I mean, it does do well to set up A Good Man Goes to War at the end. And it's like, oh, Amy was a ganger the whole time. So I suppose it's important to the series overall, but yeah, I just, as much as I do like it, I think it does suffer from just being a bit boring at some points. So yeah, I'll put it there. And then A Good Man Goes to War. I think it's a really good episode. I know a lot of people don't. Some people click with it, some people don't. For me, I very much do. Obviously, there are things I would change, but for the most part, I think the whole river reveal and just the episode in general with all the characters I like. The introduction of the Paternoster gang, obviously. Madame Kavarian, I think, is quite a... She doesn't really have a lot of screen time overall, but I think she's definitely well performed, if anything. I did actually hear rumour that Jack was meant to be in this episode, but he couldn't do it because of Miracle Day. That might just be a rumour, but that's what I've heard. But yeah, the episode's pretty solid overall. Obviously, very important to the overall series arc. I'm just trying to think anything else. And it does also, I feel like this is probably 11. Up until this point, it's probably him at his... would I say it's his darkest? When there's that scene where he's like, oh, I want you to tell your men to run away. That whole scene, he's sort of a bit angry, pissed off, you know. He's because obviously they've taken Amy and the baby. He's really not very happy about that one, is he? So I think this is probably his Doctor at his darkest until this point. And so yeah, I do think it's a really good episode, but I think I'll put it in great. Mainly because because it looks like I'm just really biased to the old episodes, but I just feel like there was a bit of a standard slip. Like once we got past RTD1, as much as I enjoy Matt Smith's era, like that most of them are in good or great, or you know, there are really good episodes in there. But I feel like just in general, if you take an average episode from RTD1 and an average episode from the Matt Smith era, it's just like, I don't know, there's just something about it, and it's not the same. Well, obviously it's not the same, but I just feel like it sort of decreased in quality. But not that it's bad, I just think it's worse. Let's Kill Hitler is a really weird episode. I have no idea why it was made. It's sort of a bit insensitive as well to all the people who died in World War II. It's a really odd episode. I suppose it's kind of good with River's reveal, and I mean it sets up. Is it the Tesselector, which was bad in the Wedding River song? I don't like the Tesselector, but it does set it up, so it's sort of important. Importance doesn't equal being good, by the way. It's just something I want to bring up, if it is or not. Yeah, it really doesn't do a lot for River, like in terms of character. Like, obviously it's her not her introduction, but like her first story as River. But it's not a good one. And it's really odd to me that, like, I know regeneration is supposed to change who they are, like, but when the Doctor changes, they're still the Doctor. But Mel and River are so different. It's like they're not the same person. It's really weird. Yeah, I just don't even understand why they made this story. Like, you could have done anything. They decided to do a story about going to kill Hitler and having to save Hitler. It's just mad. Why did they do that? So yeah, I'd probably put it in terrible, to be honest. I really think it's quite bad. Yeah, it is really bad. I've just noticed is Fear Her. It's our only one that's in unwatchable at the minute. I wonder how many more will go down there. I honestly don't think any will go down there until the Chibnall era. I think back in the day, I used to I used to say Fear Her was my least favourite. So I think if that still holds up from Series 1 to Series 10, then because some of the Chibnall era and a lot of the RTD2 era I really don't like, so I assume we'll be padding that out a little bit. When we get there, Night Terrors is another one that I think's really bad. In fact, it might actually be going in unwatchable. Speaking of, it's just really child actors are really like. It's not the child's fault that they're bad at acting, because they're children. Obviously, they don't have the experience or anything. But child actors are still bad for the most part. And this story, I don't remember the boy's name, but that boy is horrifically acted. And obviously, it's like I said, it's not his fault. A lot of child actors are bad, but it doesn't make it any less true. So yeah, that's really a problem I have with it, and I just think the whole it's just a really odd plot, to be honest. I don't really understand why it exists. I don't even know what was going on, to be honest. Yeah, I actually don't really remember. I know it's like the boy. Yeah, no, because the boy's like he's like an alien or something, isn't he? Yeah, it's a really poor one. I can't lie. So I'd put it in unwatchable with Fear Her, to be honest. But now I don't think there'll be any down there. He says there probably will be though. I've said that. The Girl Who Waited, I think, is a really good story. I just brushed my mic. Sorry. I think it's a really good story. I think it's probably Amy's best story in Series 6. And obviously, I love the parallels between, obviously, Rory waited a long time for Amy. Waiting is a big theme in this whole Doctor's run, the 11th Doctor's run. It's just that scene right at the end where the Doctor leads it up to Rory, he can choose between saving the young Amy and the older Amy. It's a really good scene, and the way Amy, she's like, "Oh, you love me, don't let me in." It's really emotional. It's it's a very good episode. Where would I put it though? Is a good question. I think I'll put it in great. It's pretty great. I like it. They reused the set for what episode was it? I don't know. I remember seeing it like a fun fact, and it's in another episode, but I don't remember which one. I think it might have been. I mean, they reused multiple sets. I think it might have been The Girl in the Fireplace, so that outside section was. But I swear there was another place as well. I don't know. I mean, they reuse sets all the time, so it's not really that interesting, is it? But do I have anything else to say about that episode? I think Rory. Obviously, it's very much Amy's episode, but Rory in that is really good, and it's not really a Doctor Light episode, but it kind of is, in a sense, because he's locked in in the TARDIS. Well, I don't think he's locked in the TARDIS, but he just can't go outside for the whole episode. So yeah, I think it's pretty good. It pushes Amy and Rory's relationship. It builds on that quite a lot, I think. Yeah, probably. The God Complex. See, I know everyone really loves it. I never used to like it. I don't know why, because it is actually a good episode, and everyone was right. Um, See, I say really good. It's not that good, but it's a really cool idea. See, I'm going on my way to not say concept anymore, but it's a really cool idea. The like ever expanding hotel, and then the Minotaur, who like pushes them, like it induces so much fear that they fall back on their faith. I think it's a really good episode. I think the cast are quite good, especially what's her name, Rita. I think Rita was quite good, like the companion who never was really. I think David Walliams is a bit funny in that. I don't know why he's in it, but you know, fair play. Yeah, he's good in that. Um, yeah, and then there's the rest of the cast too. I think they all pretty much did a good job. Um, where would I put it though? I think I would probably just put this in good though. Yeah, I'll put it in good because actually no, I'll put it in great because it does have some good character moments, especially with Eleven and Amy. That whole scene where it's kind of like the Curse of Fenric, where she has to lose her faith in him in order to, like get away or whatever. You know what I mean. I think that's a really good scene. So yeah, I'll put it in great because it is a pretty decent episode. Um, yeah, definitely one of the better ones of Series 6. Series 6 is a bit bipolar, where it's either really bad or really good. I say really good, like, it's either good or bad. That's about it. um, Closing Time, it's just a poor man's, what's it called? I can't remember. What's it called? I'm not looking at the screen. I know it. The Lodger. It's just a shit version of the Lodger. And so it would be impossible to put it any higher than the Lodger. And this is another one where the Cybermen return in the most dumb fucking way possible. They never do the Cybermen justice. It's like, this is probably the worst Cyberman episode. People always say it's Nightmare in Silver, but this is far worse. This is the worst Cyberman episode. I suppose, like, I don't really know why they decided to bring back Craig, but I guess it's like having an episode related to an older episode helps build out the world continuity. You know, I suppose there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a bit of an odd choice. You just used up a whole episode. And this could have just been part of the 2-part finale, but they obviously decided to only do a 1-part finale for some reason. Yeah, it's really weird. I suppose the ending where it sets up River in Lake Silencio was quite good, but the episode itself, I suppose beyond the fact that it's just a bit of fun, sort of like the Lodger was, there's not really a lot going on. Like, I suppose the Doctor and Craig are quite a fun duo. So, yeah, where would I put it? I'd probably have to put it in bad, just because it can't be any higher than okay. But I feel like the way they treated the Cybermen, at least in the Lodger, it didn't really matter because there wasn't any bearing on the overall plot. Not really. I mean, there was a bit with the like time machine thing in the loft, not the loft, like the second floor. I suppose there was a bit, but not enough, like, not a lot. With this, I feel like it was a bit more egregious, where they've just sort of like not ruined the Cybermen, but they've taken something that is good and done it badly, so it's more offensive, if that makes sense. Then Wedding of River Song definitely should have been a 2-part story. I've no idea why it wasn't. I mean, it was the same as Series 7. It's a bunch of 1-parters. Why? Why did they sack off 2-parters? Did they think that they didn't work anymore or something? I mean, obviously they changed their mind. They brought it back. Series 9 is riddled with 2-parters. yeah, I just don't know why they did it. The actual episode itself, though, I suppose it doesn't really wrap up River's arc, but once this story is done, we pretty much know everything we need to know about River. Um, Obviously, except for Darillium, but we know who she is by this point. We know what she did. She killed the Doctor and all of that. She married him, so we know everything about her. So it didn't wrap up her arc, but it kind of softly wrapped it up, if that makes sense. I mean, it wrapped up the whole Series 6, and she was a big part of Series 6, so obviously that makes sense. I like the whole like wedding. I mean, that's the episode, but I mean, like when they actually get married, I think that's quite good. With Rory and Amy are obviously there. I think the idea of the whole world being a bit like cooked is a really good idea, and it's just not how they recognise it. I think I like that. What would I? Yeah, the test selector. I really hate the fact that it turns out, oh, it wasn't the Doctor the whole time. It's a bit of a. It's cheap. It's a cop out. Moffat does that a lot with his finales. He did that with the Doctor's name in Name of the Doctor. He did it with the hybrid as well. It's just like it's just a cop out, and I hate it. Obviously, the Doctor couldn't have died, but you could have done it a better way than that. There's got to be a better way than that because it's just so bad. And if there's not a better way than that, then don't write the plot in the first place. Don't say the Doctor died. Don't say the Doctor dies if you can't write a satisfactory explanation to explain why he won't. Just don't do it. But where would I put it? Oh, it's difficult. It is difficult. I'm gonna have to put it in okay. Really. Part of me did want to put it in good, but I just feel like it's not that good. Yeah, it's got a lot of issues with it, and I think that's kind of holding it back. If it was a two-part story, maybe it could have been a bit better, but so much happens in such a short amount of time that it just kind of isn't enough. So yeah, I'm gonna put it in okay. And how many have I just done? Where did I start? I did the Rebel Flesh deal with people, so I've done 9 episodes since I started this recording, and how long's that taken me? 20 minutes. Okay, so we're back on that kind of track. Okay. The Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe is it's like something I don't really like about Matt Smith Christmas episodes. Besides obviously Time of the Doctor, is that they're not really that like relevant overall to. No, sorry, that's not what I mean. I mean the fact that they don't. What am I trying to say? Amy and Rory aren't really in A Christmas Carol or The Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe. And as much as I love A Christmas Carol, I think it's perfect. I just feel like the fact that you don't have those companions there is really odd to me. I don't get why they do it. The Doctor, and the Widow, and the Wardrobe is a bit odd. I just don't like the fact that Amy and Rory are never anywhere to be seen during these specials. I mean, obviously there's an in-universe reason. They think he's dead. Or, I mean, they know he's not, but he doesn't know that. But, yeah, I mean, this episode's a bit mid. I mean, it's got good Christmas vibes, which is the point of Christmas specials, I guess. I guess Moffat's Christmas specials, they always felt Christmassy. So, they did succeed at the one thing they were meant to do. But besides that, I don't really. The villain's a bit naff, to be honest. I suppose the idea of the dad going off to war and dying is quite emotional for them. But I mean, we don't really see a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I think I worded that badly. Yeah, I like the idea that the dad's gone off and then the wife doesn't want to tell her kids, so she wants to give him a nice Christmas beforehand, and that I just like, I feel like them somehow managing to save him at the end is kind of like a bit bad, to be honest. And yeah, like I said, the villain's a bit bad, but overall, I don't think it's bad. I think it's okay. I'd probably put it in okay, because it is just a bit okay. Like, whenever you hear top 10 best Christmas specials, this is always at the bottom, and yeah, that's kind of where it belongs. But yeah, it's not bad. It's just a filler. There's a lot of filler in the Matt Smith era. I mean, besides the ending where the Doctor comes back and he's like, "Oh, hey, I'm not dead." Actually, there is something this episode did screw up, and it's the confusing Series 7A. The timeline for that is really cooked. If you don't know, look into it, but it's really cooked because at the time, Series 5 and Series 6, they were sort of running on the same timeline as we do, where Series 5 is 2010, Series 6 is 2011. But in this special, 2 years have passed since the finale of Series 6, and that was just the starter, because then, by Asylum of the Daleks, another year has passed, and then, by the Power of 3, she says like 10 years or something has passed since they met, putting it in like 2018 or something. I mean, it doesn't make sense for it to be in 2018, but that's what they say. But yeah, this special kind of kicked that off. Not that that's anything wrong with the special, I just wanted to note it. But yeah, I'd put it in okay, that seems reasonable. Pippa, what do you want? My dog's climbing on me. What's the next one? Asylum of the Daleks. Pippa, what do you think of Asylum of the Daleks? Not a lot by the sounds of it, which is pretty fair. I think this episode's... I feel like this episode could have been so good, like, but it just ends up being a bit okay. Like, can you imagine a planet full of broken Daleks? And I saw a post not that long ago. Well, I mean, it was that long ago. It's probably a few years ago, saying that this episode will work so much better as a Cybermen episode, and it would. Having it be a planet of rundown Cybermen would be such a cool concept. I mean, the Daleks are fine, and I feel like Moffat really likes bringing back the Daleks, so he just does it all the time. But I just feel like it would have worked better as a Cybermen episode. I think I like the Oswin reveal of her being the Dalek the whole time. I think that was a really cool reveal, and also with Rory and Amy, I feel like the whole scene where she reveals that she's can't have kids is a really emotional scene. I think that's quite well done. Yeah, and obviously the Ponds going through their marriage troubles is quite a strong theme in this episode. But yeah, I think this episode, I think it's good, but I don't think it's that good. Where would I put it? I think I'll put it in good. With yeah, that sounds about fair. Reasonable. I mean, all I've done is praise it, and I haven't criticised it at all. All I've done is put it in good, but I don't know. I just don't think it does enough for me for it to be any higher than that. Really, there's nothing particularly wrong with it, other than, like I said, I think it should have been a Cybermen episode. And they don't really show us enough of like these deranged Daleks. Not really. I mean, the whole point of the episode was that the Daleks are too scared to go down there, and then it really wasn't even that bad in the end. I mean, there were a few just Daleks that were like they weren't insane because they were just broken. That was it. So yeah, definitely missed opportunity with it. Where are we at now? Dinosaurs on a spaceship. This is a Chibnall, isn't it? Am I wrong? Oh no, the Power of 3 is a Chibnall. Wait. Which one's a Chibnall? I think it's the Power of 3 that's the Chibnall one. Not dinosaurs. It's one of the two. I'm pretty sure it's Power of 3. Anyway, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. I barely remember. I've probably seen it like 2 or 3 times, and every single time I clock out. for the most part, I generally know what happens, but I can't really sit there and give a detailed criticism of why I don't like it, because it's just so just meh. I like Brian. I think he's quite a fun character. I feel like whenever they show the companions' families, that's something we need to see more of, which is really weird with the Matt Smith era, because in the series 5 finale they bring back Amy's family and we never see them again. I like that we see Rory's dad. Yeah, Brian. He's a chill guy with his trowel. What sort of man doesn't carry a trowel? And yeah, I mean, it doesn't really do a lot in terms of like character growth. I feel like this was the last 5 episodes of the Ponds. This is a bit of a naff one to do. They could have done something a bit more, important or better. So yeah, it's a bit of a bad one, to be honest. So I'll probably put it in bad. Would I put it in terrible? Actually, I think I'll put it in terrible. Yeah, terrible. A Town Called Mercy is definitely an improvement on the last episode. I think the villain, he just looked fucking cool, to be honest. I think the idea that he was part of a war and he was just so like mutilated by it, been turned into this weapon, and him trying to get revenge is a really interesting idea. And the parallel between the Doctor and that scientist that I can't remember the name of, it's so good. And the way when he says to the Doctor, he goes, "Oh, looking at you is like looking in a mirror," and then the Doctor he gets enraged at him, and it's like it's the Doctor getting angry at himself because they're the same. The Doctor did horrible things during the war for the sake of, the Doctor did horrible things during the war for the greater good, just like this guy did. He mutilated that man and turned him into a weapon because that's what he had to do. And even though it was a horrible thing to do, what choice did he have? And yeah, I think it's a really good episode, to be honest. Amy and Rory, I don't really care for them in this episode. It's more about the Doctor for me and the side cast. The companions are kind of second. They're not really involved for me. Where would I put it? I'd probably put it up in good. Nah, great. I'd put it in great. I like it. It's really good. But that's about it. The Power of Three. Now I'm pretty sure this one was the Chibnall, not dinosaurs. Let me just have a swig of my drink. Recording these really dry out my throat. I just speak without end. That's why I have to chop it up into segments, because I just die. Power of Three. I think this is because the Ponds are obviously a family, and I think this is the one where the Doctor, Rory, and Amy, them three, it's the one where they get to just be a family, I like that the Doctor stays for a whole year with the slow invasion of the cubes, or whatever it's called. I can't remember. But I feel like where this plot lacks is not really their fault. It's the guy who's meant to be a villain. He was supposedly really hard to work with behind the scenes, so they really had to cut down his scenes, which is why the episode kind of suffered for it. Which is not on them, but I can't give them benefit of the doubt. I'm just judging the episode as it is. So the villain's a bit shit. But yeah, I really like just their bond during this really carries it, and obviously Brian's back too. Where would I put it though? Is difficult because and this is not Unit, Kate Stewart's introduction as well. I nearly forgot. I think Kate Stewart's, she's a really weird character, to be honest, in that she has no character. Every episode she's in, she acts completely different. I don't know if Kate's nice, if she's mean, if she's cold, if she's warm. I don't know because she just pitter patters between everything. When I look at Kate in The Power of Three, and I look at Kate in what's her latest episode? She was in Wish War, but I won't count that. What was the latest one she was in? Fuck, what was it called? The one with Conrad, but why can't I think of the name? What's it called? So I know it. I'm completely blanking. It'll be on here. Let me look. Lucky Day. Lucky Day. Yeah, Kate Stewart acts completely differently in Lucky Day to what she does in The Power of Three because her character just completely switches up. And it's so weird. Oh right, where would I put it? What? Let me think. I don't even know. I'm gonna put it in okay. I think. So, yeah, because I feel like the villain himself is just it's so bad and forgettable that it'd be impossible for me to put it any higher because the episode does fail in like its core aspect. Yeah, I'd probably put it in okay. Angels Take Manhattan. Ugh. I don't even know. Sorry, I'm not locked in. I need to lock in. I was just zoned out, just going, oh, I don't know. Angels Take Manhattan. Where would I put it? People always say that this is like a really good episode. Is it though? The Weeping Angels are worse every single time they appear, and that's not untrue here. The moving Statue of Liberty, even though it looks cool, it's just dumb. And like, I get that sometimes you have to suspend your disbelief when you're watching things, but I feel like the Statue of Liberty thing is so dumb that I can't ignore it. Like there is a limit to what you can do. You can't just decide to start having pigs flying across in the sky and say, oh, well, you have to suspend your disbelief. I go, yeah, but still, that's not something that's realistic enough. But I mean, I like the whole ending. I think if you didn't know they were leaving, it's like a big shock of Rory being zapped back, Amy being zapped back, and the Doctor going and reading the letter. I think is really emotional. It's a good departure for them both. I think them being able to just go back and live out their lives. I think that's. I can't imagine what else they could have done. Well, I can, but I think it was a good conclusion. I think it's a good way of ending it. And also it spirals the Doctor into his depression phase in 7B, which is quite important in the Snowmen. But yeah, I think it does quite well with all that. So, where would I put it? I'd probably put it in great. Hang on, how did I not even mention Rivers in it? Yeah, Rivers in it. They have that scene together where she breaks her wrist. I think that's quite a good scene. I think River and the Doctor are quite good in this episode together. But it's just kind of like, it's just another Doctor and River episode. There's nothing really special about it. Honestly, if Amy and Rory didn't leave at the end of this episode, no one would bat an eye to it. They'd probably go, it's alright. I feel like it just gets a pass because they left. So is that fair, putting it in great? I think that's fair. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, these are kind of similar sort of levels for me. I think that's reasonable. The Snowmen, obviously it's the Doctor right after the... Well, it's not right after. He's probably been there a good few decades. Has he? How long has he been there by the Snowmen? Staying in Victorian London? I don't know. But I think, obviously, it shows right off the back of Angels Take Manhattan, the Doctor's now uh, reclusive, just living on his cloud, just depressed. I think that I like that concept, to be honest. Um, Clara, I always hear people say, "Oh, Victorian Clara should have been the main Clara." I disagree. I don't think Victorian Clara was that good. I don't know why everyone says that. Um, she's not. She's fine, but she's no better than modern day Clara, in my opinion. Um, I suppose it's good that we see her her appearance again after Oswin in Asylum of the Daleks. I mean, this whole plot was dumb by the end of it, but it's just like we haven't got to that point yet, so I can't criticise it for what happened in the name of the Doctor, really, because it hadn't happened yet. Um, but like I said, it nails the Christmas vibes. Um, Moffat always does. It's just obviously got the snowmen. That's the name, but it's got like the talking snowmen and moving snowmen and shit. It also sets up the Great Intelligence for later on the series. I mean, obviously he'd been in it before, but like in the classic show, so it sets it up. Where would I put it? I do think it is one of the most enjoyable, not most, more enjoyable Christmas specials. So I'd probably put it in good. Yeah, I think it's enjoyable, but I don't think it's like fucking out of this world. It's just it's pretty just fine. It's decent. I like it. If it was Christmas, I'd chuck it on and I'd enjoy watching it, but nothing more than that. Um, yeah, yeah, I just what I was about to say is I just fucking hate when my headset shuts off. No, I don't really like the whole Clara Splinters plotline thing, to be honest. So it kind of uh, ruins it a bit for me. But on its own, it's just sort of decent. The Bells of St. John. Um, I get why people do say it about modern Clara and Victorian Clara being better because Bells of St. John is not really that good for an introduction. It is worse than the Snowmen, but like I don't really even. I feel like a lot of 7B is just shit. I don't even know what to say, to be honest. Beyond that, it's just a bit shit. Like we've gone from the Doctor and Amy and Rory to this. It's just not the same. Obviously, it's not the same. Why do I keep saying it's not the same? It's worse, is what I mean to say. Um, and it is. And don't get me wrong, I think Clara's the best companion in the show, but I think Series 7 Clara is one of the worst. She completely switched up later on, and thankfully so, because this is just poor. So where would I put it? Oh, man. I don't know. I will put it in okay. Yeah, I'll put it in okay because I don't think it's a bad episode, but really it's not that good. The whole like Wi-Fi taking people thing is a bit bad, but I feel like putting a companion entrance episode that low down would just be insulting. To be honest, it's not that bad. It does well to establish a character, I guess, even if it's not really a good one. But it's okay. Um, the Rings of Akaten. Uh, everyone always glazes this episode, but it's not a good episode. It just has a good speech in it. That's about it. Um, I suppose I don't even know what it's got going for it, to be honest. Um, I mean, there's those scenes with Clara and the young girl, and she's like hyping her up. That's good, I suppose. Yeah, and then obviously the speech. It's a really good speech. Um, but I can't lie. I feel like um, the whole like. Actually, no, I changed my mind. That was about to be a criticism, but now I changed my mind. It's actually the opposite. The whole like when she presents the leaf and goes, "Oh, these are all the things that could have been." Um, it's bad, but I like the idea, so it gets a pass. of like the Doctor's past is so it stretches so much, and he's got so much stuff, but it's not enough. But then she presents it with all the things that could have been, and that's infinite. So they win that way, which I think's kind of like it's got the base of a good idea in it, but you know the episode itself really isn't all that special. I'd probably also just put it in okay, just because of that speech. It would be in bad, but that speech kind of pushes it up. Cold War. What is wrong with 7B? Why is it so mid? Is this the first? I think this is the return of the Ice Warriors for the first time, if I'm not wrong. And it's a really poor one at that. They brought back this classic villain. It should have been a big, massive thing, and it just wasn't. Yeah, it's not really just not that good an episode, to be honest. I'm struggling out of things to criticize. It's going to be like this when we get to Whittaker, I swear, where I just say I don't know, it's just bad and just whack it down because I can't think of anything to say. But yeah, Cold War. It's like the props and costumes look really good. The set design is really good. That's about it, though. Yeah, there's nothing in Cold War. It's bad. I don't like it. It's going in terrible. It's just shit. Like, it doesn't... The stuff that's in Unwatchable, I genuinely just don't want to watch it. At least if it's in terrible, I'll watch it and just think it's bad. So I'll put it there, because if I get to that, I'm not going to go, oh, fuck's sake, it's Cold War. I hate Cold War. I'll just go, oh, it's Cold War. You know. Jesus, Hyde as well. We're going all these back to back. Damn, this is fucking tough. They're so bad. Hyde. How long have I been doing this for? What episode are we on? 10, 9, 8. So we've done 7, 8. We've done 7 of this series. We did 8 because of the special. So we did 17, I think, since I started this recording. And how long have I been doing this for? How long? Fuck me. Okay, well, you know, I'm getting there. I'll get there soon. I promise. This video definitely won't be loads of hours, I'm sure. It definitely won't be like 4 hours long, I'm sure. Hyde is it's a good idea, terrible executions, just like the rest of Series 7, to be honest. They needed to have multiple part stories, they didn't, that's why it sucks, and it's fucking bad. Clara is not interesting in Series 7, she has a horrible arc in the name of the Doctor, and it needs to die. Yeah, Hyde is bad. I like the idea of the ghost thing, but then the episode's just mid. I don't even know like what to say. It's just mid. It's just like, where would I put it? Probably, I don't want to put it on unwatchable, but I'm gonna have to just put it in terrible again. It's just Series 7B. It's just not that good. They really fell off, and it's quite upsetting because 11 was a genuinely good Doctor, and to have his final, well, it's not his final season, but I mean 7A was a bit shit too. His final season to be so bad, it's really quite disappointing. It could have been a lot better. But you know, what can you do? Yeah, I mean, I suppose it does have a couple good scenes in it. Namely one, the whole like, when they see the whole Earth's life cycle, and Clara's like, not a bit happy about it, and then the Doctor's, you know, she says something along the lines of, "Oh, to you, I'm to you I'm born and to you I'm dead at the same time, so she's a ghost to him, which has a double meaning because also, yes, she's right, he's a time traveller, everyone's dead and not born at the same time to him, but also he has seen her die twice, so, you know, it's got a little double meaning. But yeah, it's still a bad episode. We see 11 in the spacesuit, which is good, I guess. We've always got to see a Doctor in a spacesuit. 15's still not in it. He should have been wearing it in the well, and now we'll never see him. He's going to regenerate. They haven't said he's going to regenerate, but we all know he's turning into fucking Billy Piper. I just know it. I can smell it. I've got a sense for these things. Journey to the centre of the TARDIS. Yeah, I feel like I was saying earlier about the Doctor's wife, is that these episodes are centred on... Sorry, what am I trying to say? The TARDIS is a constant throughout the entire show, and it's really odd to me that they don't show any of it, so I think having Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS was a long overdue kind of episode. But I think the side cast were very forgettable. I just think this episode kind of strives purely on the concept alone. The characters and the writing's really not that engaging, but the actual concept and showing all of those rooms inside the TARDIS is what sells the episode and pushes it up. So I'd probably just put it in bad. Like, why are we going between terrible, bad, and okay? Like, this is fucking, you know, these are good categories. It's still a shit episode, but I like the idea, and I suppose the Doctor's confrontation with Clara, where he's like, "Oh, just who are you? You can tell me now. We're gonna die." She's like, "The fuck you talking about?" I suppose that's okay. Yeah, not a lot else. I mean, there's that plot line with the guys trying to steal something out of the TARDIS, and that's why it's all fucked up. But I don't really care. Those things when they go, "Oh my god, they're us." If he even said that. Who said that? That's a line. They're us. Who says that? I swear David Tennant says that, but to what? They're us. I don't know. But obviously those things are the people that are there. It's kind of a cool idea, but not really that good in execution, to be honest. Where they're like, "Oh my god, it's me." No way. Cool. And then we get another banger with the Crimson Horror. Oh my god, who came up with this? The Crimson Horror's really bad. They just wanted to do an episode with the Paternoster gang, so they thought, fuck it, we'll just do anything. I know a lot of people criticise the episode because the Doctor kisses Jenny, who's a lesbian, and that's not okay. That's sexual assault, Doctor. It was a different time. I'll give it a slide, I guess. But yeah, it's a bit questionable. But even just the concept of the plot is bad. The plotted execution is still bad. Clara's still annoying. The Doctor's still annoying. The villain's just boring. Fucking Mr. Sweet, you know. It's just a little, like, parasite red thing. Yes, it's just a really bad episode. The only thing redeeming about it is Strax, because he's funny. I just love the whole, like, when Vash is like, "Strax, go outside and wait in the carriage," and he walks off, mumbling to himself. He goes, "Oh, I'll just go play with my grenades." I find that funny. But beyond that, there's nothing else. It's a really poor episode. Crimson Horror, unwatchable, really bad. I hate it a lot. Nightmare in Silver. Oh my god, another banger. How do they manage to do this? Banger after banger. Oh, I didn't know how good I had it when I was reviewing Series 4, because this is just absolute torture. It's somehow easier to review the good episodes than it is the bad episodes. I'd have thought it would be easier with the bad episodes, because I can pick them apart more. But these ones are at a point where, like, the newer ones, I could pick those apart for ages and explain every single detail that I don't like in them. These episodes were so long ago that I've only really watched them on repeat, and they haven't, because ones that air while I'm watching it. Wait, what? No, the ones that I've watched while it's airing, they occupy more of my brain. Wishworld is on my mind right now, like for the next week, and I'm going to be thinking about it. I've been thinking about season 1 since June last year. You know, stop messaging me, man. But with like something like the Crimson Horror, which I did watch it air, but I was a child, so I've only really watched it on rewatches ago, and I finished the Crimson Horror, I move on to Nightmare in Silver. I don't stew on it, you know. Stow on it? I think it's stow on it. So you can see why it's a bit harder to criticise. Nightmare in Silver is just another, like, this has been my biggest critique the whole time. It's the Cybermen being poorly executed. And here they are, poorly executed again. Even in what people would consider one of their best episodes is Doomsday, they were still bad in that too. They were just there. They're just metal guys who were just a bit, you know, you will become like us. That's about it. But this is really bad for the Cybermen. There's even no reason for them to be in this story. I suppose the only thing this story has going for it is, what's his name, Porridge, I think. And there's that line about that giant hole in space where the Cybermen used to be, and someone had to blow it all up to stop the Cybermen from spreading and kill everyone there. I suppose that's supposed to be a parallel to the Doctor with the Time War, you know, killing everyone to save the universe. I suppose they did it just because they knew the Day of the Doctor was going to be coming up, so maybe they wanted to establish that as a theme. Or I suppose before the name of the Doctor, really. That's when it becomes important, because that's when John Hurt turns around and is like, oh my god, it's John Hurt. Yeah, I really don't like this episode. I'm going to put it in terrible, though. I wouldn't put it on unwatchable, because it's not unwatchable. It's very much watchable, just with strain. Then the name of the Doctor, and I just like, I honestly don't know how I feel about the name of the Doctor. I don't know if I like it or not. I think John Hurt's reveal is quite cool. I think Richard E. Grant's performance as the Great Intelligence is really good. On the other hand, the Great Intelligence himself is just shit. Jenny died, and then came back to life off screen. I don't really understand if I've just missed something, or if that's what happened. The whole Clara being there for the Doctor since he left Gallifrey, or before he left Gallifrey, I hate it. I don't know why they made that a thing. I think they pretty much just ignore it now. But that was a really bad plot. I don't know why Moffat did that. People's biggest criticism of Clara was that she was too important. And it's very true, because, like, what even was that? She definitely gets better later on. Anything else? River's in it. I think River and the Doctor are quite good, you know, like, you're always here to me, and I always listen. It's a bit weird that it's River post-library. I suppose it makes sense, though. I just don't know if they should have even included her, to be honest. Is that it? I would put it in okay, just because I think I do enjoy watching it, but it does have a lot of issues. So it's difficult for me to put it any higher. If anything, I should be putting it lower. I'm doing it a kindness by putting it in okay. Oh, and then we got the Day of the Doctor. Now I know why Series 7 was so shit. It's because he was putting all his energy into Day of the Doctor, which is a fucking amazing episode. I love the Day of the Doctor. It's not my favourite, but it's definitely a top 10. The return of David Tennant with different hair. It's really good. I've said this before. Chris Eccleston should have been the War Doctor. I will stand by that until the day I die. But we didn't get it. Honestly, if it was me, I would have made McGann the War Doctor instead. But, you know, we didn't have that. That's fine. John Hurt is the only other person that could have played the War Doctor. I mean, that's not strictly true. I'm sure there's many people, but that's how it feels. He gave it a very good performance. And what makes it even funnier is that John Hurt himself has no idea what anything is going on. He's just reading his script, and that's about it. Bro has no idea what's going on. Yet he still does such a good job. I think the whole... I mean, there is an issue I have with it, is that I think it kind of lessens the weight of everything up until now, where we find out, oh, the Doctor really did save the Time Lords. He never did actually kill them. Kind of cheapens everything that came before, like Series 1 mainly. That was the whole arc of him getting over that, but then we find out he never really did it, so it doesn't matter. Not a lot, just a bit. Enough for me to not like it. I think what made it good was the fact that the Doctor did do that. He did commit a genocide, and it was horrific, and that was good. But then him undoing that, I feel like kind of worsens the character, to be honest. And don't get me started on them bringing back Gallifrey just for it to be wiped out again. It's just ridiculous. But for the episode itself, if we take it out of the whole universe as a whole and how it recontextualizes other stories, it is really good. I think the whole multi-Doctor thing is, like, they use it sparingly, and it works. It worked well. I cut out again. I don't even know why. I think it's just because, like, maybe I'm not hitting my keyboard. I'm just using my mouse. Maybe only if I use my keyboard does my headset not turn off. But yeah, I think it's a really good story. What do I have to say? The whole saving Gallifrey scene where he's like, "No, sir, all 13," is like a really cool scene. You're like, "Oh my god, it's all the Doctors! Oh my god!" Pippa, what do you want? But yeah, it's like, that's a really good scene. And also it explains Elizabeth I. We know they have a history, obviously, from the Shakespeare Code and the End of Time, which is quite good. It's just a bit of world building. I've never read the novelisation, but apparently the novelisation is really good. I don't know why, I just threw that in there. I do have it, so I could read it if I wanted to. I just don't really want to. Anything else? I mean, the Zygons and Kate Stewart are obviously in it. That sets up one of the better two-parters of the show ever. The Zygon Invasion two-parter is a really good two-parter. This obviously sets that up. It's a really bold choice for them to have the Zygons be the main villain of the 50th anniversary, but it works, and I'm glad that they did. Anything else? I don't think so. Oh, that scene with Tom Baker coming back as a curator was... Oh, that was golden. By today's standards, obviously we've got the power of the Doctor, we've got Tales of the TARDIS, you've got classic Doctors coming back all the time. But that, when it was just that, was fucking amazing. It was like, oh my god, it's fucking Tom Baker. It is a really good scene. It wraps up the whole special really nicely. It's a really good episode. Honestly, I think this is the only Matt Smith episode that I'd put in God tier. Oh, Vincent and the Doctor's up here. I completely forgot. I did it yesterday, in my defence. It was only probably like a fucking hour ago for you. But yeah, I'd put it in God tier because it's really good. Yeah, where are we up to now? Time of the Doctor. Time of the Doctor. Where we put in Time of the Doctor. It's a really good special. It kind of wraps up Matt Smith's whole arc with the silence and the cracks in time. I think each time Clara coming back and he's slightly older, I think it's a really good idea. I think Moffat did cook with this special. The Day of the Doctor and Time of the Doctor back to back it's a good little run. You're like, ooh, good times. And I think having the Doctor choose to stay in one place and defend it for centuries is like something I like. And I do like this special. I also like the whole scene of the Doctor getting his regenerations, and him finally regenerating into regeneration number 13. You know, I think that's a really good scene. And I've always found it funny that from the Daleks' point of view, this guy has just regenerated out of spite. Like they don't understand that he's been given new regenerations. They just think he's regenerated just because, which I find quite funny. And people always point out that it's a plot hole. I don't like the Timeless Child, but it's not a plot hole that the Doctor couldn't have regenerated. Obviously, when they turned him back into a child, which they did do because he remembers being a child as the first Doctor, they would have limited his regenerations too. That's what they did. Do you think if he didn't have spare regenerations, he wouldn't have known about it? Like, come on. But yeah, it's a really good story. Where would I put it though? I'm gonna put it in. Do I want to put it in amazing or do I want to put it in great? I think I'll put it in great. No, but the regeneration's really good. I like that whole like speech that he does. Obviously, Amy returns in that at the very end. Oh, it's difficult. I don't know because I'm sitting here and I'm like, fuck it, I'm putting it there. I'm bumping up A Christmas Carol because that was my biggest gripe. I was like, do I really want it next to A Christmas Carol? Because Christmas Carol is so much better. A Christmas Carol should be up here. I don't know why it's not. Okay, yeah, that seems fair to me. How many do we have left? 3. Wait, no, actually, let me count. How many have I done now? Since I started this recording, I need to work out what pace I'm working at. 9, 10, 26, I think, ish. I'll be going for an hour and 5. So it's taken me like 2.5 minutes for each one, ish. So how long would this all take? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What did I get? 84 plus 7, 90, 91 times 2.5 puts us at like, I don't know, over 200? 225? You're telling me that this would take 3.5 hours just for this? This is such a tiny little section. I swear this is barely any of it. We've done the first 7 seasons. This is nothing. Why would this take me 3.5 hours? Am I sure? Damn. What do I even do here? Do I carry on or do I take a break? Let me think. So, let me have a swig of my drink. Okay, right, fuck it. We're ploughing through. I probably will end up taking a break, but I'm not going to take it now. I'm going to lock in for the next, like, 20 minutes at least. Get some... The more distance I make, the better. The less I'll have to do the next time I record. Deep breath. I think this is one of the best openers for a Doctor. Obviously, it's not as good as the 11th Hour or Rose. But I really like this. I think it really characterises the 12th Doctor. I really love the scene of 11 phone calling because obviously 12, I remember when he got announced, he had massive backlash. I don't know about Matt Smith. I don't know how much backlash he got. All I know is 12 got a lot of backlash. obviously he was an old man. They hadn't had an older Doctor in the new series yet, so it was a bit, because Matt Smith was pretty popular, and also David Tennant, and so going into Capaldi was a big cultural shock. And having that phone call scene at the end where he's like, "It's me, but you just need to accept me," or whatever he says. It's really good. It has the meaning to Clara, but it also has the meaning to the audience too, where it's like, that is the Doctor. It's me. I really like that. I don't think people give Capaldi a fair chance. He is the best Doctor. He has the best. You know what it is with the 12th Doctor's era, right? Is that some of the episodes are bad, but the character writing is always great. So even when the plot sucks, it's like, because I feel like old Doctor Who is very episodic. I say old, I mean pre-Series 8. It's very episodic. Obviously you had character growth throughout the series, but I feel like it was never as much as it was in Capaldi's. It was a drama. As much as people might say not, it was. Watching it week to week, you see how their relationships change, and just the way that they are with each other. It's a joy to watch. It's the best that was ever written, and ever will be written. Anyway, enough about that. Deep Breath itself, I really like the actual the like robots. They've got that connection back to the girl in the fireplace, and like I said, just little references like that they always sell it to me. Just building out the world. I like that, because it's just a tiny little reference. Also, I love that it sets up the whole darker kind of Doctor thing with, at the end, when it's, did he push him out or did he jump out? It was always a very interesting concept. Concept? No, not concept. It was just very. I just very liked that. I really liked it. Honestly, in my opinion, I do think the Doctor pushed him out. That's just me. I think it makes the most sense with his Doctor, in that that's why he's so conflicted if he's a good man or not. If he didn't push him out, why would he be conflicted about it? He'd obviously know, because he didn't push him out. Not that that's the only thing that was making him question it. Just the fact that, if he was doing all these good things, then it wouldn't be a question, would it? But yeah, I do think he pushed him out. And I just think it's a really good episode. It also sets up the whole Missy plot, which I suppose Bells and St. John kind of did that, but it did it badly. But we actually see her in this at the end. We see her all throughout Series 8. It's quite interesting. So where would I put it? I'd probably put it in amazing. No. I'd put it in great. I think it's really good, but I don't think it's amazing. I think it's a very decent opener. Yeah, pretty decent, to be honest. Not a lot else going on, but it's good. It's good. Now Into the Dalek. I really like this one as well, mainly for the whole. This is also one of the ones that's like going into the Doctor's darker side. I really like that they did that with the 12th Doctor, and the Dalek looking into the Doctor, looking into his soul, and it sees hatred, and that's what it latches onto. And naturally it would. A Dalek would do that. Any person would have some amount of hatred, and a Dalek would latch onto that. But the Doctor takes that as he's a horrible person, and that makes him feel like, it makes him feel like he is a horrible guy, but he's not. Genuinely, he's not. He's just alien. That's all it is. The way the people die and he doesn't really react to it, that's not because he's evil. That's just because he's not like other people. He's not a human. So he reacts differently to it. And throughout his arc, you obviously see him get more human and relate to these people. But yeah, so back then when you do see, he just cracks jokes after people have just died, and then him, the Dalek latching onto his hatred. It really makes that whole "Am I a Good Man" arc. I really like the way it does that. Yeah, and also it sets up his final story with Twice Upon a Time too. Um, where would I put it though? I'd put it in good. I think it's good because like I said, I feel like the episodes themselves aren't always that good, but the character writing is. So it's kind of hard to decide where to put a lot of Capaldi stories. I think it's going to be hard. Where are we at now? Robot of Sherwood. Um, this is. I think this is a bad one, to be honest. I like the kind of comparison between Robin Hood and the Doctor. In that they're both sort of heroes from Clara's perspective, but they're both very different. But also they're sort of the same as well. They're both like magical heroes that come out of nowhere and save the day. Um, and there's that kind of parallel between them. But I think overall, like the episode's not really that good. I think the villain is not that interesting, to be honest. I find 12 to be quite funny in this story, but that's about it. Like the whole duel with a spoon and shit is quite funny, but really it's not that good. I'd probably put it in bad. It's just bad. But like I said, 12 is never bad in any story he's in, but the episode might be. So it doesn't mean I don't like the 12th Doctor. What now? Oh, listen, fuck. Um, Listens are I fucking love Listen. It's really good. It's a really good story. People always chat shit about the whole Clara seeing the Doctor as a young boy. Oh, she's too important. I really don't think it matters in this story. I really like it. Her telling him about fear being like what makes you kind. I like that. And it's a companion because then the first Doctor echoes that. I really like that. I love the whole scene with the Doctor and Danny, where he's saying like fear is a superpower, and he's like hyping him up. I really like that. I also love the way that it's just left up to interpretation too. It's a bit of art. See, there's a difference between this Listen and 73 yards. 73 yards doesn't make any sense, and they don't explain it. Listen, you've got your two alternatives that both are equally viable, but you just don't know. It's left up to interpretation. There's a difference there. But can you not see it? Why can people not see it? But yeah, Listen is really good. I like Orson Pink as well, with the whole like Clara realizing he's their descendant. I like that. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent. So where would I put it? I'd probably put it in amazing, to be honest. I really like this story. I think it is a self-contained piece of art, to be honest. Now, Time Heist is really bad. It's really bad. Although I do like that they canonised Absalom Dark from the comics, the Dalek killer. Fair enough with that. It was a really weird choice, but go for it. Not that it mattered. The canon's up to interpretation anyway. I just find it funny. Yeah, this episode's. I feel like I know what they were going for, with the whole like the Doctor being the architect the whole time, and it's like a massive reveal, but it's not nearly as clever as I think it is. It just comes off as a bit like, what? It doesn't make sense. I mean, it does make sense, but it's just dumb. I don't like it. I see what they were going for, and it was a good idea, but it's not that good. Yeah, I don't know where to put it really. I probably put it in unwatchable. It's that bad. Um, that seems reasonable. I really don't think it's that good. Um, Now the caretaker. I really like this episode. Um, and I liked when Doctor Who had a high enough episode count that they could afford to do these kind of filler episodes. I mean, it's not really a filler episode. It's got the Doctor's first meeting at Danny. Um, is this his only meeting with him? Does he meet him again? Before the finale, I mean. I don't think he does, but I love the Doctor and Danny's relationship in that they're both kind of like um, two sides of the same coin. They're more similar than they care to admit. Um, because like the thing is with Danny is that he always gets criticised for being boring, but that's the point of his character. He's meant to be boring. He's the juxtaposition to the Doctor. That's the conflict that Clara's got. Kind of similar to what Amy had between Rory and the Doctor. And the same with Rose and Mickey and the Doctor, to an extent. I mean, I think it's at its best here. Actually, no, it's probably at its best with Rory, but I think... But that's the point. You're calling him boring, but that's the intention. And just obviously, I can understand that... I don't actually know. I can't understand. It's just a dumb criticism. There are better criticisms. That is not a good one. I quite like the whole Danny being like, "Oh, he's the one that what's it? He's the one that he's basically calling the Doctor an officer while he's a soldier." And I think what I like about their relationship is that they're both wrong about each other. The Doctor's wrong about Danny because headset again. But the Doctor's wrong about Danny because he just thinks he's a mindless soldier that goes around killing people. And to an extent, Clara thinks the same when she makes jokes about him killing people, which I literally have no idea why the fuck she said that, but she did. But it's because she's turning into the Doctor, really, and it's the kind of thing he believes. But Danny says himself, he's like, as a soldier, I didn't just kill people. Like, I dug wells, I helped people. And that's how the Doctor and Clara both see him. It's just this mindless soldier that just killed people. But then also, on the other side, Danny just sees the Doctor as this, guy who lights the fire and just lets everyone fight on his behalf, and which obviously we know that's not true. He was fighting on the front lines in the Time War. So they're both wrong about each other, and that's what I really like about them. The actual episode itself, I mean, the villain's not really that interesting. I don't even know its name. I find it quite funny, just the Doctor being the caretaker as a whole is just funny. But yeah, similar to a lot of the series, I think where this shines most is character. Like I said, with Danny, the Doctor, and Clara. The actual episode itself's not that interesting. But yeah, I mean, and then it leads into Kill the Moon. Oh wait, why am I saying that? I haven't even put it on the list. Where are we putting the caretaker, guys? I will put it in good. I like it. That's about it, though. It's just fine. Oh yeah, Kill the Moon. That's what I was saying. Ooh, that's a tough one. Where would I put Kill the Moon? Besides the fact that it's like Doctor Who is inherently political. We know that much. But I think sometimes they do. It's a common theme with Doctor Who that sometimes they did it with the Interstellar Song Contest not even that long ago. They did it with Kablam, and they did it back here with Kill the Moon. They're accidentally allegories for things they don't want to be. For example, Kill the Moon is an allegory for abortion, and I don't think they clocked that when they wrote it. Obviously, that wasn't their intention when they wrote it, but either way, that's how it comes off. and that it's not that good. But if I ignore that and just think of the episode itself, it's still bad. What's her name? Who's the girl, Clara's student that's there? I don't really understand why they had to bring her. Something I do like about this episode actually is the ending. The whole Clara being like, because the Doctor just leaves and he genuinely doesn't understand what he did wrong. Because from his point of view, he was doing it out of respect. He even says so himself. He goes, "That was me respecting you, me running off and letting you make a choice. That was me being respectful." And it just shows how alien he really is. Because he genuinely doesn't understand what he did wrong, which is absolutely crazy. But yeah, and that whole scene where Clara just says that she's leaving is it's so well performed. Like, take that kind of scene, compare it to today, and it's just night and day. You don't have scenes like that anymore. You used to have it every week. But yeah, besides that, I think the cast are all pretty forgettable. The actual story itself, even if you forget the abortion stuff, is still just bad. About the moon hatching, like it's an egg. Who came up with the moon being an egg? Yeah, it's not all that good. Yeah, so yeah, aside from the ending, it's poor. I don't really know what else to say about it, so I think that's about it. I will put it in terrible, to be honest. I think it's pretty terrible. Right, where am I at? What was that? Episode 7? Okay, I would have stopped at episode 6, but I didn't realise I was 7. So I'm going to stop the clip here, take a break, and then I'll come back, and you won't even notice. It'll be like I never left, except maybe my voice will sound a bit more relaxed, because it probably sounds like I'm dying here, which I am. So I'll snap my fingers, and it'll be like I never left. So 3, 2, 1. Hello, I'm back. Bet you weren't expecting to see me again. I didn't even take that long. I just took a 10-minute break, to be honest with you. It's barely any longer than it was in the video. I had to let the dogs out, mainly. Yeah, so. Pippo, come on, go lay down. Come here. Okay, good. Just lay down. Where was I? Mummy on the Orient Express. I think it's a really good episode with a really good concept. I think the Mummy is very. I think it's got that sense of body, like, not, I wouldn't say body horror, but it kind of is. It's got that sense of like that creepy kind of thing, and also it's got a nice explanation to it too. Like the whole 66, is it 66 seconds? I think it is, but that is an interesting premise, and then they go a step further and actually explain it. Russell T Davies could never do that in 2025. You can't just have an interesting premise and explain it too, because that would just be crazy. But no, I think it's really good. I like the whole thing that the Mummy was actually a soldier the whole time. Not that it's really that big of a reveal, but it's just interesting. And also, it's like Clara left, and she couldn't bring herself to do it, and I think it really characterises her. In that she can't give it up, and it does start the whole. She's addicted to it, really, because even when she wanted to give it up, she just couldn't do it. She went, "Oh, okay, I'll just do one more." But it's never just one more, is it? And even still, she asked the Doctor, she goes, "Did you know that there was going to be something wrong here?" And he says yes. And that was a betrayal of trust. And she still stays. So, bewildering to me. But, obviously we know why. But, the episode itself I find to be very enjoyable to watch. I would put it in great, if I'm honest. I think it's a very good 12th Doctor episode. Now, Flatline is a bit of an interesting one. It introduces Rigsy, who's important. He's in Face the Raven as well. Honestly, I feel like Rigsy should have had another story, because he's sort of only in Flatline, and then he comes up in Face the Raven out of nowhere. It's like, he probably should have had a story in Series 9 before. Although I'm looking at the list here, I don't really know where he could have fit. Maybe if they didn't have so many two-parters, he could have slotted in somewhere, but, you know. Moffat, he couldn't just have a balance. He either needed to have a million two-parters or no two-parters. There was no middle ground. But I'm looking forward to us getting back to our two-parters. Darkwater and Death in Heaven staring me right in the face. Flatline, anyway, yeah. I think it's a really cool idea with the whole, like, two-dimensional creatures coming through to our dimension. I love that. The boneless. And it also goes more into Clara's arc of she is becoming like the Doctor, and it's well, I wouldn't say it's its height, but it's its most apparent here, because she literally is the Doctor. The Doctor's nowhere to be seen, and while he's in the TARDIS, she's doing his job. She's filling in that role. She even calls herself the Doctor, which I find to be quite funny. I also just like the whole 12 being in the little TARDIS. I find it to be quite funny and humorous. And that scene where he comes back and the TARDIS expands, it is a good scene. I really like that. So where would I put it? I would put it in okay, I think. Yeah, no, I put it in okay. Because it is just okay, you know. There's nothing really miraculous about it. It's just all fine. In the Forest of the Night, Danny and the Doctor, are they together in this episode? I know Danny's in it. I just can't remember a scene where they're together. I'm sure they were at some point. I just can't place it. This episode sucks. I think the idea that the whole world turns into a forest is just dumb, and that somehow this is like a natural occurrence is just dumb. Yeah, I'm not a fan. To be honest, it doesn't even do anything for their characters either, really, as far as I know. Yeah, it's just not really an interesting story. I probably have to put it in unwatchable. It's really bad. Where now? Oh, Darkwater, Death in Heaven. Classic. We're finally back to our two-parters. Let's go. Actually, to be fair, considering we're going through two-parters, this might not take as long as I thought it would. I did actually check, because I've recorded this in separate clips. I didn't know how long it'd been. I've been doing this for over 3.5 total hours. Oh, what am I doing with my life? This is going to be like 5 or 6 hours once I'm done. I need a life. But yeah, Darkwater and Death in Heaven. Obviously we get Missy's reveal as the Master. I like that. The Cybermen working with Missy. I like the idea that they can convert dead people into Cybermen is a very interesting idea. I think they do the Missy reveal very well. The one thing I don't really like is that they made the Brigadier into a Cyberman. I feel like that was a bit unnecessary, and just people said it was like disrespectful, and I wouldn't say that. I think it's just a bad idea, to be honest. Yeah, it's fine. I'm trying to think, like, because I mean, Missy is what makes or breaks the finale here, and she's good in it. So I'll give them that. I think the whole idea that Danny as a Cyberman, it's another time they poorly execute the Cybermen, just to mention. But the fact that he can somehow override the programming because he loves Clara is just dumb. Like, that's not how the Cybermen work. That's not why they're interesting villains. The point is that they do remove all their emotion. They're cold. They're ruthless, and that's what makes them entertaining. but I could sort of let it slide. To be honest, I can't really. It does grite me. They can't do the Cybermen well enough at times. The only time they've done them justice, and even then, they kind of did them bad. Where would I put it though? I would put it. I would put it in great, but there's something I completely forgot to mention because I just saw it in the thumbnail. Is Clara betraying the Doctor to go and get Danny? It's a fucking amazing scene. The way that she steals all the keys and is just throwing them in the lava. And the thing is what I like the most is that she goes, I'd say I'm sorry, but I'll do it again, which I find absolutely characterizes her so much. And that it has that line as well, the most iconic Capaldi line, probably one of the most. The whole do you think I care for you so little that betraying me would make a difference is just absolute poetry. And then even then he tries to go to hell to find Danny, which is absolutely insane. When has he ever done that? Never. But yeah, I feel like Great's a pretty good spot for it. I like that finale. It's good. But yeah, the Cybermen, bad. And then Last Christmas. Okay, it has been a really long time since I watched Last Christmas, so I really can't say a lot, to be honest. From what I do remember, it's a very weird episode, isn't it? I like, what's his name? Nick Frost as Santa. I find him hilarious. There's that scene where he's like, "Oh, how'd you fit all the presents in the sleigh?" And he goes, "It's bigger on the inside." I find that quite funny. And that joke when the Doctor finds out about the movie Alien, and he's like, "That's really offensive. No wonder everyone keeps invading you." I find that funny too. Yeah, it's good. It is a bit trippy though with the whole like dreams within dreams. I feel like you kind of get lost in where you are. To be honest, I think it's a bit disorientating. Which I get that's the point, but for me, I'm not really a fan of it, to be honest. Where would I put it? I'd probably just put it in okay. I enjoy it, and like I said, Moffat Christmas vibes. He nails it every time. There's even Father Christmas on the bloody thing. But for me, I don't think it's a very strong one. I think it's probably one of the worst ones, along with the Doctor Widow and the Wardrobe, to be honest. But yeah, it's just meh. It's okay. Like, it's not a bad one by any means. So here we are. We're on Series 9. And honestly, Series 9 is probably my favourite series because, like I've been saying, the plots themselves might be bad, but it's the character writing, the character arcs as well throughout Capaldi's era is what sells it to me, and makes it so good. I've got a message. Let me read it. Oh, brutal. Where was I? Oh yeah, Magician's Apprentice, and which is familiar. I do find it quite funny that how Missy died. She died in Death in Heaven, really, and then she just immediately comes back in The Magician's Apprentice. I get that that's what the Master does. It's funny. It's not a issue. I find it funny. I like the whole Doctor because he realizes he's dying. So what does he do? He goes to Viking era England, gets an electric guitar and a tank, and just parties, and I love that. It's Capaldi in this season is him at his best, but also it just shows the kind of guy that the Doctor is as well. And then also that whole reveal of them being on Skaro, it's fucking amazing. my biggest issue with this episode is I really liked all the scenes with the Doctor and Davros. I thought they were amazing, and then they just ruin it like 10 minutes later by saying, "Oh, Davros was actually just trying to steal his regenerations all along." It's just like it was a really emotional, impactful scene of they're both enemies, they're both conflicting their ideologies, but at the end of the day, they could get on. And it was a really nice scene, and then having Davros just end up betraying him anyway just really took me out of it. I really didn't like that. But aside from that, I think it's a really solid opener for a series, especially. Where would I put it? I would put it. I'd put it in amazing, to be honest. I think it's pretty good. That might be insulting to some people. I know generally people would not lump that in with stuff like the Satan Pit, and honestly, I feel like I kind of botched this tier list to an extent. I feel like I was holding earlier stuff to different standards, so it's kind of got a bit convoluted, but it's generally what I feel. I feel like some of these could be switched around. I just want to clarify. But it's generally right. Like, the ones up here are correct, the ones down here are correct. It's sort of just like it could be a bit interchangeable between categories, though. Right. But actually, before I move on, why does it feel like there's nothing left? But there's so much left. Surely this can't take that long. How long have I been recording for? Right, I've been recording for 14 minutes, and how many did I cover? I went from Kill the Moon, right? Yeah, I've done loads, man. I can do this. It won't take that long, I'm sure. And plus, the Whittaker era will be shorter. I feel like... Because I think some of the criticism I'll have will carry across between episodes, because most of my critiques aren't for the episodes themselves, they're for the era as a whole. So I feel like a criticism I have for, say, The Woman Who Fell to Earth, I could also critique the Ghost Monument for, so I won't really need to. I'll only need to explain it once and say, well, yeah, and then this episode does the same. So it wouldn't take as long. But yeah, we get another 2-part episode. That's nice. That's twice as quick. Under the Lake and Before the Flood. Now, I remember watching this when I was... How old would I have been? 9. Yeah, 2015, I would have been 9. And at the end of the first part of Under the Lake, I remember seeing the Doctor as the ghost, and it was just seared onto my mind. I was just like, oh shit, what the fuck's gonna happen? And I still remember watching it now. And honestly, I think this 2-part is really good. And I think it does really well with their sidecast too, and I actually think I can't remember her name, but the deaf woman adds a whole new aspect to it, because when you're seeing it from her point of view, I remember when she's walking down that corridor and they just cut all the audio, and it's so suspenseful because you're watching it as she is. She can't hear it, and then she puts her hand on the ground, feels the vibrations of the axe. I think it's an axe scraping along the ground. And she shits it and runs, and it's so intense. And I think the way that they look is just really creepy, and I feel like it was just executed really well, that whole story. And the fact that it's going between the future and the present, and that whole story just it just works so well. It's really good. Also, usually, I feel like something they do different in this story is that they have the present and the future, but if they were to do this kind of story, normally it would be in the past and the present, if that makes sense. I feel like that does make sense. It's just I'm not explaining it very well, but I'm sure you know what I mean. I also find the Fisher King. He just looked really cool. He wasn't really that engaging as a villain, really, but he was cool. I liked him, so that was enough. Yeah, it's pretty good. Where would I put it? Why do I keep saying that? Like someone's asking me. No one's asking me where would I put it. I'm asking myself. Where would I put it? Uh, I would put it in great. I saw Death in Heaven here, and I'd put it level with that. To be honest, I think it's really good though. I really enjoy it. It has been a while. I'm rewatching though. I'm sitting on series 6 right now. Just watched A Good Man Goes to War, so slowly working my way through. I've been watching it past couple months with my sister. We're just slowly working our way through. So yeah, I look forward to getting to the Capaldi era. Now I'll treat these as separate because some people would class it as a two-part. I wouldn't. The girl who died. It's not really that strong, to be honest. I like the reveal at the end where he's like, "Oh, I know where I got this face," and it's what's his name? The guy from Fires of Pompeii. I can't remember. What is his name? I just don't know. But he's like, "Oh, that's where I got this face. It's because I need to save people." I think the idea of like him giving the girl a shielder immortality, I find it to be a bit out of character, to be honest. I feel like the Doctor should have realised what the negative connotations of that would have been, giving someone immortality, and he just didn't really consider it. Which seems really out of character for someone that does have immortality. Like, surely he'd know, yeah, no, it's just better for her to die now than to live that long and just everyone die, especially as a human. But also, I find it really weird that the technology that he got this from, this might have been explained in the episode, but I don't remember. I'm just picking it apart now, but I'll definitely notice it on when I watch it. Is the technology he got it from, whatever race he got that from? Where were they at the end of the universe? Why was Ishilda there in Hellbent, but they weren't? Whoever they were, I don't know. Where were they? Find it quite odd. But yeah, I mean, it's not really that exciting. Yeah, it's just a bit mid, to be honest. I'll put it in bad, I think. That seems reasonable. The Woman Who Lived, I don't think is much better. If anything, I think it's worse. I just don't really find Ishilda to be that engaging, to be honest. And I don't find the story of this particularly good. Yeah, I honestly don't have much of a criticism for The Woman Who Lived, to be honest, other than I don't like it very much. Yeah, I mean, there's that weird lion guy. I can't even fucking remember who he was. It has been a while. It's been a few years since I rewatched the Capaldi era, so some of these are a bit hazy. That's probably why. That's why I can't offer much insight into them. If I'd have watched them more recently, then I probably could. So I'm just kind of going off what I remember, really. It would have been like 2 or 3 years since I watched it, though. But I'd put it in terrible, I think. It's definitely worse than The Girl Who Died, so it's got to go down. But it's not that bad that I wouldn't watch it, you know. Oh, and the Zygon Invasion, the Zygon Inversion. Anytime someone tells you, "Oh, Doctor Who's all woke now, it never used to be bloody political," show them this 2-part story, because this is like the most political Doctor Who ever got, and it's one of the most critically acclaimed stories of all time in Doctor Who. I think it mainly boils down to, because obviously it's an allegory for the refugee crisis with the Zygons instead of, humans, obviously. And I think what really sells this story for people is that speech that he does. And that is like one of... It might even be his most iconic scene, is that speech. And And if you just take away the fact that people are really cringe about it, I remember seeing when the Russian invasion of Ukraine back in 2022, I remember people reposting this and being like, oh, I wonder if Putin knows what thinking is. It's like, shut the fuck up, please. It's so embarrassing. But they make me ashamed to like the show. And something I really don't like about that speech is at the end of it, he then, like, he says that he's done it like 30 something times already. Like, this is not the first time he's done the speech. He's been doing it multiple times until they got to the peace agreement, which I find takes away all the emotional weight from it. But besides that, it on its own is really good, and just the story as a whole has a really good message and really good plot, and I just think it's really good. And it also wraps up the Day of the Doctor's like plot too, where they agree to coincide, live in peace, you know. I think it's a really good two-part story, so I would probably put it up in amazing. I think I feel like that's pretty reasonable. It's very good. It's not god tier, but it's very good. We all know what Capaldi story is god tier. We'll see it soon, I assure you. Okay, I'm loving this because we're going quickly through series 9. Because I love the two-parters. Where we at now? Oh, Sleep No More. Yeah, it's really not that good, is it? No, it's not. This is definitely going unwatchable. I'll explain why. It's just really stupid and bad and dumb. It's so bad. Why is this the thing? The whole Sandmen thing and like the video trying to turn people into Sandmen or something. It's just really like. Usually, I'll say about these episodes, I go, "Oh, it's a good concept, but poor execution." This was a terrible concept and a terrible execution. It's just terrible. This is one of the worst episodes I've ever seen. I honestly can't think of a redeeming factor. There's like even the bad ones, I was able to point out a specific scene or something that I said that I really liked. This is just nothing. There is nothing redeeming about this story for me. If it didn't exist, the world would be a better place. Yeah, not a lot else to say about it really. So I'll just go and Face the Raven. Face the Raven, because the thing is, you have to take into account the whole episode. You can't just take into account bits and pieces that you like. I think the episode as a whole, it moves very slowly. It's kind of a bit of a drag to get through, to be honest. I think the second half of the story is very good. With Clara's death and everything, I think that's from that point where you find out Clara took the monologue and it's counting down on her. I think from then it's pretty good, but until then it's just a bit meh. Trying to figure out who killed the person, I don't really care. They brought back Rigsy from Flatline. Like, who was asking for Rigsy to come back? Yeah, not really one of their best. However, Clara's death I do find to be very well done, and not just because of her death itself, it's Capaldi's acting and reaction to it, and also the way that it sets up, obviously one of the best stories of all time. And not even just in Doctor Who, I just mean in general. Yeah, it's a very good ending. Also, Ishilda's in it, or me, whatever you want to call her. So I suppose it's good to see her in the present day. At least they were doing more with that, you know. Anything else redeeming about it? I think just Capaldi's performance is what really sells this episode. But I do think it's a tad overhyped. It's just good because of the death. Not like if she didn't die, and they somehow managed to take the monologue chronologue. It's a chronologue or a monologue. Well, it's a chronologue. Why'd I call it a monologue? If they hadn't managed to take it off of Rigsy, this would be a pretty bad episode. It's a very good idea of it being like a refugee street for all of these different creatures. I'm getting a call. I'll be back. Let me snap my fingers. Yo, guess who's back again? I forgot to mention when I was talking about Face the Raven is I think the concept of the trap street as well is a really good idea. Pippa, go lay down. Stop being horrible. Yeah, I think the idea of the trap street is really good. Yeah, that's all I've really got left to say, unless I was repeating myself, which I'll try not to do. So, where am I going to put Face the Raven? I'm going to put it in good, which might be insulting to some of you, but frankly, I don't think it's... I think there's enough in it. It's a lot of just meh to get to the good stuff. Like, it drags, it's boring. Yeah, it's just... a lot of the episode is a drag, so I find it hard to put it any higher than that. Good is still good, though. That, like, it's good. So, yeah, they should be proud of themselves. Now, ho-ho, where are we at now? Heaven Sent. I wonder where that's going, guys. Oh, where are we putting you? Where are we putting you? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Unwatchable, borderline trash. No, it's going in God tier, obviously. Of course it's going in God tier. Heaven Sent is the best episode of Doctor Who ever made. It's a perfect follow-up to Face the Raven, and I just like, it's just so good. From everything, every aspect, the writing, the direction, just the style and just everything, it's just fucking beautiful. And the way that it's not just like a standalone kind of thing, it's all been leading to this. It's like, this is the Doctor. Him and Clara have become so attached that as soon as she's gone, he can't bear to lose her. Like, he was going to go to the afterlife to get back her boyfriend just because he didn't want her to leave. And now she's dead, he is literally going to spend billions of years torturing himself. And I can't stand people that somehow have watched this episode and they turn around and say that the Doctor doesn't remember each loop. Yes, he does. Like, I get it. From a logical perspective, it shouldn't. Like, he shouldn't remember, because it's an identical clone of when he first arrived. But that doesn't make sense. Except for the fact it explicitly tells us that he does remember. He even says, in his words, I can remember Clara. I can remember it all. That's what he says. He remembers every loop. And, like, just from a narrative perspective, think about it. Why would he not remember? Why? Because then otherwise, what's the weight of him being in there for billions of years? Why would they write that into the script? Obviously he remembers, otherwise it'd have no narrative weight. Why would they do it? Just from a writing perspective, even if you remove the logic from it, if you're writing a story and you want him to go through something bad, you're not going to make him forget about it, are you? I don't understand why people say that so often. Mainly on TikTok. They need to stop. But yeah, it's a fucking amazing episode. It's just really good, isn't it? This is Capaldi's best performance. And literally, it's fucking spectacular. I don't even know what else to say. I feel like if you've seen it, you already know anything I could say. It's just fucking perfect. Like, it just is, isn't it? And people always say, oh, we had such amazing Heaven Sent, and then we had the horrible Hellbent follow it up. I disagree. I don't think Hellbent's a bad story. I think it's underwhelming, and I think it did cock it up a bit, but I still think it's a good story. First of all, the Return of the Time Lords, I agree. was a bit out of nowhere, was a bit poor, to be honest. They should have executed it better. Um, Also, the hybrid reveal, I feel like it turning out to be the Doctor was a bit like I can understand having something like that and it turning out to be the Doctor, but when that's your series arc and then it turns around and goes, "It's me," you can see why that comes off as a bit like stupid and like you've wasted your time, you know. Not that it's a bad idea, but I just think the execution was done poorly. I think the Doctor forgetting Clara, I think, was a really good way to wrap up that story. I really hate the fact that Clara, she didn't really survive, but she did, you know what I mean? Like, she just flew off in her TARDIS with a shielder, like, so fucking stupid. Why would they do that? That was horrific. That was horrible. Um, but aside from that, I think it has some really good character moments with the Doctor and Clara. I think it shows the Doctor, like, he literally commits murder. I mean, he regenerates, but it's still murder to save Clara, and it's, like, you know, he will do anything. He's gone through everything in Heaven Sent just to get here, and he exiles Rassilon. Where is Rassilon, by the way? I know he was in the comics, but where is he now? Like, in the TV show, because I know they won't count the comics. Like, why has he not come back? I remember when the Fugitive Doctor was in Fugitive of the Jadoon, and she smashed the glass, and she suddenly got all her, like, regeneration shit, you know, became a Time Lord again. My first thought was that she was Rassilon, not that she was the Doctor. I mean, why would she be the Doctor? It didn't make sense, so I just assumed it was Rassilon. And, like, honestly, I think that would have been better than it being the Doctor. Because, like, yeah, it being Rassilon could have been cool, but, you know, I'm not here to shit on the Timeless Child. At least not yet. That's somewhere down here. Um, Hellbent. Yeah, so where would I put it? I would put it in good, I think. I think it is generally good. I think it does well to wrap up the story with the Doctor and Clara's relationship, except for the ending's a bit mid. But besides that, I think it's a really good, just performance, to be honest. So yeah, I feel like putting it in good is fair. It's by no means a bad story whatsoever. Well, I'd say whatsoever. There are bad things in it, but it's not a bad story overall. Is what I mean to say. Um, Husbands of River Song. Um, this is River's last appearance, isn't it? She hasn't been in it since. Which is quite crazy. She should have been in it by now. It it brings the whole thing full circle, you know. Her in Silence of the Library, or well, I suppose it was wait, which one was it? Forest of the Dead, right? When she died. And that story brings it full circle. Her speaking about what the Doctor did. Oh, he took me to Darillium, and then all of that. Just for them to do that in this story is beautiful. Moffat knew exactly what he was doing. I like it's a minor thing, but I can't help but feel like the 24 years on Darillium kind of thing was a bit of a cop out. But at the same time, it is a very sweet moment, so I kind of let it slide, you know. That moment where she finds out it's 24 years, you know, it's a very nice moment. I think Nardole is he's a bit of a weird one, but he's quite a funny character, you know. Um, yeah, I think King Hydroflax is a bit of a mid, like, I don't even really want to call him a villain. He's not really a villain. It's the rest of them that are the villains because they want the diamond in his head, don't they? Um, so yeah, that's a bit bad, but I just think the focus of the episode is on the Doctor and River, so the bad villains and stuff are kind of sidelined, to be honest. They're not important. What's important is the Doctor and River, and I find it so funny, the scenes where obviously he knows he's the Doctor and she's River, but she doesn't know he's the Doctor, and I find it so funny. Like, for example, when he enters the TARDIS and is so funny because he does the reaction to it being bigger on the inside. I find him really funny. And then also there's the whole when she finds out he's the Doctor. That's a really nice moment. And the whole like she's so confident he's not there because she doesn't actually believe he loves her. Which I think's absolutely wild. Um, yeah, I really like this story. Where would I put it though? Um, I think honestly, I'd put it in good again. I think it'd be good. Um, I mean, the ending is really great. It's a great ending. Um, this isn't really that Christmassy though, other than the fact it's snowing. um, as far as I remember, it's not really that Christmassy. Um, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. I like it. I like the Doctor and River. Just about it. Actually, no. I'll bump it up to great. You know, I'm feeling generous. Um, just because of that ending and just them together. But as soon as she finds out who he is, it's just very touching. So I'd have to put it up there. Um, right now, it's kind of like night and day with these Christmas specials because Return of Doctor Mysterio is really not very good. Um, in fact, I'd probably put it in bad. Um, I just don't like Americans in Doctor Who, to be honest. Yeah, I don't find the idea of the ghosts and that it's all too American for me. Don't get me wrong, Americans in American shows completely fine, but you know what it is. British people in American shows are the most insufferable people on the planet. Americans in British shows are the most insufferable people on the planet. They need to just exist in their own bubbles. Like, I don't know what it is, but whenever I see British people in American shows, I hate them. And I don't know if that's just because they're written by Americans and they don't understand what British people are like, but it just feels inauthentic to me. Same way when I see Americans in British shows, it just feels off. It feels wrong. I sort of get why they did it, because obviously Doctor Who kind of from the Moffat era onward had a big presence in America, or a lot bigger than it was before, starting with Smith, I think. Um, so I kind of get why they did that, but honestly, I'm just not really a fan. I think the villains weren't really that interesting, to be honest. I suppose it's good to have a bit of diversity because the Doctor seems to always be in 21st century London, so having another country for once is something, but it didn't have to be America. Don't like the Americans. But yeah, so I suppose it's got Nardole in it again. We all love Nardi. Um, yeah, he's good. And yeah, so what are we on now? The pilot. Bro, I'm trying to plow through this, right? I've allocated myself 3 days. I said, because yesterday I did series 1 to 5. I'm just breaking the fourth wall here, explaining. I did series 1 to 5. I voiced over or reviewed the whole thing. Today, I've done series 6 to whatever, series 9. And I'm going to do series 10. Then tomorrow, I'll do series 11 to 15. Then I'll be done. And, you know, I'm just trying to make my way through this series. I'm just being honest here. I'm just like, I'm spent. This is my last series of the day. I'm cooked. My voice hurts. I want to die. I'm struggling here. So please forgive me. Um, I also think I'll count the Monks trilogy separately. Um, Now, the pilot is not really that strong of an opener, to be honest. I like Bill. I think Bill's not really that deep of a character, really, but I think she's fun to watch. Really, yeah, she's sort of fine. She's there. I think the whole romance with Heather, it's very southern of me, Heather. Um, but yeah, I think the whole relationship with Heather just kind of like it sort of reminds me of Rogue, just because it comes out of nowhere. Right now, that sounds homophobic because I've picked out two I picked out the two homosexual relationships. That's not what I was going for. I just want to clarify that. I just mean in the fact that they come out of nowhere, and then that's kind of it. Like, Bill and Heather barely knew each other, and then by the end of the series, they're flying off together. It's just a bit weird to me that that just sort of happens. Rogue's the same. Like, they barely knew each other, and then all of a sudden they love each other. I just find it a bit odd. But I do think it does well introducing Bill's character. Um, Uh, I find the actual concept of what's it called? Like, I mean, she's in the puddle, but what's she called? I don't know. Um, to be a bit of like it's sort of cool that she could appear anywhere in time and space. It's like quite intimidating. You don't know what's going to happen, but it's not really that. It's not that good. It's just there's no depth to it. It's just a thing that's happening. Um, so I'd probably put it in okay. I think it's pretty okay. Series 10 used to be one of my favourites. It's not anymore. Um, but it used to be, so that's something. Um, Now, Smile is worse than the pilot. I think Smile was really bad. um, I like it's Bill's first off-world adventure. I like. I always like when you've got robots overthrowing humans. Um, I like it. I don't know. It's just a trope that I enjoy. Um, but the ending's really bad. The way the Doctor's just like, you know how I always win at chess because I have a secret move. I throw over the board, and he just like fucking uses his Sonic and just saves the day like that, and it's just okay, fine. Um, but I do like the idea that they have to keep smiling. Um, it's an interesting idea, just that they have to smile, otherwise they'll be killed. But not necessarily they have to smile; they just have to be happy, so they do smile. But you know what I mean. Um, but besides that, it's not really that good. um, not for me at least. So I feel like I probably put it in bad, but it's not that bad. It's upper end bad, like the long game kind of bad, not the Return of Doctor Mysterio kind of bad. This could be split into two sections, I think. Um, but yeah, that seems reasonable. Thin Ice, kind of the same. I like the um, because in series 3 with the Shakespeare Code, I think some of you know where I'm going with this. Um, the whole when the Doctor and Martha go back, and Martha brings up, "Well, I'm black. What's going to happen to me?" And the Doctor just basically brushes it off and just says, just who cares, pretty much. Which I find was a bit of a like. Obviously, it was 2007, so there wasn't really that. It wasn't thought through that much at the time, but obviously in hindsight that was a wrong thing to do in the script. It doesn't. They should have acknowledged it, is what I'm getting at, and they do that in Thin Ice. I like that, because she does get racially abused by this guy, and also something I do like about this is that you have the creature, but the creature's not the villain. The humans are, and I find that to be much more engaging sometimes. In that when you've got stories where there aren't no, just the creatures aren't the problem. It's the humans. Um, I find that to be so much more engaging, and that guy is a wanker too. um, uh, I just got a message. Sorry. Yeah. So personally, I put Thin Ice. I probably put it on level with. I'll put it in okay, actually. I was going to put it down here, but I think it's better than that. Not much better, though. I think that's fair. And also, you do have the scene of Bill asking, like, oh, how many people have you seen die? And he's like, I don't know. And I move on. And she's like, okay, well, that's not acceptable. But the thing is that if Belinda did that, which she kind of did at the start of Series 2, she was a bit mistrusting of the Doctor, everyone would glaze the fuck out of it. But no one questions it when Bill did it. And I'm just saying, like, that was normal. Why is everyone glazing Season 2 of Doctor Who, the new Doctor Who, when old Doctor Who was doing that just for a laugh? It was just casual. There was nothing, like, it wasn't a big moment. You know what I mean? Um, Now what are we on to? Knock knock. Who's there? Doctor Who. Way. Um, Knock knock is eh, I don't really know, to be honest. Um, I'm trying to think. It's been so long since I watched these stories. You need to understand. It takes me a while to think. I don't really think it's that good of a story, to be honest. The whole wooden lady actually being his mother and not his daughter at the end was quite an interesting. It was an interesting twist. I wanted to say it was an interesting twist. Headset shut off. Prick. Yeah, it was an interesting twist. But I do find the episode to be a bit odd. In that, like, it's just the weird, like, lice things turning her into wood. I just find that to be a bit of a weird idea. I don't know why that was thought up by anyone. But I do also find it to be, it's actually kind of a, like, I was about to say, I find the scene with the fireworks and her seeing out the window to be a nice moment, and then I remembered that they both died. Like, they both just got absorbed by the lice things, and that was the end. I find that really weird that the Doctor just let them let that happen. I don't know. Fair enough, but it's a bit weird. Like, she did just kill her son. Where would I put it though? I think I'll put it in bad. It does more to characterise Bill. Like, it shows her with a, like, I mean, I'd say her uni mates. They're not her uni mates. They're just like people she's sharing a house with. Yeah. Oxygen. This is another one where if someone tells you it's not political, show them this, because it clearly very fucking is. They can turn around and say, oh, the politics in Doctor Who now aren't as good as they used to be. I would accept that. You could say that. But saying it never used to be political is just wrong. Or that it's all woke now, it's just wrong. Oxygen was clearly political. He even says himself, it's the endpoint of capitalism, where it's more profitable for the people to be dead, I liked the idea for this story, but personally I find the whole just dead suits walking around, chasing people, trying to kill them is just like, it's a bit dead, to be honest. No pun intended. Yeah, it's just not really that good of a story in my opinion. But I feel this a lot of Series 10. I don't know. I don't know why I used to think this was so good. I think it's just the Doctor Falls. I think the Doctor Falls makes people think Series 10 was like fucking, like fucking biblical, but it wasn't, because this is not that good. But it does have an interesting theme behind it of, you don't want capitalism to go too far, otherwise that's what you end up with. Very, very interesting. I would put it in bad with Knock Knock. I think that's fair. Would I put it down? I think I'll put it down in terrible, to be honest. I feel like putting it above these is a bit unfair. I think it's sort of level with shit like the Idiot's Lantern and all that, so that seems reasonable. Where we at? Extremis. Now, Extremis, I think, is actually quite a good Capaldi era episode. Because I'll treat the Monk trilogy separate, because they are separate. They're not one story. I mean, they are one story, but they're not one story. You know what I mean? I think this is the best of the trilogy. And honestly, it's a really interesting concept, and having it be that they're in a simulation the whole time is something that Doctor Who should have done. I can't believe they've never done it before, but having it be a simulation is just genius. And that whole where they're smacking the table and they're all generating the same numbers, I find that to be a really great scene. It's really good. And also the fact that even though this Doctor isn't real, he's still just the Doctor. Like, he's still so fundamentally him, and I just like that. And he says himself, he goes, "Oh, I'm doing what anyone else does when they need help. I'm calling the Doctor." And then he calls the real Doctor with his sunglasses and warns him about the monks. And I think it does set up the monks quite well, except they kind of butchered them in The Lie of the Land, to be honest. I don't think they were that exciting. So because of that, I'll put Extremis like... I will put it in great. Will I? Okay, yeah, I will. I think it is pretty good. But the rest of the Monk trilogy really isn't where it's at. Pyramid at the End of the World, I don't really remember it a lot. I remember it in bits. It's not that good. Actually, I'm going to group the Lie of the Land and Pyramid at the End of the World together. I know there is a difference. Lie of the Land was obviously after the monks are in control. But Pyramid at the End of the World, Oh yeah, shit, because the Doctor's obviously blind. When did he go blind? How did I completely forget to mention that? What episode was that? It was Oxygen. He goes blind. How the fuck did I forget to mention? And yeah, and then in Extremis, he can't read it because he's blind. Yeah, shit, how did I not mention? But, yeah, so at the end of this story where he can't read the keypad, he's going to die, and Bill gives him his sight back, but it costs the world. They kind of remind me a bit of the Trick stuff from Sarah Jane Adventures. You just need to agree to it, and then they'll just fuck about, you know? Yeah, so I think Pyramid is better than Lie of the Land, but I still don't think Pyramid's that good. So I probably put Pyramid in. I'll put it in bad, and then Lie of the Land. I'll also put Lie of the Land in bad. I feel like they're kind of similar. I think the whole Doctor like faking a regeneration purely just for the Next Time trailer is a bit of a cheap move. It's really odd to me that he even did that in the first place, because he goes, "Oh, I was just making sure you weren't under the monk's control." But like, come on, that's so cheap. That obviously wasn't the point. It was just done because they wanted people to think, "Oh my god, the Doctor's bad," and also it created that iconic GIF of him smiling at the camera when he does his broadcasts. So yeah, honestly, I'd need to rewatch them, but as it stands, that's kind of how I feel about them now. I'll get back to you in a few months. Yeah, to be honest, I might look back on this in a few months and be like, Jesus, what was this guy thinking? These are fucking atrocious. I'm trying my best. I don't remember. Empress of Mars is another one that I think is pretty poor. If I'm honest. This is Return of the Ice Warriors again. Maybe one day the Ice Warriors will be that interesting. Have they ever even had a good story? Not really. Even the Ice Warriors was a bit shit. Sorry, I don't mean to offend anyone that likes the Ice Warriors, but it was. Yeah, so Empress of Mars really wasn't that good. Like, and I suppose it's a good like idea having British soldiers from the British Empire, you know, on Mars is a bit of like a weird concept. You never link those two together, so I mean they're a bit of a juxtaposition, so you wouldn't expect that. So that kind of makes it interesting. You're like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not a lot going on, to be honest. It's just not that interesting. Yeah, it's just sort of fine, isn't it? Oh, and then Missy's at the end of the story, isn't she? Yeah, I kind of like that, I guess. Like, I mean, they don't really do a lot with it. But later on they recontextualize it to be good. So, I would probably put this in bad. I would probably put this in terrible. I retconned myself. You know what? Actually, yeah, I'm going to move Oxygen up and keep Empress of Mars there. I think that's fair. Just so it doesn't bug me, I'm going to move that. There we go. I've probably done that before, actually, now I think about it. Some of these are in the wrong order, I know it. Here we go. Right, Eaters of Light is the most forgettable episode of all time. What the fuck happened in the Eaters of Light? It was just that random group of Roman soldiers, and stuff happened, and now they guard a magic cave or something. What the fuck even happened in the Eaters of Light? I don't know. I've probably seen it like 3 or 4 times at least. I've probably seen more than that. I still don't know. I'm gonna. I know it was really bad, and I know I hate it every time I watch it. But I don't fucking know what happened, so I'm just gonna have to put it on unwatchable. Because it's so unwatchable that I don't even fucking watch it and pay attention. And on the other hand, we have one of the best two-parters in all of Doctor Who. Now, this story is probably what motivated me to make this video in the first place. I wanted to explain my thoughts on World Enough of Time into Doctor Falls, but I didn't want to do it on its own, so I decided to explain every fucking story. This is what I was here for, is that I just had one or 2 points I wanted to make about this story, is that the story is bad. The character writing is really good, is what I've said about the Capaldi era since we started it, really. And that's never more true than here. The fact that the Doctor stayed upstairs explaining exposition while Bill was, like, he was literally explaining, oh, loads of time's passing down there while we're up here. But let me just explain it for ages to make you understand while years are passing down there, just for a laugh. That is bad writing. And then there's also the whole, when he gets hit over the head, and he suddenly types them all into all those letters into the keyboard to make the Cybermen recognise Time Lords. It's like ridiculous. But those are my 2 main gripes. The plot is bad, but everything else is so good. The Cybermen in this, at least the Mondasian Cybermen in this, once they turn metal, they kind of lose their, they lose it for me. But when those Mondasian Cybermen, and I mean the experiments before they were the Cybermen, you just hear their ones going, pain, pain, pain. It's fucking amazing. It's like, that is what I expect the Cybermen to be. And I know they can be better than that, but that is the bare minimum. They are meant to be body horror. And, like, honestly, the fact that they allow this shit on a kids show is amazing. It's absolutely bewildering. And the fact that this came out such a bad season as well. And I know everyone's going to shoot me and go, oh, the season was really good. Well, it's not. Look at the tier list. It's fucking shit. But the fact that this came out of season, like Series 10, is so fucking amazing. People say that this should have been the last story. I disagree. I think Twice Upon a Time works as the last story. It brings everything full circle. 12 and 1 together. Speaking of full circle, a little birdie told me that 16th Doctor's regeneration will bring everything full circle. It means Billy Piper. Please don't be Billy Piper. Please. I know it will, but please don't. I will kill myself. I will. I'll do it. I won't. But I want to. But yes, this story is really good, and I think it completely, like, I feel like I've kind of neglected to speak about Missy's arc as I've been going through here, which I probably should have been doing, but we don't really, well, I mean, we do notice her change, but we don't notice her change so much until this episode, where when you're confronted with the old master and this Missy, you can really see the difference. And I feel like something that is quite apparent, which I never really noticed, is that you can equate the Master's killing and the way that they are to an addiction. Missy was being helped from her addiction by the Doctor just for her old self to come back and drag her back into it and make her relapse into her old ways. Which honestly is why people always say that Sasha's Master shouldn't be after Missy because it destroys the character development. I disagree. It could easily be after Missy, but it's just after Missy in a way that, like, she's going back into her old ways. She's relapsed, but they don't elaborate on that when they should have. If they had done that, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But yeah, and if the Master hadn't come back, like, obviously they were always going to come back. They should have come back in a different way. Either elaborate on why the Master has fallen back into their old ways, have the Master be different. Don't make them just a good guy, but have them be different. Or don't bring them back, is what they should have done. But it is a really good conclusion to the Master. If they didn't want to bring them back, it would have been a fine conclusion. And being killed by the older self, well, the younger self, I meant old self, it's just, it is, how else would they go? You know, that is like the perfect way for the Master to die, is being killed by their younger self. It reminds me of the Big Finish audio Masterful, in the Crispy Master or like the Decayed Master, you know. There was a part of that where he was with a woman, using like he had some sort of perception filter on himself to make himself look normal. I think I listened to it like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that. It was a while, and then the Master's younger self says to him, he goes, "No, just show her your real self. She'll love you anyway." And he goes, "Oh, okay, I'll do that." And she literally runs away screaming when she sees him. And the Master. It was an older version of the Master, to his younger self. The younger self was the Crispy Master, and he's just done that just to be a dick to himself. Like the Master's biggest opponent is himself, and it's exactly the same here, where they kill themselves. It's absolutely crazy. I also keep seeing a lot of people telling me that not telling me, but saying it, that Missy bi-generated. Yeah, I hate it so much. And Michelle Gomez was at the season 2 premiere, so it's not even that out of the question that Missy bi-generated into Sasha's Master, and then she continued as herself or something. I don't know. Oh no, sorry, no. John Sim bi-generated into Missy and Sasha, which is horrific. That should not be a thing. But I really don't doubt Russell would do that. That is such a... People say, oh, well, it fixes the character development. No, it doesn't. Because now you've got multiple Masters, multiple Doctors. Their relationship is not... I mean, I explained this in my other video, but their relationship is so much less special because of that. But I need to soundtrack. We're talking about the Doctor Fools, and I need to wrap this up. I can't fucking be asked to be talking about these fucking episodes anymore. But I can't help it. Like, I don't want to be here, but then I start talking. And I just keep talking. I can't fucking stop. So, the Doctor Fools, I find the ending scene where he's taking on all the Cybermen, it is probably one of the greatest scenes in the show. Telos, Siouxsie and Ice Tombs. You know, that whole scene where he's taking them, and then when he's dying, he's like, no stars. It is a really nice scene, and I understand why people say that the show could have ended there. It shouldn't have. Even when the show's bad, it should still carry on, because change is part of the show. And it can have rough spots, but as long as it's constant, it can get better. It should never end. That's the point. But yeah, I can understand if it was to end, that would be a good ending. But obviously he didn't. He goes to regenerate, holds it back because this Doctor, he's tired. He's lost so much. He's done so much. He just can't do it anymore, and so he doesn't want to regenerate, and he attempts to kill himself essentially. Which leads into the Twice Upon a Time, where you have 12. I'm just going to do them all together because they're kind of like a 3-part story. They lead into each other, kind of. 12 meets 1. They're both reluctant to regenerate, and 12 sees his younger self, and he's like, well, no, you have to regenerate. All this stuff that you'll end up doing will never be done. The universe will suffer because of it, which makes him realise that, oh shit, this is true for me as well. The stuff that I will do will now no longer be done. I need to regenerate too. And I love David Bradley's performance of 1 it's good, but some of it does kind of rub me the wrong way, like the sexist jokes and stuff. Like, it's just not really... It's not that much of a tasteful adaptation in some aspects, but in other aspects it's really good. I know they didn't mean anything wrong by it. I'm sure they didn't mean any disrespect to Hartnell, obviously, but I think it can come off that way sometimes. But there was no one better to play Hartnell. He looks like Hartnell pretty much. It's a good adaptation either way. I would just personally remove those sexist jokes. I think Bill coming back was a bit dumb. I don't really like that they did that, to be honest. Like, she's just left. Like, leave it a bit. Like, she's been gone for 1 episode. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention. No, I didn't. I did mention that. I was about to just talk about Deep Breath's phone call with Matt Smith, but I did mention that. It was hours ago. Sorry, I might have forgot. Like an hour ago. I don't even know. Time just fucking doesn't exist anymore. I don't understand what time it is. It's 7:15 for me. I don't know when I started. The Doctor Falls was really good, and then Twice Upon a Time was also really good. people always chat shit about Twice Upon a Time, saying, "Oh, it's so unnecessary. They just fucked over the first Doctor. It's really bad." Nah, I think it does because it shows 12 coming round, going, "No, I will regenerate. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm ready now." And I think it's really good. I think the whole regeneration speech is a really good one. Possibly the best speech for a regeneration. Full stop. My headset went off again. That's the last time that's going to happen because I'm ending the fucking recording and then I'm going to do this tomorrow. I will start with the When Women Fell to Earth and I will want to die because I honestly, once I've done this, tomorrow is going to be hell because there is not a single episode here that I think is a genuinely good. All of these I have issues with. Not that I think they're all terrible, not at all. Some of them I enjoy, some of them I think are even sort of good. But none of them are that good. And it's going to be hell. But, anyway, Twice Upon a Time, pretty good. I like that it kind of ties into New Earth as well. And Gridlock, with the whole New Earth kind of shit. So, yeah, I think it's a good wrap up to 12's run, to be honest. And then obviously you have that scene with Clara. He gets his memories back. I think that's a really nice scene. And then obviously he regenerates into 13, and it's a whole new era. Can I just say, me personally, and this is not because I think 13's era is bad, which I do, but I think that there was such a tonal shift between 12 and 13 that if they were going to start a new era of the show, it should have been there. 13 should have been Series 1. Not Shooties Series 1. Like, I feel like the shift between Flux and Season 1 of Shooties is not as big as the difference between Series 10 and Series 11. And I just feel like, because even just in terms of the quality and how it looks, Shooties Doctor Who and Whittaker's Doctor Who are sort of similar in the quality, in my opinion. But, they obviously didn't do that. So, right, where am I going to put them? World Enough and Time and the Doctor Falls, I feel like it's only fair I put them in God tier. I think they're a really nice two-parter. Twice Upon a Time, I will put in amazing. I think, because like I said, it does have a few drawbacks. I don't really understand why Bill was in it. One was a bit sometimes. It also had that tie to the Lethbridge Stewarts. I like that too. With that soldier. Oh, and also the ending with the Christmas armistice, I think's a really powerful ending. And when the Doctor's like, "Oh, so that's what it means to be a Doctor of War," it's really nice. But yeah, I don't really have a lot else to say about the Capaldi era or the Matt Smith era. We're done. I get to rest. My voice. Oh my god. Ah! Yeah, so I guess I'll snap my fingers. And I'll see you in a minute. Right. 3, 2, 1. You thought... I just didn't have my finger on the stop recording button. I was going to snap both my fingers and nothing was going to happen. But I'll do it now. I'll stop procrastinating. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so... we back. Hopefully, this is going to be my last or second to last recording, depending on how I do this. I might split it up. I did have a thought earlier for you, yesterday for me. When I was talking about Series 8, I was talking about Danny and the Doctor's relationship, and I said something along the lines of, I like that they're both equal and they both misunderstand each other. And while I still think that's true, I think I did miss out a key part in that Danny's criticism of the Doctor, while it's like, how do I word it? It's a bit naive and not strictly true, but it is partially true. There's more nuance with the Doctor than just what Danny says, but he's not strictly wrong in that we see in this series the Doctor does sacrifice people like chess pieces. He doesn't. And when Danny says, "Oh, he's an officer. I'm a soldier." He's the one that sends people in to die. He's kind of right. The Doctor has been doing that throughout the whole of Series 8. And so, yeah, it is a genuine criticism of the Doctor. And he reacts negatively to that, I think. But it isn't such a far cry from the truth. I could probably go into that a bit deeper. But I didn't really prepare anything to say, so I'm just going to move on. I could probably dress that up and make it sound a lot smarter, but I won't because I'd need to think about it more. But I just had the thought. I was like, I feel like I should have mentioned that, but I didn't. Anyway, right, Woman Who Fell to Earth. Oh man, I hate the Whittaker and RTD2 era so much. It's gonna be hell. Woman Who Fell to Earth. I think there's a very big change between the Capaldi and Whittaker era. There's a big change. We can all agree on that much. It does well at establishing the new tone of the show, I think. Compared to what we have now, I think it does a better job establishing the companions than they ever did with Ruby or Belinda, so it's got that going. Like, honestly, I don't think it does a good job. Like, Yaz is a police officer, but she barely does anything as a police officer. She doesn't act like a police officer. But I like that they have a reason to travel, I like that Grace's death is what makes Ryan and Graham travel, and I don't even remember why Yaz was, to be honest. But it's not all bad. I think it's definitely one of the better ones of Series 11. But yeah, Tim Shaw was a bit of a shit villain, to be honest. And yeah, it kind of set the tone. I know, like, for me, I don't really like this era. I don't like the tone. I don't really like the scripts, but I can respect that they were going for something new and different. I get why it resonates with certain people. It just doesn't with me. But this story's... It's definitely... It does its job. As for what it is, it fulfills its function of establishing this new era. I would probably put it in... I think I probably put it in bad. And that's... See, like, we're working with a different frame of reference here, because I think all of the Whittaker era is just generally worse, which means if we were to put this on a scale of the Whittaker era, bad is going to be good. And then okay would be, like, amazing. It's just, it works on a different scale, because I just dislike the whole era more. But I think, honestly, compared to these episodes, it's kind of... I'd lump it in with there and how much I enjoy it. What we are now, The Ghost Monument. I should clarify, I probably only watched these episodes about 3 times ever, and it has been a couple years since I last watched them, so I might be a bit... I won't remember them as clearly, especially Series 11. Series 12 I remember a bit more, and obviously 13 was recent enough for me to just recall watching it, Not that I don't recall watching this, I just recall it in less detail, because I wasn't really paying attention. Now, The Ghost Monument, I feel like... I think I actually saw a not behind the scenes, like an interview with Chibnall, and this might be incorrect, but this is what I remember him saying. But I think he said something along the lines of, because this was filmed abroad, and obviously they have to pay to send them all abroad, get the work visas and whatever, so it was a lot of hassle. So what ended up happening is they cut down a lot of the side cast, because the actual story is like, it's like a race to do something, isn't it? I can't really remember exactly what it is, but they sort of end up joining at the end, because there's barely any people left. I feel like it would have worked better if we did see the whole thing, but obviously we didn't, and I like the idea of the TARDIS, like, because obviously it's a time machine, and I like the fact that it's been there for hundreds and hundreds of years, phasing in and out, and it's become sort of like a legend. It's quite an interesting idea. But besides that, for the first alien planet, I don't really think the companions are that. They don't really seem to care, to be honest. Besides, oh wow, we're on an alien planet. Um, yeah, so honestly, I don't think it's that good. Um, I'd probably have to put it in unwatchable, just because I'm really not a fan of this episode. Um, but yeah, it's definitely one of the worst ones of Series 11. Actually, I say that, it's probably just an average episode of Series 11. Oh, got a hiccup. Where was I? Right, Rosa. See, I can feel already we're moving a lot quicker through these, which is nice. But Rosa, I would probably say, is the best episode of Series 11. I don't think many people would disagree with that. Um, I think it's very well directed. My one issue is that I think, what's his name, Krasko, I think, he doesn't need to be in the episode. I think the episode would have worked far better if it wasn't some racist from the future trying to make Rosa give up her seat. I think that's a dumb plot. And honestly, I feel like just the time period, you don't need that. The people themselves are villains enough. And I find that it is shot very well, and I think it's got some very emotional scenes. Um, I also like the way Ryan is given a lot more attention in this episode, because obviously he's black, and he resonates with Rosa's character and Martin Luther King, obviously. Um, yeah, I think it does a very good job. So, and I know people do meme it a lot, but I also like Graham, that scene where um, it ends up they have to be the ones to make her not give up her seat, which is, it sounds silly, but like Bradley Walsh's acting is just really nice in that. It's, you can see he's absolutely heartbroken. Um, so I'd probably put it up in okay, just because it still has the issues that are prevalent throughout the whole Whittaker era. But that's, like I said before, I just dislike the entire Whittaker era as a whole. So we're working on a different scale here. But for a Whittaker episode, it's definitely one of the better ones. So I think that's reasonable place to put it. But like I said, yeah, Krasko is a terrible villain, and honestly would work better without him. Um, Now, Arachnids in the UK, I think everyone, even the people that are fans of this era, can understand that Arachnids in the UK is horrendous. Because this is their first story set back on present day Earth, isn't it? And when I just think back to Aliens in London, so Rose has left, she's come back to present day Earth. Obviously, the whole year gap has happened, and you have so much good character moments at the start of Aliens in London with Jackie and everything. This doesn't do that. Like, I feel like it is a good parallel. You could compare them. It's a nice point of comparison, and honestly, Aliens in London does it so much better than this does. The concept of it with the giant spiders is a bit dumb. And I find it absolutely bewildering that the Doctor refuses to kill the spiders, but locking them in a room to starve to death was suddenly humane. I have no idea who thought that was a good idea. That is like the most stupid shit. Why would that even cross your mind? It also said, I can't remember his name, but that guy, he was in Revolution of the Daleks as well. That guy. Is he Ed Sheeran? That one. He's in it. He's not very good, but he's in it. I suppose it links into Revolution of the Daleks a bit. Yeah, this is really poor, actually. It's going in unwatchable because it's just so bad. It's absolutely horrific. It might be one of the worst episodes of anything I've ever seen. Now the Saranga. let me try that again. The Saranga Conundrum um, is it's just another just like naff Whittaker episode. The Pating is just dumb. It's just a little cunt who just eats a bunch of stuff. I don't know. And then there's the man that's pregnant. It's just weird. Like, I just don't understand why they. What is even going on in this story? It's absolutely bewildering. I don't know what to say. I suppose the Pating is, it's a cool idea, but in action, it's just really dumb and really bad and dumb and bad and dumb. I've literally got nothing redeeming about this episode. I can't think of a single thing it does well. So, where would I put it? I'm debating between terrible and unwatchable right now. I'm going to put it in unwatchable because, like I said, I can't think of a single thing that it does well. Granted, like I said, it's been a few years since I watched it. Maybe I'd rewatch it and go, wow, the Saranga Conundrum was actually really good. Which I probably would. I know I did actually see a video on Oxygen yesterday between recordings, and they really liked it and were saying about how great it was. And if you see here, I've got it in bad. So when I get to that in my rewatch, some of these will probably move around. I expect that one will. If someone likes Oxygen that much, there's got to be a reason. So I'll probably reevaluate it when I watch it, and I will with a lot of these, to be honest. But at the moment, the Saranga Conundrum I think's really poor, so it has to sort of go there. Demons of the Punjab is I like I like this one for Series 11. This is probably the third best. I'd say it's worse than Woman Who Fell to Earth, worse than Rosa, but like the villains again are a bit like not very interesting. But I think the actual concept, having an episode set during the partition of India, was something they should have done already. I don't know why they didn't, but see, something I will give the Whittaker era credit for is like it does handle politics badly, but sometimes it does delve into certain topics which other eras didn't, which they should have. For example, Rosa Parks and the partition of India, and then obviously you got the witch trials too. These are things that should have been addressed before but weren't. So I respect that they went in that direction in a lot of these episodes. But I don't really know where I'd put it. It does a lot of character work for Yaz. I mean, she's not really much of a character, but it does do. See, like, compared to 2025, Yaz is a fantastic companion. But by today's standards, she's not like Ruby and Belinda are horrific characters. They're so bad. And we'll get to that. I assure you. I can see them staring at me from down there. I can see space babies looking at me. But this episode, I don't remember any of the names, but Yaz's nan and that guy, they have some nice moments. I like that. Their relationship transcends the religion. They're being forced apart. I think that's quite an interesting idea. But where would I put it? I'd probably put it in with The Woman Who Fell to Earth. I think they're very similar. I would say The Woman Who Fell to Earth edges at the top of it, but not by a lot. I think they're pretty similar kinds of episodes. Kablam is... Kablam's kind of a bad one, because obviously there's... this kind of fell into the same bracket that... what's it called? The Interstellar Song Contest fell into, where they try to cover political topics and then accidentally do it wrong, and it ends up being really offensive. And Kablam, they tried to tackle the like it's a system that has oppressed people, and then they rebel against the system by resorting to terrorism, which is obviously wrong. The Doctor then stops the terrorist, but then doesn't do anything to rectify why they were being a terrorist in the first place. Like, the system's still oppressing people, but she's now stopped the guy who was fighting for freedom and called it a day. Which I find really weird. I suppose it's nice that it's got a little callback to the Big Bang too, with the Fez arriving. I think that's quite funny. Yeah, it was a good idea, because obviously having an episode set in an Amazon warehouse is it's just an interesting idea that relates to the real world. They should have done that. But I think it does kind of fail a bit at what it's trying. Like, the message it's trying to send, which I don't even know what fucking message they're trying to send, to be honest, but whatever it is, absolutely fails. But I think I do just enjoy watching it more than stuff like Arachnids in the UK. Like, there's nothing about it, but I just enjoy it more, so I'm going to put it in terrible. Just because I think it is better than Ghost Monument, Arachnid, Tsuranga Conundrum, but I can't tell you why. Maybe I just like the concept more, so it's more fun to watch, but it's alright, you know. Then the Witchfinders. Now, I feel like when they're covering a topic like the witch trials, it is something it's a very sensitive topic, and I feel like they don't give it enough attention that it should have had. Because, these innocent people were killed for something that obviously we know now. Witches aren't real, or at least most people would probably agree that witches aren't real. At the very least, they'd agree that the people that were drowned for being witches weren't witches. We can all agree on that, or burned, whatever. But I don't even know, like, thousands and thousands and thousands of people all across the world were killed for being witches. But somehow it's sort of devolved in media. Like, I just want to take a side note with Assassin's Creed. I heard that they're doing a game set in the witch trials in the Holy Roman Empire, set in, like, I think it was like the 1600s, I think. I could be wrong. And then I heard that they're actually going to have them perform magic in it, which sounds like a good idea, but I feel like it kind of detracts from the point. With a game like Assassin's Creed, it's meant to be grounded in history with mythological elements. I would agree with that much. But I feel like when you're saying, oh, but there were actually witches there, you're kind of taking away from the actual tragedy of what happened. Sorry, my headset went again. But you're taking away from it. These are innocent people that were killed, and when you're saying, oh, there were actually witches, then you're kind of justifying why people killed them in the first place, which I think's kind of... I feel like people have just become a bit tone deaf to that, but it is, like, quite disrespectful, to be honest. It's like you were making a game about the Holocaust, but the Jews were actually really evil. Which is a horrible comparison, but you could kind of see where I'm coming from here. It would not be excusable. Everyone would criticise that, but somehow when it's the witch trials, and it's somehow okay. This episode isn't nearly as egregious as Assassin's Creed was, or is, or going to be, rather. I could rattle on about Assassin's Creed all day, but I won't. But this episode, I think, fails just because it should have covered those serious topics, and it really didn't. And I think it fails for that. But there's like one good line where the Doctor's like, "Oh, you think you're so slick hiding behind a title of King or whatever," to King James, and then he goes, "Oh, just as you hide behind Doctor." which is it's a good line in a really poor episode, which it's quite funny. Where would I put it though? I'd probably put this one in terrible as well, just because I don't find the villains very engaging. I don't think the Whittaker era villains, at least in Series 11, were very interesting at all. There were a few later on, but in Series 11, I don't think there's a single one that I'm actually interested by. I think putting it in terrible is kind of appropriate, because it is a bit terrible. But at the same time, it's not so bad that I put it right at the very bottom. That it takes you away. I don't really know where I'd put this, to be honest. I'm thinking about it. I think it's a really good idea. Like every episode I criticise, I go, it's a really good concept. But it is a very nice concept. I also say that a lot, don't I? I go, I criticise myself for saying it's a good concept, and then I go, no, but it is a good concept anyway. And then I rattle on. But it's true. It is a good concept of having them... what's it called? Just like this mythical kind of being thing in another dimension, just trying to latch on to people, like the husband who essentially abandoned his child to go and stay with his wife, who wasn't really his wife, and when it turns into a frog or something. I like that it's got callbacks to The Woman Who Fell to Earth, I guess, with Grace. She's kind of in it. But I don't really find it... I can't tell you their names of... it's the blind daughter and her dad. I have no idea what their names are. I don't know anything about them. The episode's really kind of a bit shit, to be honest. I would put it in unwatchable. I'm not really a fan of this episode, to be honest. Which is quite disappointing, because honestly, I feel like there was no reason for Series 11 to be this bad, because even though I said that the Whittaker era generally is worse for me, Rosa is up here. These episodes could have all been at least in okay, but they weren't. They were just... Even for that era, they were bad, which is problematic. They could have been so much better. And then obviously the Battle of Ranskorav Kolos. Probably the worst... Actually, I take that back. Empire of Death is the worst finale. Pre-RTD2, it's the worst finale in the entire show. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to have Tim Shaw be the main villain of this series, but there's no build up to it. It's just a normal adventure. There's nothing final about this. This isn't a finale. It's just stuff that happens, and could have... If this was a 13 episode series and this was episode 10, no one would bat an eye. It would just be an episode in the series. It's also a one-part finale, which I never think Doctor Who should do. One-part finales never work. But they don't never work, but it's definitely harder to make them work. They should always be big events, two-parters and the cliffhanger and people going, oh, what's going to happen? And it also needs to have build-up throughout the series too, of, slowly working your way to that finale. Not necessarily like RTD used to do, where he'd mention a word every episode, which is poor, which I know you're not ready for that conversation, but it is. I just mean, like, in the sense of you feel like you're working towards something, and then when you get to the finale, it's rewarding, and you're like, nice. Like, there was no build-up to World Enough and Time the Doctor Falls. There was no foreshadowing for it, other than leaks, and obviously the BBC essentially leaked it themselves with John Sim coming back. That was rude. But it just feels like these characters are working their way towards something. This was just an episode. This could have even aired out of order. Honestly, if you put some of these stories out of order, it's not going to make a difference. That's a big issue I have with this era, is that there's no real sense of character growth. You look at Yaz here, and look at Yaz at the end of Series 12. she's the same. Series 13 is different, but that's just because she behaves differently. There was no gradual change. She just kind of suddenly switches up after Graham and Ryan leave. But yeah, there's no sense of character growth. No one's changed. I would put this in unwatchable. I suppose it's kind of good that they brought back Tim Shaw. I mean, if he was a better villain in episode 1, maybe it would have been a better finale, but he was not a good villain, so it's kind of hard to be like, oh my god, Tim Shaw's back. Wow. I think what made this worse as well is that there was a whole year gap between this and Series 12, wasn't there? Wait. There's always a year gap. Why am I even saying that? The real gap was between 12 and 13, so that's not really a... Yeah, no, that was bad, because that was the whole after the Timeless Child shabackle, and then we had to wait a year and a half. Yeah, no, that was bad. I'll get to that when we get there. But, yeah, I think that's a fair place to put the Battle of Ranskorav Kolos. It's really not a good story, to be honest. And I just find it a bit odd that they decided to bring back Tim Shaw, of anyone. Where we at? Resolution. This is the... See, it's good that Whittaker had a Dalek story. I feel like that's something we miss with 15. Because I know he's leaving. He's definitely not staying. But he never had a Dalek story. Which I think every Doctor needs to have a Dalek story, except maybe 14. He only did 3 episodes. And honestly, I'm going to just say this now. I'm just going to throw out some speculation for the future. It's just dawned on me. I just want to say it. I just want to get it out now. And then I can look back and go, oh, he was right, or he was really wrong. So, I'm pretty confident 16 is going to be Billie Piper. The show's going to take some time off, but I don't think she's going to be a full-time Doctor. This is just me speculating here. There's no leaks about this. There were leaks about Billie Piper. This is just my speculation. I think she'll do a series of specials. I don't know for how long, I don't know how many she'll do, but I doubt if she does a full series, then I'll be very shocked. At the most, she would do 1 series. She's not going to be a proper Doctor. But yeah, I just want to say that. That's what I think will happen. But yeah, Resolution, Dalek story. Not a very good Dalek story, but at least she had one. Isn't it? It's supposed to be a Dalek from like old Skaro, isn't it? That got sent out as like a recon scout. So I suppose that's kind of cool. If I might be wrong. Like I said, it has been a while. Where would I put it? But I mean, yeah, it's still plagued by all the problems of Series 11. This is essentially just a part of Series 11. I mean, yeah, they'll probably film back to back, won't they? I can't really think of anything redeeming about it, really. I do find it a bit weird that all of her New Year specials were Dalek stories. I don't think we really needed that, but I guess it's not a problem, but I feel like they should have diversified it a bit, because considering they did 3 Dalek stories and none of them were good, they really could have done more. But Resolution itself, I would put it in bad, up with The Woman Who Fell to Earth, and the reason I put it so much higher than the rest of Series 11 is just because I think it's... When I watched it the first time, I was intrigued in what was happening. Usually I wasn't with Series 11, but at least it did something to grip me. And I suppose the whole Dalek latching onto the woman's back it's a weird idea, but I suppose it's kind of like, oh, that's weird. I haven't seen that before. So it's got that kind of going for it. Actually, no, I take it back. I'm going to put it in terrible. Just because I saw Journey into the centre of the TARDIS staring me in the face there, and Resolution is definitely not as good as that. So, but everything I still said is true. I actually, yeah, I think it's reasonable to be in terrible now that I think about it. Yeah, this is getting packed, isn't it? How many more do we have to do? Hang on, wait, how long have I been recording? 31 minutes. and we covered 11 stories. Fuck, man. Why does it take me so long? That's over 2.5 minutes. But it's taking me longer the further in I get. And how many do we have left? 28. What's... Oh, wait, let me count. Because the two-parters don't count. They were all single parts. That's why it's not going to take as long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'll do all flux separately. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37 more. I've just done 11. So, if I do that 3 and a bit more times, would mean, and I've been doing this for half an hour, 3.5 times 30 minutes is nearly 2 hours. Fuck, man, how do I do this shit? Anyway, Spyfall. Series 12 is definitely a big step up from Series 11. I think everyone would agree on that. I think each series she had improved on the last. And speaking of that, I think Flux would have been a really good series if it wasn't made in COVID. I think the fact it was made in COVID meant they had to strip back a lot of stuff they wanted to do. That's why Vinder is such a mid character. He would have actually been good if he'd been given what his actual, like, the material he was actually meant to have had, but obviously they had to cut back. The fact they even got it made during COVID is a miracle, to be honest, so I can cut up some slack with Flux, but this, they get no excuse. Series 12 is just bad. Not all of it, though. I think it's got some redeeming qualities. But yeah, Spyfall, I think, was actually quite a good story, especially for a Whittaker-era story. I think Sasha's Master is probably the best part of Whittaker's era, and actually, now that we're here, I did speak about this briefly earlier when we did World Enough and Time, The Doctor Falls, but the Master, like, obviously, when it was revealed and he goes, "Oh, that's my name, that's why I chose it." It's such a bad reveal. I've always said it was a bad reveal, and I still believe it was a bad reveal, because no one would assume he's the Master. There's no setup for him to be the Master. It's just a random side character who just turns around and goes, "Oh, what's up? I'm the Master, by the way." Like, there was nothing to indicate that he was evil, when they could have thrown in a couple things, you know, but they didn't. It comes out of nowhere, so it's not a good reveal. And I feel like that is key part of it. It's not a good reveal if there's no, like, I should be able to go back and watch it and go, "Oh shit, this is so obvious now." But when I go back and watch it, there's and then there's the Master. They're different people. If he never was the Master, no one will go, "Oh, he was a bit suspicious." No, it was a terrible reveal. But also the fact that this came less than 3 years after The Doctor Falls is ridiculous. Like, Missy had a whole arc, and she died, and it was like... And they'd gone through all of that just for 2.5 years later to completely undo it all. And like I said before, there's nothing wrong with undoing that, but you have to address it and explain why. Like, it's like Chibnall didn't watch that era and then just winged it. But you need to... If you're going to have the Master go back to their old ways, you should elaborate on why. And you end up having people saying, "Oh, Sasha clearly just comes from before Missy." I don't agree with that. I think, just from a story perspective, it just makes sense for him to be the latest of the Masters. Especially considering he destroyed Gallifrey and shit. What, you think Missy would just not mention that? And just stuff. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense, story-wise. And then I've also been hearing people recently say that, the Sim Master bi-generated. I did mention this earlier, I think. That he bi-generated into Missy and Sasha, and that would also be terrible, just because it cheapens their relationship. I did already explain this, but it does. It makes it cheap, because now you've just got multiple Masters, multiple Doctors. The reason that it's special is because there's one. There's one of each. They're equals. There's one. That's why it's good. And I know that Michelle Gomez was at the premiere for season 2, so I really hope that she's not got anything to do with bi-generation. I hate bi-generation. It should never have been a thing. And then Russell's excuses go, oh, you're bi-generation, it's because, oh, fuck, I don't know, salt, salt. So bi-generation, obviously, you fucking idiot. What? What? I hate it so much, but yeah, I do think Sasha's a really good master, but they should have delved into more. Like, I shouldn't have to make excuses as to why he behaves the way he does. They should have explained it. So it is a fault of the writing. The fact that people have to come up with this whole bi-generation theory and stuff because the writing was poor, just doesn't, well, not right. The reason people get to come up with bi-generation because it's not explained is because the writing is poor, is what I meant to say. They should have elaborated. They should have at least mentioned it, because they don't even mention Missy, I think, at all. Like, the Doctor doesn't say, oh, last I saw you were doing great, and now you've devolved, you're a fucking prick. And the Masters, they just don't even acknowledge it. It's like it never happened, which I find crazy. What's his name? Lenny Henry's in this. I can't remember his name. Barton, that was his name. Where's Barton? We saw him coming in. Yeah, Barton. The whole reveal scene, though, I feel like it's just become so memed that I do like it just because it's funny. Cockpit bomb, short fuse. It's so cartoony, and I do like Sasha's master because of that. But we've just come off the back of having a really emotionally intelligent and well written master, just to devolve back to having a crazy kind of master. It's just a bit like, it makes it a bit more silly. But the actual story itself, with those weird white ghost things, I don't know what the hell they were called, the Carvin, I think, or something like that. I might be making it up. Where would I put this story, though? I also, there's the issue of her dropping the Doctor's she drops the Master's perception filter in Nazi Germany, which was absolutely diabolical. Now they'll see the real you. Now that is a questionable line, to be honest. I can't believe that ever got through. Like, this is what I mean. Sometimes the Whittaker era and also RTD2 can strive so much to be politically progressive, and then also, on the other hand, be the most racist, sexist, ableist kind of era in the show. They'll slip up and say things that are absolutely horrific, like, now they'll see the real you. Like, they go so far to try and be politically progressive that they end up being politically regressive. And actually, Whittaker's era wasn't even that bad for that. It's RTD2 that's the real issue. The fact that RTD himself has said that disabled people shouldn't be portrayed as villains, and that's why he put Davros out of the chair. Headset went again. But the fact that he said disabled people can't be villains is ableist. Like, I understand that he's trying to be nice to disabled people, but they are like everybody else. They can do bad things, they can do nice things. They're not all sweet little angels. It's like, it's sort of degrading to disabled people. If I was a disabled person, I would feel insulted by that. It's like he's getting offended on issues that aren't his own on their behalf. No one, like, honestly, did a single disabled person actually criticise Davros and go, such horrible disabled representation? No. Davros wasn't evil because he was disabled. No one saw him, and, like, I didn't even clock that he really was disabled. I just saw him as Davros, and I think most people did. Russell's the weirdo that saw it and going, oh, this is horrible for disabled people, I've got to change that. Bro, no one's asking you to. It's not an issue. And it's just like, Russell just does shit like that. He's so up his own fucking arse. With the whole, oh, I needed to change the Sonic because it looks like a gun. Bro, no one said that except you. No one was like, it's a sonic screwdriver. It looks like a screwdriver, not a gun. No one calls it a gun. And what makes it funnier is that he'll give the fucking Morris, a child working for Unit, a fucking mounted turret, but you can't have the screwdriver look like a gun. Oh, okay. Not that it does look like a gun. He just points it. Because he points it at stuff, it looks like a gun, does it? Absolutely bewildering. That guy is such a fucking twat. And it's just even in the 60th, you could just tell the way that it's solely based around RTD's first era. It's just because he just fucking sucks himself off so much to the point where that's all he does. He's so self-indulgent in his own work, and it's just fucking. Why am I even talking about this? We'll get to that. We're talking about Whittaker's era. Spyfall Part 1 and 2. I enjoy them. I would probably put them in. I'd probably put them in bad. Which is quite funny when I say, oh, I actually enjoy them. I enjoy them as Whittaker episodes, is the clarification I need to make. Yeah, that seems fair to me. I feel like they've got their share of issues, but at the end of the day, they're not that bad. What now? Oh, Orphan 55. I think we all know where this is headed. Everyone, I say everyone, lots of people would probably say this is the worst episode of all time. And I can see why, to be honest. But I don't think this is the worst episode of all time. I don't even think this is the worst Whittaker episode. I don't know why it got such bad rep, to be honest. It is a horrific episode. It's awful. With horrible messaging at the end, like the whole, oh, this is why we need to watch out for global warming, guys. It just sort of is such a dumb way of doing it. It's an important message delivered in the worst way possible. It's so bad. The dregs, I suppose they look good. It's good costumes, and but just the concept itself is just bad, and the way she turns around and goes, oh, that was just one possible future. Like, I get that time's in flux, but that's just never really how it's worked before. And then having that, just the way it was done just really wasn't, like, they should have seen that future and go, oh shit, we need to change that now, because that is gonna happen. That should have been the set future that needs to be averted. But it was just already bad. Benny, have you seen my Benny? Benny. It also has fucking Jay Cartwright in it, doesn't it? Oh man, this episode sucks. It's going unwatchable because it is bad. It's really bad. We're itching our way closer to RTD2. I can see it staring at me. How many episodes have we done? We've done 11, 14 episodes. How many more do I have to do before I get to RTD2? 17. Okay, so we're getting there. Just a little spoiler here. Power of the Doctor, I do actually I genuinely think it's a good episode. Like, overall, not just as a Whittaker episode, I genuinely like Power of the Doctor. Which is funny because, no, it's not, I'm not going to go into it. I'll go into it when I get there. In like 3 years' time. Where are we at? Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's the first historical of the series, isn't it? I think it's the Skithra. I thought they were the Rachnos when I first saw it. They do look quite similar, to be fair. I also heard a rumour, apparently, that the woman who portrays the Skithra Queen, or whatever they're called, is actually Rani Chandra from the Sarah Jane Adventures, which I find quite funny. And also, that's Sasha Demon's wife. But I'm pretty sure that's true. I might be wrong. They also have the Skithra in the Doctor Who comics as well, which I found quite weird. Yeah, they decided to bring Nikola Tesla back in the comics just for a laugh. But this episode itself, I'm not really that keen on it. I don't think it's egregiously offensive. It's just sort of a bit. It's see with Series 12, we had the issue with Series 11 where there was a stark contrast in quality between some of the episodes. I think with Series 12, it's kind of worse because I think Series 12 has more good episodes, which means that the difference is wider. So I'm looking at Fugitive of the Jadoon and Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. They're kind of such a big leap that Series 12 feels very bipolar, like it's always up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Series 11 was like a bit up, a bit down, a bit up, a bit down, but it wasn't a big shift. But yeah, so this one, these episodes kind of feel worse than they are. Like, but this one's kind of middling in Series 12, I think. Yeah, I don't. I feel like it could have delved more into Tesla, like as a person. Kind of like Van Gogh. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything near as good as Vincent and the Doctor, but they could have delved a bit more into that and his mentality and his his state of mind and just stuff like that. But they didn't really. The focus obviously wasn't on him; it was on the Skithra. Where would I put it though? I'd probably put it in terrible. Do I want to put it? Yeah, I'd put it in terrible because I do like. It's just kind of a, like I said, it's just kind of middling. It's nothing too bad, so it's just kind of fine. So I'll put it there. It's just it's all right. Sitting in there with Let's Kill Hitler, so it's not doing too well. But it's just like it's just there. Anyway, yeah, Fugitive of the Jadoon. I actually really like this episode, to be honest. Even without the Fugitive Doctor, this episode would have been a good episode. I think I did mention earlier, I actually thought she was going to be Rassilon, with the whole break the glass and the Time Lord energy. I was like, oh shit. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be the Doctor, would it? Of course it wouldn't. We know all the Doctors. I'm not going to criticise this episode for pre-Hartnell Doctors because obviously we saw it. She goes, I'm the Doctor. They never actually explained why. They didn't go into the Timeless Child here, so I can't hold that against this episode. I'll save that for later. Not too much later though, I can see it right there. But I do think Jo Martin does do a good performance as the Doctor, and also as Ruth Clayton, I think her name was. I really liked the whole, because there's that scene with the Jadoon, and she kind of like snaps on it and snaps its fucking horn off, doesn't she? But it's kind of like she's doing shit she doesn't understand, kind of like when John Smith, he was started speaking like the Doctor, and then he went, "Oh, what the fuck? What was that?" I found it really mysterious because you're like, hang on, why is she acting like this? Why is she switching up like that? And it is quite intriguing to watch, and honestly, I quite like it, and I like the whole Jadoon, and also the fact that her husband, Ruth's husband, who's obviously the Doctor's companion, you think he's kind of suspicious and that he's the one that's a bit shifty and weird, but then you find out that actually he's the Doctor's companion. He's just doing what she asked him to do, and it's a really interesting kind of concept. I wish they delved more into him, to be honest, as the companion. And honestly, I hope they do with Big Finish, but I know that they probably won't. Actually, I say that, Big Finish do fucking anything. I'm actually kind of shocked they haven't done more with like timeless Doctors in Big Finish, to be honest. I would have thought, like, when I first heard about it, I assumed they were going to be leaping on it, making as many ranges as they want, but I kind of gather now they don't really want to do that, They're not going to set up entirely new Doctors and just expect people to like them, or at least not yet. They might one day. But yeah, I genuinely think this is probably the best one we've covered so far. Yeah, I'm scrolling up. I know, I'm scrolling up. I would probably even put it up in good. I think this is a really good Whittaker episode. That seemed fair to me. I miss the good old days when we were doing these episodes. I completely forgot. I'm seeing like Parting of the Ways, Family of Blood. oh, it's so nice up here, and then we're all the way down here. It's hell. But yeah, Fugitive of the Jadoon. I'll get to the Timeless Doctors in a bit, but I think on its own, for what it was, because they didn't outright confirm anything, it was just a lot of speculation at the time. I remember thinking that, like, my theory was that she was from a parallel universe. That was my guess. Because obviously there wouldn't be any pre-Hartnell Doctors. He's the first Doctor. It just wouldn't make any sense, would it? She's got a police box, for fuck's sake. Of course she's not the Doctor. Wait, no, of course she's not pre-Hartnell, because he got the TARDIS. Right? Oh, oh, I wish. Praxeus is... It's a Series 11 episode that's snuck into Series 12. It's really bad. Yeah, it's kind of like... you know, there's that guy in it. And there's that other guy in it. I can't remember any other cast members, but there's that gay couple. I remember them. There's the Doctor. Graham's in it. Ryan and Yaz are in it too. And they've got that weird thing, like, chasing them around. That weird, like, not chasing them, the weird, like, scales thing, infection kind of thing. I barely remember this episode, if I'm honest. I don't remember it being a really good one, to be honest. But where would I put it? I'm going to put it in unwatchable because, like I said, I do think it's a Series 11 episode that snuck in. Like I said, I can't recall some of these, like, beat for beat. I can't tell you exactly what happened in Praxeus, but I can tell you how I felt watching it wasn't great, and I trust that. But yeah, like I said, when I get to rewatch these episodes, I'm sure maybe I'll change my mind on a few of them. Mainly the Capaldi episodes, to be honest. I don't think I'll change my mind on a lot of Whittaker. Maybe I'll be able to critique them more and say why I didn't like Praxeus, but honestly, Praxeus, I don't think it's going much higher. Can You Hear Me? I think was actually a really good idea. I would say it does more to characterise Yaz and Ryan, but it kind of doesn't. Like, it shows a flashback of Yaz becoming a police officer, I think, but that doesn't really tell us a lot because it's just kind of like, it's good to know, but it doesn't recontextualize anything. You know, it's just like, okay, cool, thanks. I do like the flashback scene though. It's nice. With the whole, like, oh, the police officer saved her, and then she, like, gave her a coin or something, and she gave it back. I think that's what happened. I might be wrong. I like the Eternals. Are they Eternals? I'm getting mugged off here. I can't remember. I believe that they are. But the actual overall plot of the story was a bit bad. I would probably have to put it in terrible, but the only reason it's not in unwatchable is just because of those flashback scenes. I think they're okay. Yeah, but like I said, they don't really do a lot, but they're just, like, fine. And The Haunting of Villa Diodati, I think, is actually really good. I think the Lone Cyber... Oh, wait, hang on. Fugitive of the Jadoon. I didn't even bring up Jack Harkness. What the fuck? I completely forgot. Yeah, Jack Harkness came back in Fugitive of the Jadoon. That was cool. I mean, he didn't really do a lot. It was just kind of, don't give the Lone Cyberman what it wants. It was nice to see him again, I guess. He hadn't been seen since Miracle Day, so. But yeah, you know, it's nice. Anyway, now we've got the Lone Cyberman, Haunting Villa Diodati. I think this is a really good story. I actually really enjoy it. I think the Lone Cyberman's design is fucking cool and creepy, and, like, I don't really understand how they did it, because Whittaker era stories aren't good, yet somehow this one is. And I really like, yeah, the whole Lone Cyberman thing. Also, having Mary Shelley in it, it's just nice to have, isn't it? You know, it's a historical, and also that parallel between the Cyberman and Frankenstein, you can kind of see, like, why they went with Mary Shelley. Yeah, it's very good. Unfortunately, though, it does set up the next story, which is a big drawback. Actually, no, it's I can't critique this story for the next one, can I? Where would I put it though? Ooh. I think I'll probably put it up in good as well with Fugitive of the Dune. I quite like this story. Um, yeah, I think it's good. Unfortunately, the next one is not. It's very, very bad. And honestly, I could sit here and rant about the Timeless Child for a long time, but I won't, or at least I'll try not to. Um, but it's very bad. The one thing I do like the Timeless Child for, or at least I like that they tried to do, is with RTD2, he recontextualised it to be the Doctor's adopted and that parallel with Ruby. I see what he was going for, and I think that that's a good idea, but it doesn't really go anywhere. So that's all the Timeless Child really did, was start off the concept of a good idea that never went anywhere. I like Jo Martin, but like I said, she didn't have to be pre-Hartnell. The fact that she's got a police box seems to me like they just didn't even think it through, or they just thought that it would just be cool. But it doesn't make any sense law-wise. When you're going pre-Hartnell, you have to know about the law. You have to go into the law. You can't just do stuff and get away with it. You have to explain it too. Which is why it doesn't make any sense for her to have a police box. And I think even if you take away the whole Timeless Child reveal, this is still not a great story. The whole, like, last survivors of humanity thing is just a bit bad. The Cybermen in this suck. Sasha's master, again, is good. I like him in this story. I just enjoy his performance. Not that it's really that good. But the whole... Actually, I like the whole Brendan in Ireland flashbacks. I like that. It's quite mysterious. You're like, what's going on here? Yeah, I like that. But the actual Timeless Child itself was... I like the concept that... Because we know the Time Lords are corrupt. And I like the idea that they didn't actually get their power themselves. They stole it because they are corrupt and they do stuff like that. And I like the idea of them stealing that power from a child to, like, raise themselves up and then act like they're the supreme beings and everything. But just the fact that there's pre-Hartnell stuff is just I'm not really a big fan of. It's been like 5 years. I'm over it by this point. But I wish they never did it. It was a really bad idea. And also just the fact of how much damage it did to the show. Like, by this point, the Whittaker era was unpopular, and this really didn't do it any favours. It was the first female Doctor, so obviously that was holding it back in terms of a lot of people they jumped off the show, and it was a very controversial move. And then also the scripts weren't that strong, so that was another thing holding it back. And then they did this. They had a massive lore drop as well. Really didn't help. And then also taking 18 months off. Well, it was more than 18 months. Taking a year and a half off, though, like a bit more than that, was another move. And the fact that we had the Timeless Children... Me headset went. But we had the Timeless Children there. And then... I mean, we had the special 10 months after. Then we had to wait another 9 months until Flux, but I think that it was a really poor decision, and it was really poor timing. If you're going to do it, time it better. I hate people that turn around and say, oh, the Timeless Child would have been good if it was the Master. I really don't think it would. It can just be a child. It doesn't have to be anybody. It can just be a child that the Time Lords took, and have the Doctor feel guilt for that, because a part of that child is what made the Doctor what they are. She can be like, okay, I need to find this child and make sure they're fine. That would have been a more engaging story than, oh, it was you the whole time. Bravo, Vince. Also, I can't believe I forgot to mention, the Master destroying Gallifrey. is really fucking stupid. Not just on a literal level, like he shouldn't have been able to destroy Gallifrey, it makes no sense. But also just the fact that you just brought it back. It came back in Day of the Doctor. 7 series of Gallifrey being destroyed, all leading up to Day of the Doctor. And it's like, oh my god, yes, Gallifrey's back. Hellbent, obviously, was a bit iffy on Gallifrey. But then just to have it come back for Hellbent and then 3 seasons later, it's destroyed again. Bro, they barely had a chance to do anything. And the Cybermasters are really stupid as well. I don't know whose idea that was. Chris. It's just really bewildering to me because Chris Chibnall is a really good writer. His Torchwood is really good. His Doctor Who makes me want to scream. This story, though, I feel like, because I'm trying not to let the Timeless Child reveal ruin it for me, but the rest of the episode I still find, story I still find really poor. So, I'm trying to think. I think I would still probably put it in unwatchable, even if, because like I said, the Timeless Child should have just been a child. It didn't need to be anybody. Because then I think it's still an interesting concept. I mean, the Master destroying Gallifrey is still dumb, but I think that's a more interesting concept than it just being the Doctor, to be honest. But even then, the story would still be bad. I don't think that would save it, to be honest. It would save the overarching plot. I think Series 13 could have been something to do with that. Because it's not like it really dealt with the ramifications of the Timeless Child. I mean, Tecteun was in it, and they had a couple scenes, but beyond that, it really wasn't ingrained in the plot. Not really. People act like it was, but it wasn't. And capping off Series 12, we got the Revolution of the Daleks. Obviously, this is Jack's proper full return. And yeah, the guy from Erected in the UK came back because everyone was asking for that. And also, it's another New Year's Whittaker Dalek story that no one asked for. I don't really know where I'd put it. I suppose it does well for Yaz's character. I suppose it shows that she's reluctant, like more reluctant than the other two to give up the Doctor, because she's sitting in the TARDIS constantly just... I don't even know what the fuck she was doing, but she was just doing stuff looking for the Doctor, I think. Ryan and Graham are sort of just like, bro, you need to let go. But yeah, I also like Jack. I mean, Jack's just a really good character, so even though he's not really at his best here, it's just enjoyable to watch. I do wish he'd come back, but I know they probably won't, just because John Barrowman's done a few questionable things that I know they don't approve of. But yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's solid, but it's like fine. I'd probably put it up level with Spyfall. I think that's fair. Yeah, it's just alright. It does well for the companions. On that note, I'm gonna go take a break. I've been recording for an hour, so I'm gonna take a break, get something to eat, let my dogs outside, and then I'll come back and maybe finish this off. I don't know, but I'm gonna snap me. Wait, actually, how many did I do? I did 10 episodes plus 1 is 11. Then I did 10 episodes plus 1 is 22, right? I did 22 episodes in, like, Jesus, I'm going at 3 minutes per episode. Why is Whittaker so bad? Okay, so... oh, no. Okay, well, maybe I will do it in one recording next time I get back. But, I'll snap my fingers, and it'll be like nothing ever happened. So, 3, 2, 1... Yo, we back. I just can't stop thinking about how Mrs. Flood was... She's clearly not meant to be the Rani. When you watch her in, like, Church of Ruby Road and The End of Empire and Death, she just doesn't act like the Rani. It's so weird. Why does she have, like, magical powers, and why does she switch up after the Doctor goes back in time in the Church of Ruby Road? Like, why? That is not the Rani. Anyway, it's just another one of Russell's dumb twists that make no sense. We'll get to that. The Halloween Apocalypse. I'm bewildered. What am I even talking about? Right, Whittaker era. We're locked in. We're in flux. Fuck the RTD2 era. It doesn't exist yet. It's 2021. I find Swarm and Azure to be really shit villains. To be honest, I think they look cool. And there's those two different actors that play Swarm. The one that, like the first one, the fucking crusty one, I don't even know how to describe it, is much better than the like rejuvenated one. They should have gone more in depth on who they actually were. So yeah, I find that to be a bit like trick or treat, Doctor, bit cartoony. I do just want to mention now is that Tecteun's death to Swarm just like killed her for a laugh. It was just a bit like Tecteun's supposed to be this major character in the Whittaker era, but she just gets one-shotted as soon as she arrives, which I find to be quite funny. I am recording, yeah. But we're talking about the Halloween Apocalypse. It's obviously Dan's first story. I'll take a couple of them for tonight. Nobody needs soup more than me. I do like Dan. Dan is one of the so bad that it's good kind of villains. Fuck, he is a villain. He's evil Dan. But companions. He's one of the ones that are just so bad they're good. Where would I put it though? I do like the flux itself when it's happening and the Doctor's just like, they're like, fuck, what do I do? I like that whole ending scene. I think it's a good cliffhanger. I would probably put this in bad though, just because I think Swarm and Azure just are bad villains, and I think when you've got a terrible villain and you don't have that good character writing, what else do you have left, you know? I find it hard to put it any higher than that. But War of the Sontarans I thought was a lot better. I wanted to ride a horse. I like that you've got the Sontarans in the present day and in the historical at the same time. I like that. Yeah, it's just quite good, isn't it? It's not really that good. I do like this design for the Sontarans. I think I prefer the normal one though. Like I said, I think the designs were better in 2008 than they are now. It's a good design. It's just not for me. Where would I put it though? I don't really think Mary Seacole was that. Like, how do I word it? She just wasn't very good in the story, to be honest. She could have been, but she wasn't. It's an interesting idea, but just not really. I don't think it landed for me. I would probably also put this in bad alongside Halloween Apocalypse. I think that they're sort of similar kind of levels for me. Once Upon Time, obviously the return of the Fugitive Doctor. I think this was actually like it was. I see what they were going for. It's not really experimental, but it's going into like time being a force, and that this is like the personification of time. It's an interesting idea, but I just don't think it should have been a thing, and they're never gonna mention it again. Like, they added it in here, and they'll never mention it again. I think the flashbacks with Fugitive Doctor, and it's like flashing between Jodie and Fugitive, I quite like that. Yeah, to be fair, I think it does well establishing how they know the Doctor, Swarm and Azure, so it's like, oh, they've met before when she was the Fugitive, so I guess that makes sense. Why is it that any time something has happened to a previous version of the Doctor, it's always the fugitive? Like, I get why, because she's the only one that's been sort of in the show, but I just find it funny that, like, we had it with the story in the engine too, like, it's always fucking fugitive. It's never a different version of the Doctor. There's supposedly going to be, like, hundreds and hundreds of them. But it's always fugitive. Yeah, I think the flashbacks are what really sells this episode, to be honest. I think the rest of it's kind of bad. I think Yaz in this episode with the whole like, oh, what would the Doctor do is like fine. Man, where would I put it? I would probably also put this in bad. It's like we're gonna be lumping in all of the bloody all of Flux is going to be together, but they're in there for different reasons. That it just happens to be in the same category. Village of the Angels, like I said, the Angels get worse with every appearance, and that is still true here. This is their worst appearance. When was their last appearance before this? Like in their own story? Was it the Angels Take Manhattan? I think it must have been. So it's been a while. They'd obviously been in it since, but in their own story. Yeah, I never liked when the Angels could talk. I think that was a problem as far as Flesh and Stone, and it's true here as well. I don't like that. I think Jericho. I like Jericho. I think he's quite he's not really that much of an interesting side character, which is what I was gonna say. He's more just like he's just a bit of fun to watch, you know. Yeah, and I mean also the fact that they're like flicking between time periods as well, I think is quite cool. Because obviously the Angels zap that woman. Wait, no. What am I talking about? The young girl becomes the old woman, and they're both there. I think it's quite a cool concept that like this has all happened from her perspective. She just can't remember, and that's all cool. Forgive me, but I think I'm going to put it in bad. Oh, why is everything just bad? Nothing. Because I can't put it up there because I genuinely don't think it's any better than like The Long Game. It's not on the level of any of these. But also, it's not terrible. It's just bad. They all are. They're all just bad. We're literally going on a 5 streak of putting them all in bad right now. Survivors of the Flux. Actually, I think this is. We're not even going to put this one in bad. We're going to put this one in terrible. I'm not really a fan of this this episode, to be honest. I think this is the weakest part of Flux. I can't remember, was Kate Stewart in Survivors of the Flux or the Vanquishers? I think it was the Vanquishers, but I might be wrong. Either way, she wasn't good in either because Kate Stewart never acts like Kate Stewart. She switches up every single time she appears. Because who the fuck even is Kate Stewart? What does she act like? I don't know. Do you know? Because if you know a hell of a lot more than I do. Because she just switches up. She has no character. She's just like Belinda. She's got no character. But yeah, this episode is just a bit like, it's just not really for me, to be honest. That's about it. It's just not very good, is it? Yeah. I do have a question though. The Flux, right? So the guys, like the Lupari, they created a force field around the Earth, and the Flux destroyed everything around it. That's why the Earth was safe. Did the Flux destroy the entire solar system? If so, why is the sun still? Like, why is that there? What happened to Mars? Is Mars gone? Did the Lupari put it around those planets too? Like Mars, Mercury, they're all good. As for the Vanquishers though, like I said earlier, I think the whole Tecteun thing was just dumb. Her dying. I mean, obviously she can come back, but she hasn't come back, so I'm going to take it as what it is, and how it's presented is as a death, which is poor. I suppose it's got an ood in it. He's staring at me right now. That's cool. Yeah, I find this to be a really mid conclusion, to be honest. It's just like, it's just a bit I'm not really that interested. I think the whole idea of having that like place between universes is quite a cool concept, like in the void. I think that I like that. They should go into that more, I think, and other universes especially. They should do that. But yeah, the whole Flux being like a way of destroying the universe by an evil Tecteun is just like a bit dumb and over the top, to be honest. Where would I put this? I would probably put this in terrible as well. I think it's a poor conclusion to a series that I think was actually quite good for Whittaker standards. I think the Flux was quite a good story. I think, honestly, yeah, I think it was quite good. I think overall, I feel like taking each episode apart individually is a bit unfair. I feel like as an overall thing, it's enjoyable. It's an enjoyable one story, but I couldn't just lump all 6 parts in together. That would just be cheating. But I enjoy Flux either way. Oh, RTD2's soon approaching. I don't want to do it, to be honest. I spent 20 minutes yapping about Witchworld after it came out. I can see it there. I haven't. I should have waited for the Reality War, to be honest, but I didn't, which is going to be quite annoying. So, Eve of the Daleks is actually probably the weakest of the Dalek trilogy. I'm not really a fan of this episode, to be honest. I like the 2 side characters. I can't remember the name. I can't remember the names. But I think, well, I mean, I can't remember the names, so they can't have been that good. But I think that they were okay. They worked well. I like the idea of like kind of Groundhog Day of time repeating over and over again until eventually it just goes kaboom and fucks up. Also, back in Revolution of the Daleks, I didn't even bring up the fact of the plot where the Daleks, there's like 2 factions of them. I don't know why I didn't mention that, but I mean, that's quite similar to Victory of the Daleks, I guess, with the like, they get rid of the impure Daleks, you know. Yeah, I guess that was a theme in Revolution as well. But we're talking about Eve. Eve of the Daleks is I do think it's a very good concept. Something that does kind of irk me. Is that the right word? Something I just not really a fan of is the whole Yaz and the Doctor romance kind of thing. I feel like, because in the last 3 specials, you have no time to do anything. There's 3 specials, and in this one, they at the end establish that Yaz has feelings for the Doctor. I don't really think that there was any sort of basis for that earlier in the series. Like, they never indicated, at least to me, they showed Yaz liking the Doctor and that she was doing the whole what would the Doctor do, but they never really, at least from my point of view, I feel like it kind of came out of nowhere. And then obviously they barely did anything because that was the episode where they reveal that she has feelings, because Dan brings it up. He goes, "Oh, you need to tell her how you feel." And then obviously in Legend, for the most part, they're not even doing anything. They have that scene under the ocean then at the very end, but they don't really have that. It's like they started a romance plot, but they didn't do anything with it. I get that maybe that was kind of the point, but from my point of view, I'm just thinking, don't add it in then. Eve of the Daleks, though, where would I put that? I'd probably put it up in bad, I think. Actually, no, I put it in terrible. I think it's kind of bad. Where did I put Revolution of the Daleks? I put Revolution in bad. Actually, no, I will put this in bad because it's sort of on level with Revolution. I'll give it that. Legend of the Sea Devils. This one's just like Orphan 55. It got a lot of bad rep, and I don't understand why. It's like, I mean, I've noticed that with RTD2 as well, is that for some reason, people will single out specific episodes that have the same issues that the rest of the series has, but they'll single out a specific episode and criticize that one. But why? It's not like any issue with the Interstellar Song Contest and like actually no, sorry, Wish World. I saw on Twitter had a lot of criticism. But why? Because any problem I have with Wish World has been present throughout the entire series. I don't understand why everyone's reacted so negatively to Wish World and not to the other ones. But yeah, I think Legend of the Sea Devils is clearly intended to be part of Series 13. I think we all know that. Like, that is fact. That's not just speculation. So it does feel like a bit just tagged on as a special. And obviously they yeah, it's not really. It was an Easter special, but it's got nothing to do with Easter. I mean, neither did Planet of the Dead, really. I suppose he ate an Easter egg. That was about it. But yeah, it was clearly just meant to be part of Series 13 and got tied over to the specials. So for a penultimate story, it was a bit shit, and the Sea Devils weren't really that engaging. To be honest, they didn't need to be in it. They could have done anything. Like, they brought back the Sea Devils just for it to be a bit of a mid-story. But no, I don't think it's as bad as everyone says it is. Granted, I will put it on unwatchable, but it's not the worst one here. There are a lot that are worse. Like, honestly, Sleep No More is worse. Crimson Horror is worse. Like, it's not the worst story here. It's not even the worst Whittaker story here. But Power of the Doctor. Right, yeah, I was going to talk about this earlier. Power of the Doctor is mindless fan service. But I don't care, because I enjoy it anyway. I love the whole scene in Guardians of the Edge. It is blatant fan service, but I love it anyway. The scenes with Seven and Ace and Five and Tegan is just like, they're really lovely scenes. I think the ending's really strong. The regeneration, like, obviously, I don't think it has anything on 12's regeneration, 11's, 10's, 9's. But I still think it's a good regeneration. It fits this era's, like, theme, I think. Like I said, I'm not really a fan of this era, but if I was a fan of this era, then I'd like the regeneration. I think it matches, it fits with what this era was going for. Except David Tennant at the end. That should die and not be a thing, but it is, and we're living in the evil timeline. But hey ho, what can you do? But overall, I feel like the Daleks, Cybermen, and Master working together is a bit fan fictiony. They're gonna blow up the Earth. It's just a bit like, okay, fair enough. Is a bit weird. Like I said, they butcher the Cybermen every single time. They can't write a single good Cyberman story. Big Finish is carrying on their back. But yeah, I could kind of look past it though, just because like the scene is, the episode is really stupid at like conceptual level, but when you've got the Master dancing to Rasputin, it's just a good time. It's just an enjoyable watch. So like I could sit there and criticize it, but honestly, I enjoy it more, so I can, like, it can be bad and I can still enjoy it. And I do love the cameos. When I saw William Russell in it, I like fell out of my chair. It is a really nice episode, and it does wrap up the era pretty well and then you have that scene of Yaz and the Doctor just sitting at the top, like, so it is really nice. But yeah, and then the companion support group as well. It's quite good. Obviously, I think that was Mel's first appearance as well, before RTD2, so that's nice. It kind of brought her back briefly. But where would I put it? I guess I also like that Ace and Tegan, when they see the Doctor, they're like, hang about, you're a dickhead, you abandoned us. I would probably put it up in great, I think. I really like this story. I'm not going to put it up here, because putting it up with these would just be disrespectful, and wouldn't sit right with me. But I think up here is pretty good. It's the best Whittaker story, definitely. I really like it. Anyway, right, now we're on to RTD2, and I'm going to take my own life, because this is horrible. I hate RTD2. Please die. I just hate it. I hate it so much. Please stop. I hate RTD2. Please just quit. Just quit. Woo! Okay, so the Star Beast. I feel like actually I want to take a step back here and just talk about 14. I hate the fact that David Tennant came back as the Doctor. Regeneration should never be a gimmick to pull in more viewers. You should just cast someone who fits the role, and it has to be someone that hasn't been in Doctor Who, like in a major role before. Having a past companion, Billie Piper, or a past Doctor, which is worse, be a new Doctor, is just ridiculous. And what makes it worse, they don't even explain it. They go, oh, you just have to accept it. You just, you took your own face to come home. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Fuck off. Okay, but besides that, I do like 14. It should never have happened, but it did. So I like 14. I think the Doctor goes through so much character growth over time that you don't actually notice. But because the Doctor, every time they regenerate, they jumble around their traits, obviously. They're the same guy, or same woman, but they jumble around their traits. And you don't notice how much they actually do grow. And I feel like 14 is a good point of reference, just because obviously he is the same as 10, but this is a 10 that has gone through everything that 11, 12 and 13 have gone through and changed as a person. And like, for example, when he's talking about Donna and he's like, oh, I absolutely love her, and then he's taken aback. He goes, oh, do I say stuff like that now? Because it gives you a real tangible point of like comparison as to how much he's changed from series 4 to now. So that's something I like. But as for the Star Beast itself, I like the start of it. The first half of it I think is really good. The second half of it I think is really bad. Beat the Meep is a fucking awful villain. I feel like this was just his excuse to go, oh, look, this is an anniversary of Doctor Who, because look, we're adapting a comic from the 70s, I think. Or 70s. So it's definitely, it's definitely not just wanking myself off, because that's what Russell does. But yeah, the Wraith Warriors and Beat the Meep aren't really that exciting. But I think just seeing 14's growth is good. I really hate that they gave Donna her memories back. I think what makes the ending of Journey's End so impactful is that it can't be prevented, and that's why it's so emotional. Knowing that he just goes back and fixes it anyway takes away from it, I think. Which is why when I was reviewing Journey's End, I had to say that. I was like, you have to just take it on its own and forget what happens in the Star Beast. I also hate that the whole, like, it's really poor writing, the whole, the way they solve the meta crisis is just by letting go, and that's something a male presenting Time Lord couldn't understand, which is just really dumb to me, because are you implying that the 13th Doctor would have known what to do? This is the same person as they were, like, fucking an hour ago. It's the same person. If 13 was here, could she have solved the meta crisis and brought Donna back? Did she just not want to? What are you talking about? And honestly, like, this really didn't help. Like, when people turn around now and say, oh, Doctor Who's all political, it's not more political than it ever was. But it's just when they word things like that so poorly, and it's such a just stupid message too, it just puts people off. General people will look at that and go, oh, Doctor Who's so political, it's so woke. That's not why it's bad. It's not bad because it's woke, it's just bad because it mishandles its politics sometimes. But yeah, I really like this for the first half. Before the Tates, the Nobles. I was thinking of Catherine Tate, but before the Nobles appear, I think it's good. Um, I do also like the idea that Donna gave away her money, and then the scene where she comes back. I find it quite funny, and she's like, "I gave away my money," because the parts of the Doctor were lingering in her mind, and that's why she gave away her money. I find that quite funny. So where would I put it? I'd probably put it up in okay, because like I said, I think it's a good point of reference and it's a good episode overall. I just think it's got really poor ending, and I don't like that Donna got her memories back. It's poor. Also, right, Wild Blue Yonder. I really didn't like Wild Blue Yonder when it came out. I think just because I had such a negative perception of the Star Beast that when I went into Wild Blue Yonder, I hated it even more. I still dislike the fact that they cast someone who was ethnically Indian to play Isaac Newton. Because the thing is that there's nothing wrong with people of colour playing certain roles. The thing is that we know Isaac Newton was a white man. Russell knows Isaac Newton was a white man. And there are plenty of white actors that exist. You know he's just gone out of his way to find someone who's not white to play Isaac Newton, because there is plenty of people that he could have picked to play Isaac Newton. So he picked someone of colour to play him, just so people would then go, "Oh my god, why has he got someone of colour to play Isaac Newton?" But there was no reason to do it. It's really weird to me. It's not progressive, it's just weird. Like, why? He's a historical figure. We all know what he looked like. It's not like just having black people in historical settings. That's fine. But it's like a literal guy. We know he looks like that. We know he's a white man. Casting someone who's non-white to play him is just so you could get people to go, "Oh wow, look at that. That's weird." To get people to watch it. I don't know. Like, in Russell's mind, any attention is good. Wait, what's the word? What's the saying? I don't know. It's something like any attention is good attention or something. Oh, any publicity is good publicity. That's what he's thinking. Even if it's really controversial move, as long as people are talking about it, it's good for him. Even if, because this is why people will say Doctor Who's so woke. It's because stuff like that is just dumb. It's just dumb, and it's just there for people that already don't like Doctor Who and say it's all woke will see that, and it will reinforce their point of view. You're not helping the issue; you're making it worse. And that's no slight. That's not slight. I don't know. I don't mean any disrespect to the guy who played Isaac Newton. It's more just about Russell. I just don't understand why he'd do that. It's a really weird decision to me. Because, yeah, like I said, he clearly went out of his way to do it, which is why I find it so weird. It's not like he just happened to... There was only one guy who could possibly play that role, and he just happened to be of Indian descent. No, clearly not. But anyway, Wild Blue Yonder, besides that was just the opening scene, but the actual episode itself, I think, is quite... I never really used to like it. I used to think because people would go, "Oh my god, this is so great," and I'd watch it and go, "But it's alright, yeah, but, it's just whenever there's something that's experimental or has a wacky concept, everyone glazes it heavily for no reason. And they did that with Wild Blue Yonder. In hindsight, I think I was sort of wrong. I think I'm still right about that, but I think for this episode in particular, specifically, I don't think it... I think it is a good episode, and I think it is a good concept of, the not things. I really hate the whole salt thing. I invoked a superstition at the end of the... oh, fuck. The whole he invoked a superstition at the edge. Fuck! He invoked a superstition at the edge of the universe thing is really stupid, because that was just Russell's excuse to do literally anything he wants. Doctor Who was good because it was always grounded in science fiction. Obviously, it wasn't grounded in science because it's not real, but it was grounded in science fiction. It had a plausible explanation within the universe. But now, he'll introduce random gods and shit and just say, oh, I don't know, soul, goblins, the soul, isn't it? Okay, cool. That's not good writing, is it, Russell? But besides that, I think the mystery of like the not things are really interesting. I think they've got that body horror aspect, but mainly what I like about this episode is just the when they slow down to speak, when the Doctor's speaking to the not Donna. I find that to be a really good scene where he's just venting his emotions about the flux, the timeless child. I like that they recontextualize that. It's very nice. I also like the fact that Russell isn't just, because people thought he would just blatantly ignore Chibnall, but the fact he's actively building on stuff like that is a really nice move. I appreciate that he did that. But yeah, the actual concept of the episode itself is still a good one. And it is a good episode, really. So I would have to put it quite high. I would probably even put it up in amazing. I think this is the best episode since 2017, if I'm honest. And then, yeah, so right now I'm onto the giggle. How long have I been recording? How many episodes have I done? 6, 9, 2, 11. 11 episodes. Right, we're going at 3 minutes an episode. Fuck, man, why is this gonna... RTD2 is just going to take even longer. The giggle. I just can't stand the 60th specials purely just because of what they do for Shooty's era. Shooty's era builds off the 60th specials quite a lot. And I hate it, because I hate Shooty's era. I love Shooty, and I love 15, I just hate the era. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, the fact that they rebooted Doctor Who, like, the 60th specials are supposed to be a jumping on point, is fucking bewildering to me. Compare the Star Beast to Rose, and explain to me, like, how could someone possibly start with the Star Beast? And then some people might say, oh no, you're meant to start with Church and Ruby Road. Well, no. The Star Beast and the 60th specials are clearly marked as part of this story. They are the start. They are the first episodes. But even there, they still build off the 60th specials too much. Like, but how is this meant to be a fresh start? Like, it's literally building straight off of Series 4 from the previous show. Imagine you were watching the Ninth Doctor's era. This was your first time ever watching the show. And then suddenly fucking, I don't know, Tom Baker comes running around the corner. And now fucking Sarah Jane's back with the Doctor. And that, it would just be confusing, wouldn't it? It's pretty odd to me. And it's funny that I say about Sarah Jane, because obviously she did come back, but they give it enough explanation that you don't need to have seen what Sarah Jane was in to understand what role she has to the Doctor. But anyway, yeah, so the giggle itself, I know this one gets a lot of flack, but I actually quite like the giggle. I don't really like the ending. I think the Bi-Generation should be killed. It's awful. But, and I also think the game of catch was a bit stupid, like, to be honest. The Bi-Generation's bad. Also, the fact of what it does with now 14 is always on Earth. For the rest of time, 14 is always there. Is absolutely bewildering to me. He's out there somewhere in Wishworld. Like, just not doing anything. Which I find absolutely crazy. Especially because Rose Noble, or Temple Noble, I don't know, is such, like, she's a part of UNIT, but 14 just doesn't get mentioned, really. Does he get mentioned? I don't think he does. He might have been in Empire of Death, but I don't think so. Um, is absolutely hilarious. And also, I find it really weird that the whole point is that 14 settled down with the nobles, and um, this was him like healing himself. But it just creates more problems than it solves, because 15 is not healed. He has just the same amount of flaws as all the previous Doctors had. You see that in Interstellar Song Contest when he's torturing that guy. He is not healed. um, and also now you've just got 14 knocking around all the time. They really fucked up. It was a terrible decision. And just the fact that Bi-Generation has become a thing as well. It's not just happened as a one-off, it's happened twice. So dumb. Why would you do that, Russell? Stop shoehorning in your own concepts, trying to make them part of the wider universe. No one likes it. Stop forcing it in. If people don't like it, you don't need to do it. Just stop. The giggle. Oh, I don't actually have a point though. You know when people bet on who the next Doctor is, and like they'll have all the runners up. David Tennant was one of the highest ones for like to play 14, but then Ncuti got announced as the 14th Doctor. But then later they announced David Tennant was actually the 14th Doctor and Ncuti was 15. So what happened there? Did they get their money back? Because like, if I bet on David Tennant to be the 14th Doctor, and I lost my bet, but he actually was the 14th Doctor, I'd be like, hang about, I won that bet, give me my money. No, I'm genuinely curious. But yeah, the giggle. Overall, I like the whole scene inside the toy maker's domain. I think it's quite creepy with all those dolls, and like the Doctor and Donna having that conversation is really nice. I think I like Neil Patrick Harris's toy maker. I think he does quite a good portrayal of this. Like, Russell's been bringing back characters and villains from old classic Who. The toy maker's the only one that he's actually done justice to, I think, if I'm honest. But where would I put it? I think I probably put it up in great, to be honest. I quite liked it. See, like, you know, RTD2, it started off a bit naff. I hate the whole concept of the 60th, but the actual episodes themselves I thought were not that bad. But now we get to the 15th Doctor's era, and I think these episodes are fucking horrific. Some of them actually insult me on a deep level. They shouldn't, but they do. Especially 73 yards. I hate it because it's just so arrogant in the way that Russell thought he was being so smart when he wrote that. And it's like, was it even a Russell episode? I'm pretty sure it was. It might not have been. I think it was, though. But he thinks he's so smart with it, but it doesn't make any fucking sense, and it's just poor. And it's just like the arrogance of thinking he's made a fucking masterpiece when it's not. I hate people that glaze it. But the church on Ruby Road, because the thing is that Ruby doesn't she doesn't change throughout the entire series. I feel like Church on Ruby Road works as an introduction to Ruby, but she doesn't change any much, like, at all beyond this point, so I can't fault Church on Ruby Road for that, but later on she just doesn't change. But it's a good introduction to the character, at least. I mean, it shows all her, like, her care for music and her mates, but they never come up again. The only time it even briefly mentions music is during the Devil's Chord. But that's it. She just plays the piano, like, one time. I suppose it doesn't even do a good job at showing us her family. Like, they're barely in it. The goblins are, like, I think that they're quite a fun idea. But I also find it really out of character that the Doctor just massacred them all. Like, he destroyed the ship and impaled the King Goblin. Like, it's really off to me. It's so out of character, because later on, like, the Doctor wouldn't do that. It's really weird. But this episode itself, it does well setting up stuff that fails later on. So I can't fault it for setting up bad stuff. It really just doesn't land later on, but that's not a fault of the episode itself. So I would probably put this up in. I'd put it in okay. I think it's okay. It's a fine starter. Space Babies. I always see people criticizing Space Babies and saying about how horrible it is and how bad it is, but honestly, like, it's like this is what I was saying earlier in that any problem people have with Space Babies, they should have with the rest of the series, but they don't. There's nothing specifically bad about Space Babies that doesn't plague the entire era. I don't like the fact that they obviously tried to pay homage to the scene in The End of the World where the Doctor lets Rose call her mum. But they missed the point. It's like it's crazy to me that this was written by the same guy because in The End of the World, Rose calls her mum because she's sort of out of her depth. She's in an emotional state, and the Doctor needs to find a way to, bring her back. How do I word that? Like, he's trying to cheer her up essentially. But with Ruby, there's none of that. She's not in an emotional state. The Doctor just takes her phone and goes, "Oh, phone your mum." What? It's got none of the emotional weight that it had with Rose. She just calls her and goes, "Oh, okay. Hi, mum. You're right. Yeah, see you later. Bye." Really weird. The actual concept of the Space Babies is, like, I don't think it's even that bad. I don't know why everyone thinks it's so bad. Like, relative to the era, I don't know why people think the concept is that bad. I also don't see how, because I know Poppy from this is in Wish World and she's going to be in the Reality War. I am curious how Space Babies is going to link to the Reality War. I find it really weird that they've decided that Space Babies is going to link to his regeneration story. So funny. Because don't get me wrong, it's still a bad episode, but it's like fine. But I also find that Ruby's just like, she's not shocked by anything. She just kind of accepts everything, and this is what I mean. She's just, when I used to see all those theories about her being like, oh, the perfect companion, she was made by the Doctor. It's absolutely crazy because obviously she wasn't. She was just that poorly written. She has no issues. She's just accepting everything that happens and just goes with the flow. And that's it. And she doesn't change. She just does whatever's presented with her. And she doesn't do anything wrong. She just does whatever the plot needs her to. She's not a character. She doesn't change. She has no traits. She just does whatever's there. But Space Babies itself, I would probably put in bad. No, actually, I'm being too lenient. I put it in terrible. I saw the Vanquishers staring at me there, and I was like, Space Babies is no better than that. It's because it's not the Whittaker era. I've just got this inherent bias against the Whittaker era. Just because it was just ingrained into me when it was airing that this is the worst shit in the world. So as soon as it's not the Whittaker era, I'm just like, I try to be more lenient, but I can't be. Now, the Devil's Cord, obviously it's the first god after the Toymaker, first member of the Pantheon, Maestro. God of Music. I find it really dumb the way they defeated it with just a piano solo. Like, it's really stupid. And also, something that's really stupid about this is the fact that Ruby has travelled with the Doctor for 6 months. Off screen, they had a 6-month time jump in episode 2. Okay, what the fuck? Why? And also, the fact that they have this 6-month time jump, you wouldn't even know about it unless they mentioned it, which they do. Like, the only reason you know there's a time jump is because they mentioned. If this was her second story, you wouldn't notice, except for the fact that she says, "You never hide," or something. So she's clearly travelled with him before, but she's not changed. And also, she's never been on an alien planet, because in Boom, she says, "Oh my god, it's the first alien planet." They've been travelling for 6 months, and she's never been on an alien planet. Absolutely crazy. What has she been doing? you know, I think the actual concept of having a god of music is it's a good idea, but in execution, I hate all the members of the Pantheon. I think the Pantheon is such a dumb idea. There's no explanation for it. It's just stuff happening for a laugh. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think. The Beatles didn't really have much of a presence in this story. It's kind of a bit weird. They obviously reference Susan, which, wow, I bet she's not going to come back. Right, guys? Bewildering. But yeah, I find it. I think I'd say it's better than Space Babies, but not by a lot. Honestly, I don't, not by a lot. Um, and I think it does do a lot of egregious things, just with the whole 6 month time jump and stuff. And it's the fact that I heard Russell even said in an interview, like, apparently he did that just so that it was supposed to be a reference to Sarah Jane accidentally saying she's from 1980, and that's a plot hole. So Russell decided to add in his own plot hole just for a laugh. I don't understand why. I'm looking at Wishworld right now. I think I might just not do Wishworld because Reality War hasn't aired, so it'd be unfair. So I'm just going to leave that off. When I get to it, I'll probably just like leave you a little YouTube comment telling you where I'd put it. Telling me where I'd put it. It's just me. This is for me. Now, Boom. Everyone glazes the fuck out of Boom just because it's a Moffat. Just because Moffat wrote it, that doesn't mean it's good. You should know that by now. Don't get me wrong, it's a really good concept. It's tense, and I like that, but it's just like it's just a bit fine, isn't it? It's not like Moffat's greatest ever script. I think this is Ncuti's. Up until this point, this was definitely his best performance. I mean, the bar wasn't that high. Yeah, I mean, even still, like Ruby literally dies in this episode and gets resuscitated, yet she doesn't show any character. She has died, and even still, she's still the perfect companion that just goes off and travels with the Doctor. There's no tension. There's no, oh my god, I nearly died. I need to be careful here. None of that, which is absolutely crazy. She has no character. It's just like, I guess there's also that connection to Belinda because Mundy Flynn is like related to Belinda somehow, which is weird. I mean, they do explain it. They go, "Oh wow, she's your descendant." How much do you want to bet that when the Reality War comes out, that'll be Belinda's last episode? I'm assuming. How much do you want to bet that they don't even explain anything about Belinda and about Mundy Flynn other than, oh, you look a bit similar? Guarantee you not going to even go into it. Where would I put Boom though? Because I do like the concept. I hate the. I like the connection to Villain Guard from, what's it called? The Empty Child. Bananas are good. But I think the dad's an AI and he somehow overcomes the programming. It sort of reminds me of Danny Pink as a Cyberman. Bit stupid. It shouldn't be a thing. But I suppose it's a nice moment. It's just a bit dumb for me. Boom though, overall, where would I put it? I think I probably put it in okay. No, people class it as like an all-time great, and no, it's not. Moffat writing something doesn't make it really good. You went into the episode going, this is going to be fucking amazing, and then you saw something that was a bit okay, and were glazing the fuck out of it, just because it's a Moffat. But it's not that good. Like, it is good, but it's not that good. Like, chill out. Love and Monsters is up there. Everything here is worse than my GOAT Love and Monsters. Just bear that in mind, okay? Like I did say before, though, some of these are probably interchangeable, so just bear that in mind. Not everything down here is really worse than Love and Monsters. Just a lot of it is. Now, 73 yards. I really love this story. It's really good, except it's not. It's fucking shit. I wish it would die. I fucking hate 73 yards. Me headset cut me off. They knew I was going to say something too far. get myself cancelled. That was a joke. I don't believe in cancellings. 73 yards is really bad. I see what they were going for. I did briefly explain. I can't remember if I explained it in this one or in my other video, but like my Wishworld one. You can have a story that's left up to interpretation, like 73 yards, and that's fine. But you can't leave everything up to interpretation because you're too lazy to come up with an answer. It's not a piece of art that's meant to be like it's not meant to be left up to speculation, because there literally isn't an answer. If I asked Russell what really happened, he'd go, "Fucked if I know," because he doesn't know. And it's like, I used the example, I think it was my Wishworld video, I used the example of Lost. And in Lost, when you finish it, there's a lot of mystery going on, just like in 73 Yards. But by the end of it, some of your mysteries are answered, some of them aren't. But it's left up to interpretation, such as, like, without really going into spoilers, there's polar bears on the island. They never explain why there's polar bears on the island. I mean, they kind of do, but they don't. And so it's sort of left up to interpretation as to, well, why do you think there's polar bears on the island? And then people can discuss it. But with 73 Yards, there's nothing to discuss, because there is no answer. It's just nonsense. And like, when I was watching this episode and Ruby died, I already knew she's going to become that old lady. And then she does become the old lady, and it's just really fucking stupid. And it's like, and then don't get me started on the fact that the loop happens and somehow she changes it. Doesn't make any sense. Because if this is a loop that only happens once, the Ruby that was there the first time, she didn't call out, but she went through everything this Ruby has gone through. Why didn't she call out and stop them from treading on the circle? It's really weird to me. It's just absolute nonsense, and it only serves as to explain who Roger Ap Gwilliam is. Also, it doesn't make any sense that he ran away screaming and quit his job. That's not how it worked. Like, within the episode, anyone who heard what the woman was whispering, which was, what the fuck was she even whispering? Like, nonsense. They would run away from Ruby. They hated Ruby. They didn't want to speak to Ruby. Like, Carla, her mum, she didn't leave her house and, like, leave the fucking country. She just went, "Ruby, fuck off. I don't want to be near you. Leave. I hate you." You know? They all hated Ruby. Kate Stewart, she just ditched Ruby. She's like... But for some reason, Roger Ap Gwilliam, he runs away and quits his job. Why? That doesn't make any sense, but... You know... It's really weird to me. Also, the fact that she averted that in that timeline, but in our timeline, or the like normal timeline, Roger Ap Gwilliam's still going to take control, and no one's prevented that. He's still going to be there, which is, you know, optimistic that we're just heading for a far right future, which is what Russell seems to think. Well, where was I? Yeah, so it sets up the finale kind of with, oh yeah, Roger Ap Gwilliam did DNA tests, didn't he? Ah! I also find it really weird, the way that when they walk out the TARDIS in the intro, they're just chatting, and why does he even bring up Roger Ap Gwilliam? There was no call for it. I saw a comparison in a video I saw where, imagine if the Doctor was going through 1920s Germany, and you know where this is going, and he was going through 1920s Germany with his companion, and he goes, "Oh, now, mind you, that Adolf Hitler, watch out for that one, he's a real wrong'un," and they go, "Doctor, who's Adolf Hitler?" And he goes, "Oh, never mind, you'll find out when you're older." It's like, he does that with Roger Ap Gwilliam. Why? So weird. Surely he knows Ruby doesn't know who Roger Aguilera is. It's so weird. Why does he even bring him up? It's just because he's in the episode later, but it doesn't make any sense. The Doctor disappearing doesn't make any sense, and the thing is, like I said, things can be left up to interpretation, but there is no answer. Russell doesn't know, which is what annoys me so much about it. It's not a piece of art because it's not clever. He's just gone, fuck it, stuff's going to happen, and I'm not going to explain why. So stupid. And then people go, oh, but that's the point. And I go, no, that's not what the point is. But that is the point. You're not supposed to know. You are right, but the point's stupid. Because there is no answer. There's no point speculating on it, because there is nothing to speculate. So I'm putting 73 yards in right at the bottom. Just because, even if I do find some parts of the episode redeemable, like, I think Ruby is okay in this episode. I think she has some good scenes in it. But honestly, I find the episode to be so insulting, and just, it actually pisses me off that Russell thought that was acceptable and then acts like you're an idiot if you question it. It's just so fucking, like, it pisses me off. I can't with that episode. Anyway, yeah, Dot and Bubble is another Dr. Light story, really. He's not really in it. He's in it a bit. I think this was a semi-good episode. I think this is quite good. I'm trying to articulate myself. I liked that they went for the twist of it being racially motivated. The reason they didn't like the Doctor is because he's black. And that's the thing about Fine Time, is you watch it, you don't even, or at least I didn't even realise that they were all just white. I didn't even clock. I just watched it and I was like, oh shit, yeah, no, in hindsight, obviously, of course they were. How did I not notice that? But I find it, like, I find the whole ending scene to be really good. Like, it's a really good scene. Probably one of the best scenes in this series, where the Doctor just, like, sits there crashing out because even though these people hate him to their core, he still wants to save them, and just out of their arrogance, they will just refuse to be saved, and they're going to die, which is absolutely crazy. And they just won't go with him, just purely out of their own arrogance. And you could tell the Doctor's frustrations, and I love that. But honestly, the rest of the episode, they're just so engrossed in technology that they don't, like, look outside. It's just a bit of a on the nose kind of, like, message they're trying to send. It's not really that clever. I think the whole race part at the end was the more engaging part than just the technology kind of side of it. Yeah, I think this is kind of hard where to put it. I feel like I should also mention Susan Twist being on all these fucking episodes. Fuck that twist. Fuck that twist. Sounds like I'm saying fuck Susan Twist. I'm like, fuck that twist. That twist. No. Sorry. That sounds horrible to Susan Twist. No disrespect to Susan Twist. I'm sure she's a lovely woman. I mean the twist of having. There's always a twist at the end. Susan Triad, I hate it. It was just so dumb. It's like, this is the thing. People criticize the Susan Triad thing, her being in every episode. But then they don't criticize Torchwood being mentioned in every episode. It's the same thing. Granted, Torchwood was a little different because it actually had some setup in Tooth and Claw, but besides that, it was just the word Torchwood, and everyone goes, "Oh wow, that was so much better and more engaging." Was it though? No. It was bad in both times. I'm not giving this season credit. It was bad both times. People just give RTD1 a lot more. They give him a lot more credit for some reason. They're not fair. They need to be fair. But we'll get to that when we get to Empire of Death. Dot and Bubble, though, I'd probably put it in okay. Would I? I'd probably put it in bad. I was just looking through the okay category, and it just doesn't fit in there. It's more on the level of, these kind of episodes, if I'm honest. Yeah, I've already explained why. I'm not going to do it again. I can see we're nearly at the end. How far have we come? Actually, that's a good question. How far have we gone? I've been recording this for an hour. The last one was an hour. This video is going to be more than 7 hours. How is this? I just wanted it to be like 2 hours. There's like 200 episodes or something. I just wanted to talk for one for like a minute each. I suppose that would be like 3 hours, but I didn't think it'd take this long. I just want to die. My throat hurts. My existence is disappearing. Now Rogue, I actually think is. I have said that I think this is the best of the season. I'm trying to think now. Would I still say that? Honestly, yeah. I think Rogue is the best of the season. A lot of people say it's the worst. I don't know why. This is the one that I watched when I first watched it. I was watching it going, wow, this actually feels like a Doctor Who episode. Don't get me wrong, it feels like a mid-Doctor Who episode, but if this episode was in Matt Smith's era, like, it feels like a very Series 7 Matt Smith episode in terms of quality. But it had those Doctor Who vibes. So I was like, oh, this feels like Doctor Who. I love Rogue. My biggest critique is the whole romance with Rogue. I can understand them flirting with each other, but they barely know each other and all of a sudden they're in love. Like, I find that to be a bit unbelievable. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, them just flirting with each other and then building on that and forming a relationship would be something else, but the fact that they've just met and all of a sudden they love each other is really weird to me. Especially when you think back to the whole River romance, like, that took seasons and seasons to actually get to the bread of it. The bread? What am I talking about? Is that even a saying? You know what I mean, though. It's clearly very different, and I can see why some people like it. It's just not for me. I also like the setting, just having and also all of the like cosplaying aliens. I think is quite funny. It's quite an interesting idea that they was this. I don't think this one was written by Russell, was it? Maybe that's why I enjoy it more. Was this one? I'm going to Google it right now because I really don't think it was. Doctor Who Rogue writer. Yeah, no, it wasn't even written by Russell. That's why I like it so much, because Russell can't fucking write. But where would we put it? Yeah, I'd probably put it. I think putting it in OK is fair, because like I said, it feels like a very mid Doctor Who episode, but at least it feels like Doctor Who. I think it kind of, yeah, it seems fair to put it in OK. Right, now Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death is the worst finale ever in Doctor Who history. I watched this in the cinema, and it was obviously this was a midnight release, so I was there at midnight watching this. I came home at like 2 in the morning, and I was absolutely distraught. I went all that way, and then went to bed late just because I went to go see this episode, and it absolutely let me down and betrayed me. It is such an unfaithful adaptation of Sutekh. Sutekh is not a god. He never was, and Russell knows that. Sutekh was someone who believed he was a god and should have been a god, but he's not. That's the point of the character. And if you want to say somehow he has become a god by latching onto the TARDIS, which is dumb. So you're telling me he's been on the TARDIS all of the time since Pyramids of Mars? That is stupid. So stupid. Now he's a massive CGI dog. Okay, fine, whatever. Fuck you, you fucking twat. I know Omega's going to probably be a fucking CGI dog too. Yeah, him latching onto the TARDIS was absolutely stupid. Uh, don't even get me started on Ruby's mother. That whole reveal. Right. I need to just get this out of the park here. Ruby's mother being a normal person is completely fine. In fact, I think it's a good message to send. That, you know, her mother was just a normal person that didn't know what to do and had to give up her child. I think that's nice. However, we were explicitly told the opposite. First of all, the fact that she was in that magical cloak and then pointed at the Doctor ominously. The fact that she was changing time too. Also, the fact that when Maestro listened to Ruby, she's like, there is a hidden song inside her soul, is crazy. Because if she's just a normal person, why would that be a thing? Also, the fact that Sutekh, this like omnipotent, well, he's not omnipotent, but you know, he's pretty strong. The god of death, Sutekh. The reason that he wasn't killing Ruby was because he wanted to know who her mum was. Are you serious? Why would he care? Why would he care? It just makes absolutely no sense. And then they get in the memory TARDIS and watch Pyramids of Mars on an iPad. Like, imagine if when in the Stolen Earth and Journey's End, Davros got revealed, the Doctor ran away, and then they watched Genesis of the Daleks on an iPad. Like, can you imagine? It's so stupid. It's just really bad. Kate's in this again, doesn't act like herself. What the fuck does she act like? Good question, I don't know. She just makes it up as she goes. Anything else egregious? I guess the Doctor kind of like chucks Ruby out. It's a bit mean, but you know. Morris with his mounted turret was quite funny because you can't have a Sonic look like a gun, but giving guns to children, that's okay. There's just so much wrong with this episode. I could just sit here and rattle on, I think. Just trying to think. Let me just think of one more thing just to wrap it all up. The whole DNA testing thing was a bit shit. You know, they pop to the future, get her DNA, and then somehow track her down. You're telling me no one in the present day could do that? Oh wait, actually no. Forget that, because that's minor. That's just minor. Oh fuck, what was I about to say? Oh yeah. The whole Susan thing. There's a woman called Susan. And then the Doctor and Ruby, it's just that line, Ruby going, Doctor? She's called Susan? Like, yeah, people called Susan do exist. That doesn't make it his granddaughter. What are you talking about? Like, what the fuck? Why would it be his granddaughter? Just because he's got the word TARDIS there doesn't make it fucking granddaughter, does it? It's absolutely crazy. And then apparently there's a Susan twist everywhere the Doctor went. Like, everywhere. Like, you're telling me every single time the Doctor appeared on Earth, a new Susan twist appeared. How have we not been overrun by Susan twists? It's really weird. I guess they only do one per planet or something, but I don't know. But yeah, this is a really poor finale. It's not thought out, and that whole reveal of Ruby's mum being normal just makes no sense. Like, based on what we'd seen, it made absolutely no sense. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear the Doctor did a DNA test on Ruby, and it was like weird. I swear he did that. I might be wrong though, but I think that did happen. But anyway, yeah, I'm putting it in unwatchable. Worst finale in the show. Worse than Battle of Ranskoor Avkolos. In fact, I missed the Battle of Ranskoor Avkolos. Because, you know, like, the Whittaker era was bad, but it was bold. I respected it for being its own thing. It's just not to my taste. You know, it went in its own direction. But RTD2 he's so obsessed with changing stuff. Like, he he takes stuff from old eras and just retcons them and changes them into what he wants them to be, and it really, I really hate that. The way he's taken Sutekh and just ruined Sutekh, and just like it's so inherently bad this season and just this era. It's so like the thing is Whittaker's era I didn't like, but I can point out the things that I change in it, and I think I could make it better. But with this, it's like it's so inherently bad. There's not even things I would change. I would just have to rip it down and start from scratch, because this series is just so poor. Just like it's just woven into its very fabric. At least with Whittaker's era, it wasn't so bad that there were things that couldn't have been changed. You know, but whatever. Joy to the World. This is another Moffat. It's actually really bad, if I'm honest. I really don't like Joy to the World. There's one good scene, I suppose, where he's like confronting himself. I think it's quite funny that they bring up the fact he has no furniture. Like they knew everyone would be bringing that up. I find quite funny. Joy is a really bad character. Like she really is a bad character. Anything else? The whole like having like a locked door in a hotel room. Like Moffat has this thing, right, where he will take everyday normal things and turn them into some creepy Doctor Who thing, i.e. weeping angels or cracks in a wall. I don't think children are ever scared of cracks in walls. I'm just saying that now. I think Moffat was scared of a crack in his wall when he was a child, and thinks everyone was. But he does this thing where he seems to think that everyone shares his life experience, where... What are you talking about? What random locked doors in hotel rooms are you talking about? Like, who the fuck... And I also find it really funny that the Doctor calls out Joy for her hotel room, saying, oh, it just says a lot about you, doesn't it? You're just lonely and you got nothing. But I'm not being funny, I swear. Who picks their hotel room? You just go, oh, I'd like a one bed, please. And then you just get the room. You don't... You know what I mean? It doesn't say anything about your character. It's so dumb. But the whole locked door thing is just ridiculous. It's just funny. I think the whole her becoming a star that essentially killed her mum is what it looks like. I know that wasn't the intent, but that's what it looks like. I find it funny. And also, this is another one where they try to be political with the whole COVID and the Tories, and that's fine. It's something that should be criticised, because they were partying during all the COVID rules and she wasn't there for the death of her mum. But, you know, it's just like, that's something that should be criticised, but it's like they use it in a way where it's not taken seriously. You know, they just use it as a vessel to tell their really vacant and poor story that it's kind of ends up being disrespectful, if I'm honest. I really think this was a weak Christmas special, probably the worst Christmas special ever. Where would I put it, though? That's an interesting question. I'd actually put it in unwatchable. I think it's really bad. Oh yeah, there's a whole like guy with the briefcase thing, bit weird, bit dumb, to be honest. We are nearing the end. We're on season 2 now, and we only have to do 6 episodes because I could screw over Wishworld. Okay, so Robot Revolution. Right, so when I watched Robot Revolution, because this is shit that aired like last month, so I do have recency bias. Like, I think season 2 is a step up from season 1, but not as much as everyone seems to think it is. Like, maybe some episodes are good in season 2, but the problem is that the overarching issues with the season as a whole are still very prevalent. The characters are still poor. The companions still don't act like real people. They don't have characters. Ruby and Belinda are the same person. You can sub either of them around, and it's the same fucking story. Robot Revolution, I think I enjoyed watching it, but I enjoy watching Doctor Who every time it airs, so it's not really a lot. I think it was really weird with the whole AI generator is actually Al, and that he's an incel. And maybe I'm just an incel, but I find that to be really poor writing. I like, because the thing is something like incel culture is something that should be taken seriously. I think I said that just like about the COVID thing with Joy to the World. They will take political things and they don't take it seriously. I mean, I even said that about witches with the Witchfinders. Like, something like incel culture is genuinely damaging to society and specific people that have gone through being in relationships with people you consider incels, should have their issues taken seriously. But this is just like, it's just used as the butt of a joke. And it's just like, the thing is, I saw a video, it's something along the lines of like, politics in Doctor Who, like the politics problem or something. Something along those lines. And that it's sort of like Doctor Who, it's modern politics now. It's not that it's more woke, it's that what it does is it will present an issue, like incel culture, and just not, like, it doesn't open it up to people from opposing sides of the political spectrum. It's not there to convince people that maybe they should reevaluate their beliefs. It's there to point and mock those people that believe in things different to what we do. And that's not good writing. Stuff like incel culture, they should be presenting things like adolescence. They should be presenting why it's so deadly. Not deadly. I mean, like, harmful. They should be presenting why it's so harmful and appealing to those people to try and win them over. Not just, it's just the same circle jerk of people with the same political views, all pointing and laughing at people that think different to them, and it just alienates the viewers. It creates a divide between the people that feel one way and feel another. It doesn't win anybody over, which is a big problem. I sort of like the whole, I think is it like the eighth word or something of the sentence? I suppose that was kind of a good idea. I mean, except the fact that I find quite funny that they kind of ditched that halfway through. They reveal that, they can't hear every eighth word, and then Al is speaking in every eighth word, but as soon as they stop mentioning it and you count every eighth word, it makes absolutely no sense, which is funny. Also, the whole, like, Al dies at the end of the story and the Doctor laughs, which I find really weird, because people have drawn comparisons between that and, like, old Doctor Who episodes where the Doctor has killed people, but he never killed anyone thinking it was the right thing to do. He never killed someone and laughed about it and then just brushed it off like it was nothing. It was always a morally ambiguous thing for him to do. But here it's just like, he just doesn't care. And I think it's just because he doesn't care. Like, Russell just doesn't even think about why it could be an issue. But yeah, this episode was really bad. I'm going to put it in terrible. Now, Lux, also, something about the Robot Revolution is in the final scene with Ruby. Fuck, see, this is what I mean, they're the same person. With Belinda. I really like that final scene in the TARDIS, where she actually calls him out. She goes, well, you tested me and you didn't even ask. You're dangerous. And that was setting a good precedent. Like, I thought the rest of the season was going to be about, like, Belinda being mistrusting of the Doctor, but no, they don't do that. Which was just a poor decision. I don't know why they do that. What am I even yapping about? I'm just saying, like Belinda was calling him out on how he was dangerous, and then proceeds to just not care for the rest of the season. It's really weird. Like, by Lux, she is reluctant to do it, and then the Doctor says, "Oh, come on." She goes, "Okay, fine." And then after that, she just doesn't give a fuck. But yeah, Lux is... I really liked this one. Obviously, I hate the Pantheon, so there's that. But I liked Mr. Ring-a-Ding. I thought it was a very interesting concept. Like, this time I actually mean it. It is a really interesting concept, Mr. Ring-a-Ding. Having, like, a 2D character come into, like, real life. Not like Flatline, but having it be like an animated character, I think, is something that's really good. It also just looks visually good as well. I also just think the whole idea of, like, it needing the light of a Time Lord's, like, regeneration is quite cool. Yeah, I really liked this episode. There was the scene with the Doctor Who fans. I know that that's a bit divisive and people didn't like that. I saw some people saying that they thought they were the gods of Ragnarok, which is definitely an interesting take. I don't think I agree, though. I liked that scene. I don't know why people hate it so much. Maybe it just hits them too close to home, and maybe they just look a bit too much like them that they find it insulting, but I don't think I'm similar enough to those people to a point where it offends me. Maybe I am. But, you know, I liked that. I thought it was a good scene. And yeah, it was just a very, like, maybe from a plot perspective it wasn't that engaging, but from just, like, the whole concept of him being in 2D, and it's just kind of trippy, you know. It's just really interesting ideas going on, and I really liked what they did. So I would put it pretty high. I think I'd probably put it up in great. I think I would actually. Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid episode. Yeah, no, I would. I think it's definitely Shooty's best. Yeah, Shooty's best. Now, The Well. I pretty much covered a lot of this when I talked about Midnight, but that was fucking ages ago, so I'll probably just do it again. But I saw a lot of people saying The Well was really good. I also saw a lot of people saying that I need to stop comparing it to Midnight, because obviously it's never going to be better than Midnight. But if that's the case, then don't make a sequel to Midnight. It was never intended to be a sequel to Midnight. That's why. That's why it's not as good. It was never intended as a sequel. It's meant to be its own thing, and then Russell said, hang on, let's make it a sequel to Midnight just for a laugh. It really... It's just worse than Midnight in every way. It misses why that story was good. The reason Midnight was good was because of how the people reacted to the situation they were in. The Well focuses on the creature, not on the people. That's where it falters. I liked the captain. I think she was just an interesting character, but beyond that, she wasn't really a lot else. She was just like, wow, she's cool to watch. Yeah, I honestly, people were just glazing the fuck out of this episode. It's really not that good. I really need a wee, but I don't want to end my recording, so I'm just going to keep going and soldiering on. But yeah, The Well really wasn't that good. I suppose the cliffhanger ending's kind of good. Oh, it actually survived. That means he gets to come back again and fuck us over again. Yay! Ruin Midnight more, please. At midday. I really think The Well was bad, but if I was to remove Midnight from it and just focus on what it is itself, I still don't think it's that good. But the thing is that I can't discount it from Midnight. Like, it is a Midnight sequel, whether you like it or not. And if that's a problem, then don't make it a sequel. And for that, it's got to be in bad. I think it fails fundamentally at what it was trying to be. So how can I put it any higher? And also, again, Belinda's not, like, she's not a character in this. She's just, you know, chilling. I suppose there is that one scene where she tries to help the deaf lady, because she's a nurse, I suppose. Like, that's sort of characterizes her, but not much. Like, Rory would do stuff like that every episode, and no one batted an eye then. Why should I be giving them credit for that now? For her acting like who she's meant to be. I know, crazy. Now, Lucky Day. When I watched this, I was like, oh my god, that was actually a really good episode. And then I took a week, and I went, that was a really shit episode. Conrad, like, I like the idea, but Conrad was such a cartoony, just nothing villain. Like, it's so funny the way that they handled it because it is just cartoony. Um, and I think Ruby in this episode was probably at her best. I think this characterized her most out of all of the episodes she's had. People will say 73 Yards was the Ruby episode. I think this was the real Ruby episode. This characterized her more than she's ever been before. But it still weren't that good. It just focused on her more, didn't it? That's why. Kate's in it again. Now she's protective. Kate, like, can you make up your mind, please? What are you? Yeah, it's a really odd one. Because I think generally people liked this one quite a lot, but I just have a hard time feeling the same way. She's not. I think mainly just because of Conrad. I still don't really understand his motivations either, other than, oh, he's just an evil guy, you know, because he knows aliens are real. He's just being an arse, but there's no reason why. I'd probably put it in terrible, because it is pretty terrible. Now, I'm so close to the end now, but no closer to understanding what any of it was for. Never have those words been any truer. Story in the engine. I have seen mixed opinions on this. Some people really didn't like it. I watched the story in the engine and I thought it was quite good actually. I was actually I was more a fan of just the concept as a whole, as opposed to the specific character. I can't remember the name. The barber man, not like the real one, the alien. He's not an alien, but you know what I mean. Just the barber man, and that woman really weren't, like, I don't really understand what their objective was. I've watched it once. I haven't rewatched it. I still don't really understand. I remember him saying just he wants to be credited for his work for the gods, but I still don't really understand what he was doing. But I like the idea of the barbershop trapping people and they have to tell stories to power it. That's quite an interesting idea. And of course, I think the ending was quite good with the whole. Actually, no, I don't. It was fine. It was fine. Saying, "Oh, I really like the ending," just makes it sound like I'm just waiting for fan service. But I saw the other Doctors and I went, "Oh, I'm good to see other Doctors." It wasn't that good. Where would I put it? I would probably put it in bad. Where would I put it? Do I want to put it in bad? Yes, actually, I think that's fair. And now, the last one. Oh, I really need a wee, so I'm glad this is coming to an end. The Interstellar Song Contest. Now, I know that this was really divisive because of a lot of people criticised it because it's very similar to the Israel-Palestine conflict. You can see where the parallels are in that it's a guy who's, rebelling and becoming a terrorist because he's been oppressed and his home's been destroyed, and you can obviously see where the comparison lies. I do think some of the criticism because of that is a little bit unwarranted because it's obviously not intentional. There's no malice behind it. So I boil it down more to just bad writing as opposed to genuine maliciousness, sort of like Kablam. Kablam was just bad writing. I don't think Juno Dawson meant anything offensive when they wrote it, so I think it's a bit harsh to blame them for that. But I think when I take away that, I think I do actually genuinely enjoy the concept. I think it was quite, when you see all the people getting flown up into the air, I think that's a really like cool scene. You're like, oh fuck, this is sick. Ryland's in it, obviously. I found that quite funny. Graham Norton made his appearance in Doctor Who finally, for the third time. And then obviously Susan was in it, which I found really weird. I'm glad Susan's back. And sorry, I'm glad Susan's back, so I can look past it. But it was a bit of a weird way for her to come back. It's just in a random vision for no apparent reason. I mean, we like the thing is I say no apparent reason, and then people go, "Oh, but we don't know yet. The finale's not aired. Russell might have a reason." But he won't, because that's not what he does. He's a fucking wanker. That guy can't write. He's a dick. But yeah, no, I do think it does have redeeming qualities. I think that that gay couple that the Doctor was with, I found them quite funny, but I can't remember their names. There's that scene where the Doctor like he's on the computer and he goes to one of the guys. He goes, "Oh, whatever his name is." He goes, "I like you," and then the guy goes, "Oh, thank God." I found that funny. But then at the end, they have the whole Rani bi-generating into Mrs. Flood and the Rani and a Rani. You know, that was really horrible. I hate bi-generation. Honestly, the thing is that I saw people say when Wishworld came out, which was 2 days ago, they went, "Oh, this would be so good if they revealed it was the Rani here instead of in the Interstellar Song Contest." And don't get me wrong, the Rani's still shit in Wishworld. I've got a whole video about Wishworld, but I do agree. Like this, it feels tacked on that they just revealed it here. It's really weird. And I feel like there's no better time to do it than now. But when you look back at Mrs. Flood's appearances, mainly in, I have already explained this, but I'll just say it again. In The Church on Ruby Road and Empire of Death, she doesn't act like the Rani. She has magical powers. I promise you, Russell did not intend for her to be the Rani. Maybe he did by the time it was airing. I'm sure he did, because they would have filmed it or whatever. But genuinely, I think that it must have been unplanned and he just didn't change it or something, because she doesn't act like the Rani. It makes no sense for her to be the Rani. It's just like, oh, let me just add in this woman, see what people think she might be, and then I'll do the most popular one. Because she's really weird. Like, oh, also, just another criticism of Empire of Death. Why is the toy maker scared of Sutekh? Sutekh's just a dog that got defeated by a dog lead. Like, there's only one I have never dared face. The one who waits. Why do they hype him up so much? He was not that good. The toy maker is stronger than the Sutekh. Absolutely bewildering, but... Okay, where am I going to put it? Instead of Song Contest, where am I going to put you? Because you're the last one. I would put it in terrible, just because I feel like that ending, and people are right about the Israel-Gaza, Israel-Palestine, sorry, like comparison. I do think it's hard not to do it, and they still chose to air it with that in mind. Like, you know, it is a bit tone deaf, so it does sort of fail at its politics, but you know, it's like I said, there's nothing malicious about it. Where did I put Kablam? Oh, Kablam's here too, so yeah, that makes sense. But I'm finally done. I don't even know how long this has been. How long has this been recording? Right, I've been recording this one for an hour and a half. The last one was like an hour. So today I've recorded for nearly 3 hours. Have I been doing this for 7.5 hours? Am I free? Is it over? I don't... My throat hurts, but I don't know when to stop speaking. Yeah, like I said, you know what, fuck it. I'm not going to criticise Wishworld. I'm just going to say where I'd put it. I'm just going to... I would probably put it in there. On its own, that's where I'd put it. But I'm not going to explain why. because Reality War's not out yet and it could move. I just didn't like having one sat at the bottom. Right, now let me I'll let you have a gander at the whole thing. So, God tier, amazing, great, good, okay, bad, terrible, unwatchable. I'm free now. So I don't really know what I do. Just like I'm gonna go have a wee. So bye bye before I wee my pants.